Prologue. When the dust is thick and the deeds are dirty, who will come for you? When the chips are down and you're pushed to the edge of the cliff, how will you survive? When all hope is lost, will you fold or rise to the occasion? The truth is no one's coming for you. Live or die, it's all up to you. Gasping, choking, then ultimately vomiting, Josh Ullman shot to the surface of the San Diego Bay. Salty seawater slipped from the end of his dark bangs as he wiped his face clear, desperate to see again. The salt air was quiet yet filled with the distinctive smell of JP-8 used to fuel every American aircraft he had ever flown aboard. Twisting and turning, Josh used all four extremities to tread water and orientate himself. He had to find the shoreline or risk drowning. To Josh, it seemed like only a few moments ago that he had been thrown from the blood-red Silverado as it hit the water, and now Josh tried to clear his head and formulate a plan before he drowned in the black abyss. A red flare shot across the sky, drawing his attention. For a second, he pondered its beauty, seawater tickling the back of his throat, until he realized it was aluminum chaff fired from the side of a Chinook, the Chinook he was supposed to be riding off on. His Ixphil bird was leaving without him, and there was nothing he could do about it, not one thing. Closing his eyes, he arched his back, floating to save his limited energy. He had long since dropped his gear to the bottom of the bay, making his body seem weightless. Yet Josh found himself wondering how far down had his pistol sank. His M4 was gone, his plate carrier and helmet things of the past. Every tool he had trained with most of his adult life to keep him alive, to keep him and others around him safe and sound, had all vanished to the bottom of the mesmerizing ocean. Josh used his hands to spin himself slowly as he stared between the stars and the perceived shoreline. Everything was black, blending together as if he were in the middle of the ocean, bobbing helplessly like a weather buoy. Oddly, he thought about the Titanic sinking and that the stars and water were all the survivors had before the bitter cold took them over, engulfing their souls. In the moment, he thought about the life he had lived, the people he had saved, and the missions he had led. There were absolutely zero regrets in his mind as he slowly continued to tread water. A glimmer of his sister passed through his mind, recalling the time as young children they had planned to run away. She was so small at 5 years old, a loving creature that God took way too young. A smile slipped across his face as he had his first inclinations that he may be seeing her soon, and how he had dreamed of the day ever since she died at the youthful age of 10. Then, out of the corner of his eye, a flicker of yellow and orange flames licked the shoreline, illuminating his path to freedom and safety. Josh paused as he faced the beacon of hope. In his mind, he had surfaced deep within the ocean, having been pulled out to sea by an outgoing tide. But in actuality, he was no more than a couple hundred yards offshore. In the haste of battle, he had been ejected from the truck after it took flight, finally landing with a solid impact into the dark water. Josh had been sucked under, but when he surfaced, he had missed his ride home. Now oriented, he knew what he had to do: swim to shore, but not directly to the light. The light was not necessarily safety, but only a beacon to guide his path. The light was, in fact, the burning bodies and charred remains of the truck that had been chasing them. It was all that was left of the Russians after the A-10 smoked a massive gun run on the unsuspecting force. Josh could feel himself drifting further from shore and knew the tide was not going to help him gain landfall. Surmising a spot just west of the flames, Josh began to swim toward it, one stroke at a time. Breathing on his left shoulder, Josh swam hand over hand, his fingers outstretched, and through all of his life he had been taught to swim until his fingers touched the ground. And that was exactly what he did, concentrating on breathing in stroke counts. Every third stroke he would take his breath, and every fifth stroke he would raise his head from the water to make sure his sight picture was still the same, verifying he was on course. Time passed like sand in an hourglass, one grain at a time. Stroke. Stroke, stroke. Breathe. Josh pulled his arms through the water as his shoulders began to burn. The journey at first seemed just a hop, skip, and jump away, but being in the water was like being on the moon. Nothing was as it seemed, nothing was easy, and every time he pulled his head from the water to sight his landing area, his mind seemingly played tricks on him in the dark. Until after what felt like the final hour of hell, a miracle occurred. His fingers touched sand. He froze. Coming to a complete stop, Josh let his legs sink to the bottom of the bay, where he then stood tall. His size 12 danners gripped the sandy bottom of the San Diego Bay, and he stepped 1 foot at a time toward the surf line. Small waves crashed across the sandy beach that paralleled the bay shore wall. To his front was a beach with lights flickering in the far background, while to his far right, further east than he had anticipated, much further, the dwindling flames of the fire that had once engulfed the technical vehicle the Russians used to drive them into the water still burned. Stepping from the water now, his uniform ripped and bloated with salty seawater, Josh knew one thing his years of military service had taught him. It was time to escape and evade. He had to move into the city and hide, make contact with his unit and survive until search and rescue could find him, if, in fact, they were even looking for him. Taking a quick knee to catch his breath, Josh surveyed his surroundings and made a decision that would save his life. He was on his own and would act accordingly. In no shape, fashion, or form would he rely on the government to save him. Just like he was taught, he had to understand that no one was coming for him, and survival would solely depend on his actions. Within 2 deep breaths, the decision was made. Josh stood tall and stripped his uniform top off, leaving it on the sandy beach as he moved from the ocean in a brown, sweat-stained t-shirt toward the nearby road, and finally into the urban areas that were teeming with the unknown. His new mission was to blend in and avoid all contact that he possibly could. Acquire transportation and make his way east through the contamination zone until he reached friendly lines or died trying. Chapter 1. A New Start. Dr. Avocarder. USNS Mercy. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 25 April 2025. 21 days after exfil. Ava smiled as she thought about the last few days. Snuggled in bed, her mind reeled with the adventure her and her husband Danny had just returned from. For months she had been working long days, and the getaway to the Keys had been exactly what the doctor ordered. Sun, sand, and the occasional drink was soothing to her soul as she lazily lounged on the beach next to Danny. She awoke the next morning to a vacant house. Danny was gone, presumably back to work, keeping the city safe for all to bear. Then a knock at the door jerked her from thought. It was akin to a waiter dropping a platter of filled drinks across a tile floor. The shocking sound ripped anyone and everyone from mid-conversation, leaving the patrons to stare oddly at the waiter. Glancing outside the front window, rain had begun to fall, yet the road was saturated as if it had been raining all night and then some. In the road were police cars, all with blue and red lights rotating and flashing from their overhead spots. They were mesmerizing as another knock came to the front door. The door Ava stood a mere 4 feet from, yet she dared not answer. Voices on the other side, familiar voices, yet she didn't want to hear them, not on that day, not ever. A third knock. This time she felt herself drawn to the door. Maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just hurt and needs me, just maybe. No matter how slim the odds were, she knew a procession of police cars in front of her house would never result in good news. No lottery ticket winning, no fancy call to action, no, not for Ava. She wholeheartedly and miserably understood the visit was for one thing and only thing only. Stepping to the door, she placed her right hand on the doorknob but then hesitated as her eyes peered over the vacant living room. No TV, no furniture, no more family photos adorning the walls, all replaced now by peeling, aged paint. She opened the door, and the chief of police stood staring at her. She didn't even need to hear the words. Danny had been killed. She knew it, and a single heart-shaped tear rolled down her cheek. The chief simply nodded. Ava shot up from her bed. Lightning flashed outside her porthole window as the ship rocked in the high seas. Her eyes shot around the room, realizing she wasn't at home, but still aboard a hospital ship, the USNS Mercy. Having nightmares of the day she was notified that her husband, Officer Daniel Carter, had been killed in the line of duty. Sweat dripped from her forehead, down her back, and along her arms as she realized her t-shirt was soaked through. It had been a while since she'd had that nightmare, but with all things considered, having barely escaped death herself recently, she wasn't shocked to be revisiting that horrible day. Her body ached with despair as she missed her husband more than words could evoke. She swung her legs to the side of the bed. She felt sick, not just from the nightmare, but more so from the steady push back and forth of the storm waves rocking the hospital ship. Her nap, while desperately needed, had resulted in more stress than rest. The hospital ship pitched slightly as the storm brewed outside. Tall waves the size of buildings slapped the side of the ship as the rain and wind pushed hard through the corridors exposed to the elements. Dr. Ava Carter closed her eyes and shook the motion sickness from her head as her stomach retched into the red plastic bag she held firmly around her mouth. Bile and her morning breakfast splashed into the bag before she wiped her face with the back of her sleeve. Why couldn't I have gone back to Atlanta? She puked again. Taking a breath, Dr. Carter wiped her mouth again. This time her stomach seemed to have settled, just as the ship began to finally steady itself within the storm. For 3 weeks she had been forced to live and work aboard the United States hospital ship Mercy, when all she wanted was to head back to Atlanta, where she was comfortable with her own lab to try and solve the outbreak paradox of vaccine or cure. Which one was the best answer? Which one could she find? Dropping her upchuck bag into a trash can, she knocked on the room door before entering. No answer, as usual. She hung her head, wanting, hoping, or maybe just wishing for an answer before she walked in. The ship leaned a bit to the port side, causing her to stumble, then she walked into the patient's room. 3 medical beds lined the wall, 2 of them empty, but the one occupied was done so by retired Sergeant Major Mark Moon. Dr. Carter stared upon the man who had saved her life, and all she could do was pray. Hope was of no use now. It was prayers that would see her friend through the darkness, or so she thought. It had been 21 long days since the Chinook had plucked them from the salty waters of San Diego Bay. Her eyes gazed upon her friend as they had every day they'd been on the boat. She knew he had been under the water for far too long, his brain deprived of precious oxygen, but to put him in a coma as a result of it was a hard pill for her to swallow. All of a sudden, the boat seemed to stand still. Like the waves stopped rolling, or the captain had finally moved the boat to safer waters. "How's our patient doing today?" A familiar voice called out as he walked into the room. It was Dr. Alan Cho, the ship's lead neurologist. From day one, he had taken care of Mark Moon and did so with grit and horror. Ava looked to the doctor. "Still nothing. Every day I visit with hopes and dreams, and every day I leave them broken on the floor as I walk out." "We've spoken about this before," Dr. Cho explained. "It's not all doom and gloom. We believe he did wake up as he arrived but fell back into his comatose state shortly after." "I know, but still." "That was a good sign," he explained. "Look, the bay water was cold that night, unusually cold for this time of year, but that played to his favor. We know the flight crew performed CPR quickly, so I have high hopes that brain damage is not a factor. He received advanced care within a satisfactory time frame." "Satisfactory is a word Moon was not accustomed to," Ava Carter snapped. "Bad choice of words, but you understand his odds do decrease with the longer he is asleep." "You're batting 1,000 right now, Cho," Carter replied. "It's been a long day, and you know I've done everything I could and continue to do for this hero. I know it's not the outcome we both want, but—" Moon's eyes fluttered as his jaw slacked open. Drool slipped from his tongue as a soft, guttural moan slipped from deep within his gut. Doctors Cho and Carter's conversation stopped abruptly as they turned back to the bed, stepping closer to Moon. They both leaned over him as his hands slowly moved up to his face. Then he fell silent again, motionless. "Ava, this is how they wake up sometimes, a small bit at a time. We call it a disorder of consciousness phase. It's the early stages of awakening. I'll make sure and push fluids and turn up the room temperature. Sometimes that will help coax them along." A tear rolled down Ava's cheek as she gazed at her hero. Moon had kept her safe after saving her life, as did the rest of his men. But Moon had literally pulled her from the jaws of death itself, dragging her lifeless body to the bay surface, giving her mouth to mouth until she voided all the salt water she had swallowed. He was her angel, and she would never fully be able to repay him, but she would damn well try. "Ava," Cho questioned, his head canted as he stared at her. "I know you'll have to assess his cognitive function, his awareness, and his motor responses as he does gain alertness. I pray he's not brain dead and can make a full recovery." Ava's eyes welled, her heart swelled too. "Thank you, Lord, for bringing him back. Please continue to watch over him as he awakens. Go get some breakfast or lunch, whichever you need, Ava," Dr. Cho said. "This may take a bit of time for him to fully awaken, but rest assured, I'll call for you if there's any changes." Ava looked down on Moon as his eyes seemed to twitch back and forth underneath his eyelids. "Can I bring you a coffee?" she asked Cho. "No, but thank you for the offer. I still have to finish my rounds," Cho replied and then touched her shoulder. "This is great news, Ava, and we both know it. Keep the prayers coming and let's see how it plays out. I'll order a fresh MRI and EEG right now. I have a good feeling about our boy. I'm very optimistic, but keep in mind the reality of the situation. He could still face a severe cognitive deficit." Ava nodded. She had been a doctor most of her adult life and fully understood the ramifications of the situation, but regardless, she had hoped and believed miracles did happen. Chapter 2. New Life. Dr. Ava Carter. USNS Mercy. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 25 April 2025. When and if he wakes up, if he's not brain dead, he's going to have questions and we better have answers for him. Ava's mind reeled. She knew the biggest question at hand would be what happened to his guys, and she didn't have an answer. Were they even alive? She hoped they were, but she was clueless at that point. She often found herself wondering what happened to the sniper named Allman, who'd been in the truck with them when they crashed into the bay water. She couldn't even recall his first name or if she had ever been given it. Standing in front of Moon's hospital room door, she glanced at Josh Walker, the man who'd helped rescue her, even using his own body as a human shield during their escape. She thought at least he survived. Maybe he could explain to Moon what happened to all of his men, if he even knows. At first, Josh Walker was indeed a patient aboard the ship, but he had only needed a few days to recoup. Command had already asked for him to return on the next flight out so they could be fully briefed, but he had been stalling them with hopes Moon would awaken. Now he stood next to Dr. Ava Carter, about to check on Moon for their almost redundant afternoon visit. The door opened, and a nurse appeared to be leaning over the bed, washing Mark Moon as she had done most days. She stopped and looked back at the visitors. "Ah, nice to see you both. I'll give y'all some space and come back in about 30 minutes to finish, if that's okay." Ava Carter smiled. Being a doctor, especially a world-renowned virologist that was aboard the ship utilizing their laboratory to save the world, seemed to have its privileges. "Thank you, but we won't be too long." The nurse nodded. Quickly she gathered her bathing tools and left, the door closing behind her with a whoosh. Even though the ship was air-conditioned, the room had been purposely warmed in hopes of assisting Moon with his awakening. But instead, it just made the conditions humid and downright stifling for visitors, keeping them from overstaying their welcome because of it. Ava stepped closer to the bed, sliding next to Moon, taking a seat on the edge of his bed as she had done for days. She scooped his right hand within hers and rubbed it. Caring for people had not been second nature for her, but in Moon's case, it shockingly had become quite easy for her. Josh stepped to the end of the bed and stared down on his friend. Emotionally, he was hard to read, but Ava knew he was worried for Moon. Moon's eyes fluttered as his head shifted from side to side. Ava looked down on him, leaning in, opening his right eyelid with her fingers. She had done this countless times before, but this time, before she could say a word, his left eyelid shot open, and both of his pupils adjusted to gaze upon her. Leaning back, she felt, for the first time, that he was conscious. "Mark, can you see me?" she asked with bated breath, squeezing his hand. The breathing tube had long since been pulled from his throat, yet his esophagus felt like he had swallowed sandpaper as he uttered unintelligible words. The sounds were ghastly, but were evidence that he indeed was not only awake but lucid as well. He was thinking, processing, and if he was of sound mind then. "Wah," he tried to speak. "Don't talk, Mark, I'll get the doctor," Walker spoke up as he realized what was happening, and then he shuffled quickly from the room. Ava leaned over again, locking eyes with Moon. "You're okay, you're safe, and everything is going to be just fine." "What, he called out. Knowing better, she quickly poured him a glass from his room's plastic water pitcher and then tapped the button to adjust his bed, sitting him further up. "Water," he almost begged as his weak arms, their uncoordinated muscles, flailed. She brought the cup to his lips, and the precious liquid slipped down the back of his throat until he coughed, nearly choking, so she took the cup away. "A little at a time, Mark, just a small amount, okay?" His head slapped forward as if to nod, but it was hard to tell. She tried again, tipping the cup slower as he drank. "We were all extremely worried about you," she added as she nursed him. His eyes rolled toward hers as he drank. A small bead of sweat began to appear across his brow as his hands shook. Mark Moon didn't need to speak to her. His eyes were asking all the questions she knew his heart and mind wanted answers to. As he drank the last of the water from the cup, she weighed the options of telling him those hard sought-after answers. In the end, she felt like he would find out eventually, and the truth had always been her best friend in life, so she told him everything. After a deep breath, she took the cup from his lips and smiled as she began to speak. "Mark, what you did for me I can never repay. You saved my life, and for that, I'll always and forever be grateful to you." A smile cracked his dry lips. She continued, "Walker is alive and well. He is here, and as a matter of fact, he just went to get the doctor." Here, his voice was weak and thready. "Don't talk, I'll tell you everything, just allow me to." He exhaled and gave a slight nod as his eyes trained on hers. "When the truck hit the water, we were all knocked silly. I was out of it, unconscious and taking in water. I about drowned, but you brought me to the surface and gave me mouth-to-mouth, which saved my life. Once I was stable and of my right mind, you dove back down to the sinking truck and freed Walker, but then I didn't see you again. Not for a really long while." "My men," his throat seemed to rip as he spoke, and he could taste his own coppery blood. "Walker is here, on the USNS Mercy. It's a hospital ship. He's alive, but only because of you and the crew of the Chinook that brought us in." "Oh, man." She smiled, knowing that his recall was amazing for having drowned, having been comatose and not experiencing the best week of his life. "We don't know where he is. He's listed as MIA, but most likely was killed once we hit the water. Personally, I presume he drowned. I'm sorry to tell you that, but I don't want to lie to you or give you any false hope. Please understand, I won't ever lie to you, not even to spare your feelings. Maybe one day you can come to appreciate that about me." The door opened before he could reply, and in walked Dr. Cho, stopping the conversation dead in its tracks. "Mr. Moon, I hear you have rejoined us in the world of the living. My friend, that S made my year." Moon looked at him, puzzled, and spoke. "Where are my guys?" Dr. Cho nearly froze in step, taken back by the quick response. In his entire career, he had only seen such an awakening one other time, but it was not as advanced or as lucid as what he apparently was witnessing. He walked to the far side of the bed while watching Moon's eyes track his every movement. Outstanding, he thought. MRI and EEG be damned, that man is a modern miracle. "Doc," Moon's throat ached and he swallowed hard, still tasting a slight hint of blood. Cho smiled. "Mr. Moon, I know you have tons of questions and I will answer each one of them, but first," he leaned over and shined a pen light in Moon's eyes. "Can you follow the light?" Moon did as asked, without attitude. He moved his eyes back and forth, following the light, keeping his head still, then repeated the process to follow the doctor's finger before the doctor manually felt around Moon's neck and throat. Dr. Cho checked the monitor. "How are you feeling? Is anything hurting you? Head, back, legs, anything at all?" Breathing heavily, he tried to answer the best he could. "I'm just so weak." Moon took a few hard breaths. "I can taste blood too." "All of that is to be expected. You had an airway tube for some time. We only recently removed it. That will cause small tears and blood to leach into your throat. That will fix itself in time, as will your fatigue." "How long was?" 3 weeks, Cho explained. "So it's going to take a few more weeks to get your strength back. Understand that your body has been put through the ringer, so what you're feeling is normal. I've ordered a full round of scans, but now that you're awake, I'll get fresh blood work and expedite the MRI." Moon had stopped listening the moment the doctor said he had been out of it for nearly a month. In his mind, he couldn't fathom that amount of time passing, as it felt like a mere few hours to him. Then it hit him. Ryan Mann, Andy Stinson, Kim Chow, Milliken, the guys from Team 4, Owen and Tag, they were all left on top of the museum as he and his team took the doctor to safety. What happened to them? Were they on the ship with him? Surely they were picked up after the doctor was clear and safe, having been rescued. "Mr. Moon, are you with me?" Dr. Cho asked, eyes judging him like a typical woman on a Friday night. "I know you have a lot coming at you at once, but that overwhelming feeling is not unusual. Let's take it one step at a time. I'll have the nurses take out the Foley and DC the IV line. Then we can try and get you out of bed and assess your muscular strength through PT. Rest assured, we will get you back on your feet and moving around as quickly and safely as possible. Now, do you have any questions for me?" Moon swallowed hard before answering. "My team, where are they? Did they make it out?" Dr. Cho knew the answers to all of Moon's questions, but as his neurologist, he had to balance informational intake, which could risk his patient's health. A plan had been developed for this exact occasion, for when Mark Moon awoke and started asking the hard questions. It was time for Cho to put that plan into motion, which would take that burden off of his plate. Chapter 3. The Briefing. Mark Moon. USNS Mercy. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 25 April 2025. Moon shifted in his bed, head pounding, but nothing worse than a slight hangover from a night out on River Street back in the day. His eyes glared up at Dr. Cho as he waited for the answers he desperately needed. Ava had already explained to him some of the facts, but not everything, and what weighed heavy on Moon's heart was the whereabouts of his teammates. The fact that no one was jumping at the bit to let him know everything, and everyone had finally been exfilled safe and sound, was bothersome to him, and painted the worst picture imaginable. Then the door opened as the ship rocked back and forth enough to take notice. "They tell me you finally woke up, you lazy bastard," a familiar voice bellowed as Moon's eyes took note of Josh Walker leading the East Coast Protocol Director, Will Yorgi, into the room. Of all the people to tell me the bad news, Moon thought as he shoved his weight back, pushing his body further up into the backrest of the bed. Yorgi stepped around Walker with a big, shit-eating grin on his face. Moon prayed for good news, but he understood the director wasn't there to shake his hand and bring him a beer, or was he? "Director Yorgi, typically I'd say it's good to see you." Moon wasn't the biggest Yorji fan, but they had bled together across foreign soil, so he had earned Moon's dying respect. But that still didn't mean they were the best of friends. "Give it to me straight, sir. Where's my team? Did they get out?" "Always right to the point. I respect that, Moon. Bottom line, you got the doctor out, and that has given humanity a fighting chance," Yorji replied. "My team, sir." "God damn it, give me a second, will ya? Shit, you were on death's bed when they brought you in, and I'm honestly just glad you're still kicking. It's a fucking miracle. But to answer your question bluntly, we just don't know where they are." "What do you mean, you don't know where they are? Did you get them a chopper out or not?" "As soon as you arrived at the hospital ship, we were able to figure out where they were." He paused and pointed to Walker. "His intel gave us a location to launch search and rescue efforts to the San Diego Natural History Museum. We put men on that rooftop and found evidence of your team, but none were there to evacuate." "Their monitors." "Offline," Walker interrupted. "They did everything they could, but we just don't know where they went or if something happened to them. Right now, Mann, Owen, Milliken, Chow, Tag, and Stinson are all MIA." "The kids?" Moon questioned with a soft tone. His voice still raspy, pain trickled down his throat within the slowly dripping blood. His heart sank into depression and regret. Could he have done more? What if he had stayed and offered Ryan or Milliken his spot in the Chevy? For the rest of his life, he would question that mission and how it ended, but foremost, right then and there, he had made his mind up. He would return to the city and find the remains of his team or die trying. "Look, I know you're catching up in stereo, but understand, we tried to find what was left of your team. Walker had a friend on the CSAR team that went to the museum. But don't take my word for it, just ask him." Walker took a breath and nodded. "It took a couple days for me to be up and moving, but you were out like a light, and no one knew if you turned back on or not. The director flew here himself, and that's when I found out the specifics of the CSAR mission. We had other QRFs in the area too, but nothing could be done. My guy walked that rooftop, and all he noticed were remnants of a chaotic scene. Spent shell casings, blood, and old MRE rations." Moon cracked his neck. "What's your take on it all? Did they take off, or were they taken?" "Personally, based on what I was told and the guys that I knew, Owen and Tag, I think shit went sideways and they moved off deeper into the city. It was their only play." Moon nodded as he licked his lips, wondering how thoroughly did they search the museum. Then out of nowhere, his right sock became warm and wet. He pulled the sheet back, noticing that his piss bag had overflowed and had soaked his foot. He hated wet socks. Grinding his teeth, he held his hand up for Walker to pause. "Can someone get me a fresh pair of hospital socks, please?" His face was red with pissed-off vigor. "Look, sir, I appreciate you being honest with me." He took deep, labored breaths. "Once I'm up and moving around, I need gear and a ride, that's it. Get me back in the city, and I'll find my team." Director Yorji looked to the others in the room. At first, his eyes cut to Dr. Ava Carter, but she looked away. Then he glanced to Dr. Cho and finally Josh Walker, but no one would stand up and tell Moon what he needed to understand. So he took a breath as he rolled his signature toothpick to the left side of his mouth before speaking. "Mark, you've been asleep for about a week shy of a month." "So," Moon quipped. Yorji thought how to tell him that things had taken a turn for the worse, about the outbreak, about why they were on a hospital ship in the middle of the Pacific Ocean instead of in Atlanta's laboratory run by the CDC. He thought about how to break it to him that most every Protocol 9 agent on the mission to save Dr. Carter had been killed, were missing, or were presumed dead. Moon spoke up. "Tell me what you're too scared to say. Just spit it out already." Director Yorji stepped to the side of the bed and picked up a small black remote, pointed it at the TV on the wall, and turned the power on. The TV came to life, and with a few more clicks, the national news, CNN, populated the screen. The news reporter spoke as the TV's volume was muted. "Mark, this is what's happening out in the world right now," Yorji said, and unmuted the television. "This is Robert Cannon reporting live from Centennial Olympic Park in Atlanta." The man paused, and in the background, the famous Ferris wheel remained motionless as the cameraman zoomed in to the very peak of the ride. There the camera caught a man wearing a disheveled suit, navy blue with a red tie that had long ago been untied, his bare feet, toes hanging over the edge of the metal, wind blowing his blonde hair across his saddened face. Then without warning, he simply leaned forward and allowed gravity to pull him to the concrete below. His body hit with an audible smack that sounded like a wet towel cracking a tabletop. "Oh my God," he jumped, Cannon said as the live feed continued to roll. "I don't know what this world is coming to, but I can tell you that if you still have loved ones left, hold them tight. Tell them you love them before it's too late." Mark Moon's eyes widened as the cameraman panned out from the man's crippled body. It wasn't that he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was the fact that to him, just a few hours ago, he had been on the streets of San Diego fighting carriers. And now it seemed while he had been asleep, the outbreak had made its way all the way to Atlanta, Georgia. The reporter continued. "Again, we're broadcasting among an emergency cast to keep you informed of the latest concerning the Aries plague. West Coast power grids have failed, and most of the states west of the Mississippi are operating in complete darkness. Here locally, we have power surges and outages, but for the most part, substations are working as they should." Moon shook his head. "Are you telling me we failed?" His eyes closed as he gritted his teeth in pain and frustration. Opening them again, he started to speak. Georgie held his hand up. "You were very successful in your mission, Mark, but just take a few minutes to listen to the reporter. The happenings within the continental U.S. will begin to sink in." He nodded. "Could someone get me some more water?" Ava handed him a fresh bottle. The reporter continued to speak, a tone of fright slipping into each word. "Public services have officially been suspended. The federal government is still urging anyone within earshot to head to an evacuation zone. Those zones will test you, verifying you're not a carrier, that you haven't been infected, and only then will they work to get you to a clean zone." "Zones?" Moon questioned. Georgie nodded. "This is why we can't put you back in to find your team, not yet anyways. I know that's what's on your mind. It's slathered across your ugly mug." He laughed. "Look, I want nothing more than a happy ending, but life isn't always sunshine and rainbows. Every asset we have is busy working the zones. They are either supporting an evacuation zone, shuttling healthy people to clean zones, or supporting ground efforts pertaining to the same." "How did this happen? How did containment break down so quick? I don't get it. Why did this happen?" Moon snapped. His vitals were spiking, heart rate rapidly rose, as did his blood pressure. "You already know some of this, but what we emphatically understand now is that the Russians knew what they were doing. It was an attack on our home soil. A beating of old glory that began with a bioweapon disguised as an abandoned submarine. Once the infection had begun, they sent in suicide teams to ensure the only doctor capable of creating a cure was taken out. Our intel points at 2 missions the suicide teams were charged with: assassinating Dr. Carter and ensuring the infection took hold and spread outside of our initial containment." Moon rolled his head around, stretching his neck, eyes locking onto the IV line needled into the back of his left hand. His initial intentions were to untape the line and slip the needle from inside of him. But as he raised his right hand, a weakness washed over him and he felt sick to his stomach. Ava noticed what he was about to do and scooted closer to him, laying her soft hands on top of his, gently shaking her head for him to stop. Their eyes met and his expression softened as he agreed with her. Georgie continued, "Up until now, we've been briefed by all of your doctors on your progress. It seems you're well past where they believed you'd be once and if you awoke, so that's simply a miracle." "Maybe I'm just too mean to die," Moon laughed. "Your indomitable spirit has a lot to do with it, I'm more than sure, but I also understand it will take time for you to get back to normal. Although both physical and occupational therapy will help get you up and moving," Georgie explained. Dr. Cho added, "Once you're up and walking, your improvements will become a snowball of effects. You will rapidly begin to see gains. Before I won't call it a near drowning, 'cause you were dead for some time. But after a drowning like this, the patient's mental and physical abilities from before the incident have a lot to say in the health and recovery of said patient." "I guess it's good I wasn't a fat fuck." Moon laughed. His words were coming cleaner from his mind, whereas 15 minutes prior, they had felt rather foggy and muddled. Everyone in the room laughed as the ship swayed back and forth gently before settling back to normal. Chapter 4. Waking Up. Mark Moon. USNS Mercy. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 25 April 2025. Georgie glanced to Dr. Cho, and Cho nodded as if to say it was okay to be as honest with Moon as much as he wanted to be. So he took a breath and spoke again. Bottom line, Mark, we don't have air assets to put you back into the city. I can assure you that once you're back to being you, having fully recovered, I'll move heaven and earth to give you a chance to go find your team. You just have to be patient with me and focus on yourself. If you can do that, you and I will be back aboard a chopper with wind in our hair before you know it. Deal. Moon looked at everyone in the room. He had known Director Yorgi for decades, having served alongside of him at 1st Ranger Battalion, before Moon chose to slip into the Black Ops realm of interrogations. Back then they called it the Interrogation Division of CID, but what it ended up being was Waterboarding University. He shifted his gaze between Walker and Yorgi, both bearing a serious expression as they awaited his answer. Ava gripped his hand tightly as a smile etched across her face. Moon exhaled. Well, I don't have much of a choice now, do I? That's rhetorical. But once I'm back to business, I desperately want to find my guys. Even if it means just bringing them home in bags, I have to bring them home. Until then, can you get intel to work satellite images before, during, and after the battle? Maybe that will give us a starting point. Director Yorgi nodded, rolling his toothpick from one side of his mouth to the other. Will do. For now, I'll leave you be, but I'll be back to check on you when I can. With that, he turned and left, a gentle wave in the air as the door shut behind him. Walker then nodded and followed suit, leaving the room. Dr. Cho smiled, happy with where he saw Moon to be mentally and had high hopes for him physically. We are about to get you going, my friend. Studies have shown that the sooner we get you on your feet, the better you will recover. The quicker you recover, the better hopes of gaining full functions as you had before the incident. I could use some food, please, if you don't mind, Moon replied. Dr. Cho scratched his chin. I'll send for a light lunch, then a PT will come and take you for some testing, MRI first, and after she'll work your muscles pretty rigorously. Just don't fight her, cause that will just make her happy. She's a bit of a sadist. Joking, or am I? Dr. Cho left the room, allowing the door to close fully on his way out. Moon looked to Dr. Carter. It's just us now, like the good old days. She laughed. Doc, I don't care about much in life. I have a little French bully named Porsche that I cherish, and I worry about my guys that I've bled with. Right now, I can see the world is collapsing, but I need to know that no matter the sacrifices made, you were worth it. Ava felt like she had been punched in the stomach, her breath taken away with a simple utterance of a handful of words. Much like the day she found out her husband had been killed in the line of duty, dread invaded her soul. Moon could see her face pale. Sadness filled her eyes, and it was then that he understood her level of drive, dedication, and caring she possessed to find a cure. With that one look, Moon exhaled, knowing if anyone could save them, she was the one. Doc, I don't say this to hurt you. But my men and countless other warriors spilled their very life source across American soil and died to save you. I have to know if the juice was worth the squeeze. I pray that it was. I pray that you've been in your lab working your fingers to the bone as I've been sawing logs. So if you have found a solution to the infection, I'm all ears, Doc. She pumped his hand firmly before letting go. Taking a few steps from the bed, she turned away, wiping tears from her welled eyes. We both have walked different lives, but none any more or less worthy than the others. I didn't mean it that way, Moon said. No, I know you didn't, but understand that no one life is an easy journey. Everyone faces tremendous challenges, and having your men stand before the worst of anything I've ever seen, heard, or been a part of, and mind you, I've worked the killing fields of the Congo and the Ebola graves across the harshest areas of Africa. Nothing compared to the horror your men faced to bring me back here. Nothing. I'll forever be changed, as will you. War does that to people. It does, but the byproduct of what it kills brings us closer together, makes us more appreciative, and creates a bond that's undeniable and unbreakable. What we faced not only gave me razor focus, but instilled such a work ethic within my soul that I will not rest until I have not only a cure for the infection, but also a vaccine for the ones who have yet to be touched by it. So you ask me if the juice was worth the squeeze, I'd have to say yeah. When it comes to VXC, I'm the only one that can save us. So again, I'll live the rest of my life making sure your men didn't die in vain. Moon rolled his tongue over his front teeth, thinking about how he must be the biggest asshole on the ship. In the back of his mind, he knew he wasn't being unreasonable asking her if she could deliver, but still, he had hurt her. He had just emotionally scarred the women who helped bring him back from the dead. Ava, I'm sorry, I truly am, I did mean. There's no need to apologize, she explained, realizing that was the first time he had ever called her by her first name. She stepped back to the bed, sat on the edge, and gripped his hand again. We both have been through hell, not another word needs to be said. I don't blame you, fault you, or despise you. Quite the opposite. Together, we will figure this out. He smiled as a knock came to the door. I need to get back to the lab, but I'll return shortly to check on you again. Ava stood and looked toward the door as a young nurse pushed wheelchair into the room. It appears it's time for you to get to work too. Enjoy. Moon wanted to apologize again, which was out of character for him. Yet still, a soft spot was continuing to build within his heart for Ava. Mr. Moon, my name is Jessica. I'll be your PT, the therapist explained. Now I know Dr. Cho said I'm a bit of a hard-ass, which is true, but trust me when I say I'm the best physical therapist on this ship. And if you want to get back in the fight, then I'm your girl. Moon listened to the therapist as his eyes watched Ava walk out. Her small frame reminded him of how light she was in the water as he pulled her from the watery grave of the San Diego Bay. He couldn't recall everything that happened that night, but the flashes of memory always involved her. He wasn't sorry about anything, even though he lost men in the process. He would deal with the situation at hand, then go find his men. In his gut, he felt that they were still alive, especially Ryan. That guy had been born without the will to ever give up. If anyone could survive what was happening across the states, it was him. Moon shifted in bed, and then his eyes locked onto the therapist. Okay, Doc, I'm ready to get this party started. Chapter 5. Escape and Evade. Josh Ullman. San Diego International Airport. San Diego Fire Department. Abandoned hangar. Wind whipped through the hangar's open side door, slamming the metal door against the skin of the building in a god-awful clang, scaring a pair of light gray roof rats. They took off scurrying through the open door into the light of day, hustling across the concrete, until they found purchase on an old pine tree where they sharply climbed until out of sight, out of mind. Josh just shook his head as he tried desperately not to move even the slightest twitch of muscle. Even hidden underneath the white Honda Accord stained with more human blood than a Red Cross donation center, he could see the carrier moving about, searching for him. He had watched the man for the last few minutes, sniffing the air, presumably looking for him, hunting him. Josh wasn't positive, but he felt that that particular infected man was a howler, one of the dominant carriers that, after locating their prey, would scream a god-awful wail that called in other infected men, women, and even children to help devour the prey. So in that aspect, he had to kill the carrier quickly, without the infected howling, or he'd be at the end of his rope. His rifle was on top of the car, but if he used it, the report of the gunfire would alert other carriers in the area to his presence. That would be akin to the howler screaming for all its friends to come join in the party. So Josh was caught between a rock and a hard place. Think, 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 Josh thought as he could hear the carrier dragging a bloody foot across the dirty concrete floor with a wet sound. Retrieving an old cabar knife Josh had liberated last week from a dead and bloated airport gate guard, he found himself praying that the young man he took it from had kept it as sharp as he kept his custom Dalton auto that was now rusting away at the bottom of the bay. Slap-a-drag, slap-a-drag was the sound the carrier made as he walked closer to the hood of the Honda. His feet shuffled and dragged past the passenger side front tire, which unfortunately for Ullman was where his own feet were remaining as motionless as possible. Slap-a-drag. Josh was forced to lie on his back, face up, staring at the rear axle as his hard-earned sweat dripped off his forehead, pooling around the back of his head. Slap, drag, slap. He could hear the carrier, and with every bated breath, the sounds were gaining distance, closing in on him. Hindsight being 20/20, he regretted his choice of hiding spots. In the heat of the moment, he felt it had been the right call, but now Josh held an old Marine Corps cabar knife in his right hand and was praying that in time the carrier would simply leave. Then he began to hear the subhuman sniff the air in a new fashion, one that seemed more aggressive than before. The creature's smelling pattern had changed, as if he was homing in on Josh, or at least in Josh's warped and post-traumatic mind. That was exactly what he believed the carrier was doing, searching for him, narrowing in on him. Josh had never been one to sit around and wait for death. On the contrary, Josh Ullman was a highly trained special operations sniper, and what he did do was wait around to become death himself. He was a death dealer, used to being on the delivering end of pain and justice, not on the hiding and hoping end of any given bad situation. Slap, drag, slap. Josh tilted his head to look out from under the car as the sound was verifiably next to his sweat-glistened face. A smirk slipped across Josh's dirty, war-torn face as he had a thought, and it didn't last long. His opportunity was now. Act or die. Attack and kill or be killed. That was his only option. Slap drag. The carrier was dragging its outside leg, leaving the creature's healthy foot closest to Josh, almost brushing up against the side of the car, while Josh positioned his knife and waited for the carrier to place its full weight onto its healthy foot. And there it was. The carrier shifted its weight, and that was all it took. Josh reached out and lunged the cabar through the carrier's strong foot, holding the man's weight, and then sliced outward, severing the infected's Achilles like hot butter. Before the carrier could scream or even register the pain, he collapsed to the concrete like his bones had all shattered at once. Josh's smirk widened as he was now face to face with a cannibalistic man that had been turned by a bioweapon activated on American soil. In his experience fighting the monsters, he knew he had to turn out its lights fast. So he again lifted the cabar and rammed it into the carrier's temple with an echoing crunch. Quickly, he let go of the knife, leaving it stuck inside the creature's head as he rolled to the opposite side of the car. Jumping up, he grabbed his M4 by the barrel off the trunk of the car. On the ground, the carrier violently convulsed as Josh moved fast around the car, winding up with the rifle as if it were a 9-iron and swinging for all he was worth. The buttstock of his rifle connected solidly with the knife's hilt, driving the blade the rest of the way through the man's brain. In that moment of glory, the creature's mouth opened for a final time, letting loose an agonizing and guttural howl that pierced Josh's ears. Finally, it had stopped moving, but before it did, it had screamed loud enough that Josh knew he had to get moving. His quiet approach had failed, and soon the hangar would be overrun by packs of infected that would tear him limb to limb. He had a moment to think, but not much longer than that. Over the past few weeks, Josh had made his way to and from the museum, where the men of Team 3 had made a violent stand, protecting children as they desperately awaited exfil. Josh, after having swam ashore, he first stutter-stepped his way to the museum with hopes of joining them on a fast ride out of the city, but what he found instead was not what he had expected. After which Josh was faced with no other choice but to acquire fresh gear, food, and arms, so he could go and find them if any of his team were still alive. Josh slung open the passenger door of the old Honda Accord. Its hinges creaked like the bones of an old man. Then he heard the first infected coming. It groaned and screamed as the women, naked as the day she was born, covered in muck and blood, disfigured and badly scarred, ran through the hangar's open door. It was too late for a silent, quick exit. Even after all the painstaking efforts to conceal his hide, Josh was at the precipice of blowing the joint and heading on the inevitable journey he had been diligently preparing for. Almost as soon as the infected crossed the doorway into the hangar, Josh scooped his rifle from his back, rotating it until he was up and on target. In one fluid motion, he shot the woman twice in the forehead, then slipped the pack across his back as the woman fell dead, motionless, blood pooling around her like a dark mirror. Josh knew others would come, and he had to leave now. Tossing his pack into the backseat, he scanned the immediate area to see what else he needed, or at the least, what he was leaving behind. He could hear footsteps outside the hangar, bare feet slapping across hardened concrete. Running around the car, he slid his rifle barrel down into the front passenger floorboard as he too slipped behind the wheel. Shutting the door, he saw another infected through the windshield, but this time he had the upper hand, momentarily safe inside his car. He picked up a small remote that looked similar to a garage door opener and pressed the double black buttons. The infected stopped dead center of the hangar, oddly staring at Josh as out of nowhere. The large hangar door began to slide from one side of the hangar to the other side, opening a hole large enough a small airplane could safely fly through. The actuators moving the door were powered by a rigged battery system Josh had built in the time he had been hiding. And like he figured, it had stored enough power to open the massive door far enough that he could drive his car through before the battery died. Sliding his key into the ignition, Josh turned it and yelled out, "Suck on this, Skinwalker." Then nothing happened. His heart sank. The car should have started, but nothing happened. The infected woman, brown and red goo dripping from the sides of her sunken mouth, stared at him and then started moving forward toward the car. Son of a bitch. Josh yelled out as he tried the ignition again. Nothing. Then his eyes shifted from the carrier to the key and he noticed the issue. Wrong key. Slipping it from the ignition, he flipped the second key around the keyring and jammed it into the ignition. Just as the woman was now nearly leaned against the windshield, her mouth opening to reveal dark-stained, jagged teeth, as if she had been eating bone and rock to sustain life, he rotated the key forward and the car fired up. Stomping the gas, he dropped the transmission into gear, spinning the back tires as he laughed like an insatiable clown. Eat shit, Skinwalker. The car jumped forward, knocking the woman to the ground. She rolled out of the way, and Josh pushed the throttle hard. The car spat out onto the access runway that would, in the case of an air disaster, have given firemen a direct route to the main and tertiary runways. Sliding sideways, Josh Allman was a man possessed, and he knew he had to get his emotions under control. Without control, he might as well have stayed inside the hangar and wait for his unavoidable death. Easing back on the throttle, Josh scanned the area. He knew the access road led to the front gate, which in normal times would have been manned by 2 armed gate guards, which ironically was where he acquired his M4, Kabar, chest rig, and ammo. Losers weepers, finders keepers. The car's speed dropped to a more manageable 45 miles per hour as he traversed a slight turn with old hangars off in the distance to his left and open air and runways to his right. He had planned to gather more supplies before taking off to find Ryan Mann and the rest of his team, but he also understood that times were unstable at best, and he had to strike when the opportunity presented itself. He flipped open the glove box, allowing the weight of the contents to drop it down. Inside, he scooped out his team leader's digital mapping system that he had found weeks ago during his initial search for his team. Its power was nearly dead, but he needed to verify the last location Agent Mann plotted before he disappeared. Come on," Josh uttered as he held the power button down while driving with his knees. Within a few seconds, the screen lit blue and then blacked out with a battery symbol flashing red before the screen ultimately was rendered lifeless. Son of a... His eyes caught the fence just before he hit it. His attention was so focused on the mapping system that he ran left of center and into the grass right as he was about to exit the gate. The Honda veered left of the guardhouse, and he pulled the wheel further left just in time to punch the front end through a section of 12-foot-high chain-link fencing topped with single-strand concertina wire. Chapter 6. A Chance. Josh Allman. San Diego International Airport. East Gate. The chain link wrapped around the Honda until the left aluminum pole holding an 8-foot section of fencing snapped like a toothpick. The fencing held the 4-cylinder in place as if it were a grown man holding a small child back by its head. After the pole snapped, parts of the fencing folded under the car and grabbed the wheels, stopping the Honda in its tracks as a black, caustic smoke plumed from under the hood. Josh hung his head in disgust. Why can't I catch a fucking break? Understanding that he didn't have much time to spare, he slid over to the passenger's side, popped the door open, and stepped out after collecting his armor, rifle, and pack full of essential gear. Taking a quick knee alongside the blood-stained car, he could smell burnt copper and the synthetics on fire burning the electrical components within the engine. He reached into the passenger floorboard and snagged the digital mapping system display and stowed it inside his pack. Making a mental check of what he had, backpack, rifle mapping system, chest rig, he scanned the area for his new direction of travel that would afford him some fashion of cover and concealment. Anything that kept him away from people and upwind of anyone suspected of infection. Satellite phone would really be nice right about now, Josh quipped. His eyes searched for his route there. His mind quickly latched onto the employee overflow parking lot across the street from him. In the lot were hundreds of cars that he could use for cover as he desperately tried to find his next means of transportation. Then he heard the screams. Josh's attention was piqued as a guttural sound echoed through the parking lot. In his experience, and even taken into consideration that sound traveled vastly over open areas, Josh felt that the howling was coming from a quarter-mile away. But then he heard the gravel displacement under footsteps. Before him was a satellite overflow lot with a paved entrance. Yet shortly after entering, the sharpened new pavement transitioned to hard-packed and loose gravel. The thick gray gravel had held up over time, bearing the weight of countless cars, trucks, and SUVs while allowing for water to quickly drain back into the soil from the area's heavy spring rains. At the first car, a Toyota Tacoma older model, one that may have possibly been the first edition of its kind. A 4-cylinder stick shift without air conditioning, old plane. He took a knee, aiming his M4 down the gravelway as he listened to distinctive panting, with heavy footsteps running toward him. In the distance, a howl jumped into the air. It was ghastly, deriving from a creature who had been a man at some point in its wretched life. Then before him, he saw a young girl that he estimated to be no older than 14 appear out of the shadows, cast off by the afternoon sunlight. His thumb tapped his selector switch from safe to semi. His eyes scanned across his sights at the girl as she continued to run toward him, her heavy feet crunching the gravel below, having no clue that he was there, hunched down by the truck, using its front bumper as a rest for his M4's foregrip. He was steady and locked into a position, ready to fire. The only thing he patiently waited for was confirmation the girl was, without a doubt, infected. Having been a sniper for most of his military career, his heart rate was calm, breathing shallow as he lined up his target. It wouldn't be his first kill nor his last. Hell, if he had to kill the girl, it would be as inconsequential to him as checking his mail. 30 yards. He could see her eyes and noticed they were quite obviously not infected. Even though blood slipped from the corner of her mouth, her clothing was torn, body malnourished, and filthy. It only took that brief moment to determine that she was not only a young girl in need. She was not infected, but most likely was fleeing the rough and raging screams of a carrier stalking her. 20 yards. Gravel dust kicked up in the air, and Josh dropped his eyes into the holographic sight. Annoyed that the guard he stole the rifle from had been performing his duties with such a vanilla rifle, with zero magnifications to the sights, he made a mental note to find himself something that would afford him better standoff power. Lifting his eye to scan, double-checking over top of the shelf-bought sighting system, he needed to verify. Josh felt strongly that he had to be sure her eyes were clean of infection, as he perceived them to be at first glance. Again, they appeared to be safe, clean, healthy. The girl's eyes were vibrant and as brilliantly blue as he had ever seen. He smiled, knowing she needed help, and he was the only one that could offer it. 10 yards. Josh lowered his rifle and leaned out just enough from the bumper, allowing himself to be seen as he whistled low but high-pitched like a robin's call, just to catch her attention. The girl's eyes widened as her feet dug into the gravel, skidding to an almost terrifying stop in front of the pickup as she heard him. "Ma'am, whatever is after you, you're better off slowing down and letting me deal with it for you." Josh held his rifle across his left forearm and waved at her with his right hand. "I'm not here to hurt you, but on the flip side of that coin, I'm a nightmare for the ones infected." The girl's face went nearly pale with fright as she tried to speak. Josh spoke again. "I promise I won't hurt you, but I need you to quiet down so we can both survive this day," he explained. The girl's eyes seemed to darken the closer she became. Josh canted his head, wondering why that was, then he saw why. The shadow of a man crossed her body as she turned to look back down the gravel road. Then another new figure appeared from out of nowhere. Josh didn't have time to think. He simply stepped out and in front of the girl as she had finally passed the front of the old Toyota. With his right hand, he lifted his rifle and exhaled. During the natural pause of his breathing, Josh pulled the trigger. His M4 snapped back as he sent multiple 5.56 rounds downrange. The pair of bullets found their marks, both landing in the right orbital socket of a man screaming with dark goo flowing from between his teeth as his arms had reached out, as if to grab the girl, even though the carrier was still 20 yards away. The man's naked body fell to the ground in an odd contortion that gushed bright red blood across the gray gravel. "Stay behind me," Josh yelled out, but only loud enough to get his adamant point across to the girl. She complied almost too well. As Josh transitioned from one target to a second, he felt her body nudging up against his, her breath on his neck as she tried desperately to hide her face to the side of his pack. He elbowed her back, just a hair, not hard, but enough to give him space as he leveled his rifle on the second man and pulled the trigger. That man fell dead in his tracks and rolled out of view under an old Cadillac DeVille. The girl cried. Her whimpering was beginning to fade as Josh scanned the area for any other threats while a thin white smoke slipped from his rifle's barrel. In the back of his mind, he hoped the girl would just keep going so he could move forward with his day. Intimately, he knew what the right thing to do was, but he also understood the totality of what was taking place within his land of freedom. Was the girl worth his time? Would she help or hinder his cause? Those were questions he needed answered, but that would only come with time and trust. "Hey," Josh said, his eyes scanning in and around the cars. Seeing nothing, no other threats, he finally locked eyes with the girl. "You're safe now, but I need you to hold your emotions in until I can get us out of here." "Are you fucking insane?" She took deep, labored breaths as she stepped back from Josh and bent over, almost hyperventilating. "Those things were trying to eat me." Josh picked up on her verbiage and redirected his thought process. "Were you bitten? Be honest. I can't help you if you can't be honest with me." "No, they never got close enough," she replied as she scanned her arms, running her hands and fingers across the exposed parts of her body as she double-checked. "But we can't go that way, not now, not ever," she stammered. "We can't go the way you're headed either, trust me on that," Josh replied. "Then where the hell can we go?" the girl yelled as she continued to gasp for air. Her hands now on top of her head, she stood yet still looked up to Josh. Her 5-foot frame was frail, dark brown hair full of mats and knotted mud. Josh held his tongue. He could tell the young girl was not only frightened but nearly scared to death. It was readily apparent she was on her own and hadn't eaten in days. Thinking quickly, he had to find them transportation, but also calm the girl down so as not to attract any more attention their way. The gunshots would be enough to gain purchase with any close-by carriers. They didn't need her behavior to add to the cause. Taking a quick knee, Josh rotated his backpack off and slipped his hand deep inside. Tears slipped from the girl's eyes as she knelt next to Josh and started to pray, her lips moving without uttering a word. "I bet you're hungry." Josh handed her a brownie batter-flavored built puff protein bar. He wanted to calm the girl while also occupy her mind, so he slipped her some food, understanding that her need for food would supersede her fear. Her eyes lit up, her lips stopped moving, then she snatched the bar from his grip. He smiled, stood up, and replaced his pack on his back. "I've got more food and water. I just need you to keep quiet while I find us a ride. Can you do that?" Brown chocolate smeared the corner of her mouth as she nodded with content. "I bet I can shut the hell up if you can get us out of here," she mumbled. "Well, keep an eye out, and if you see anything worse than a wanderer, let me know as quick as you can." Dropping the wrapper to the ground, she touched his shoulder as he turned away. "Who are you?" Josh paused briefly. "This may mean nothing to you now, but in time it will all make sense. But I'm a protocol agent. Name's Allman, Josh Allman. I've been on the ground here for weeks, not of my own choosing." The girl half smiled, her head rotating to look behind her with paranoia. "I'm Kate. I've been on my own for what feels like forever." The girl was near panic, but as she looked as Josh Allman in what was left of his governmental uniform, she began to find a little peace. "Can I please stay with you? Wherever you go, for Christ's sake, take me with you." Josh nodded, knowing it was the right thing to do. It wasn't the easiest route to take, but doing the right thing never was. He wondered if she was worth the effort and time as circumstances rapidly evolved around them. In the end, he had to take the chance. After all, he was a soldier at heart, and protecting those who couldn't protect themselves was what he was born to do. Chapter 7. New Ride. Josh Allman. San Diego International Airport. Eastgate employee overflow parking. Staring over the parking lot, Josh scanned for a vehicle he felt he could get running the quickest. Sedan, SUV, pickup, it made no difference to him. It just needed to start and get him and his new friend the hell out of town. His mind reeled with how Mark Moon had hotwired that Silverado, the one that carried them to the bay. Moon had simply isolated the battery, ignition, and starter wires, then voila, the truck fired right up. Like a magic trick, it seemed simple enough. So he believed, yet in all his heydays as a hard-headed teenager, he had never hotwired a car before. Kate stepped around Josh and patiently waited for something to happen, noticing black and gray smoke just on the horizon. Screams echoed in the distance, but not from a howler or any carrier. Unbeknown to Josh and Kate, the ghastly sounds were from within the fire spreading through an abandoned apartment complex, killing infected and civilians alike. Especially in the collapsing world, no one could escape tragedy. Kate zeroed in on Josh as he began checking door handles. The man weaved in and out of parked cars, row after row, until suddenly he found an unlocked door, a driver's door of an old BMW M2. Brand new, the car would have sold for nearly $100,000, but now it was nothing more than a paperweight with a value that lay only in the eyes of the beholder, and Josh and Kate now had access to it. Josh dropped his pack next to the front tire and laid his rifle on the shimmering black roof before sliding behind the wheel. Quickly, he dropped the visor, both of them. Then he dropped the glove box, looking for any sign of a key. There's got to be one here somewhere. Kate opened the passenger door and joined in the hunt. Josh turned his focus to the armrest, opened it, then tossed out a pair of readers, a variety of pens, and finally the felt-lined plastic insert concealing the deeper portion of the compartment. His eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. "Bingo," he uttered. Lying barrel down was a Smith & Wesson snub nose .38. "You know how to shoot?" he asked Kate as he fished the pistol out, cracked open the cylinder, and rolled the wheel, smiling at the 5 rounds that were loaded. "No, my daddy would never have approved." "Well, what your daddy don't know won't hurt him, now will it?" he replied with a wink. "My dad wouldn't feel any more pain, you prick. They ate him last week." Josh bit the inside of his cheek to keep himself from everything. The pain, the walk down memory lane, the fact he was now saddled up with a kid that had no one left in the world. A mouthy one at that. He bit the inside of his cheek until he could taste the copper of his own blood. He was tired. The last month of his life had not been an easy one. The mission to find the wayward doctor had come at the pinnacle of the worst time in his life. Or had it? Josh Allman had taken an early retirement after his wife had been first diagnosed. But even though he had young children and a looming death sentence hanging over his wife, his skill set as a sniper was so sought after, they offered him a spot as a protocol agent. It wasn't often that government threw their skilled soldiers a bone, but when it came to special operations, that was a different story. 10 days prior to the assault on the Naval Medical Center San Diego, Josh Allman's wife, Amy, was buried in an old and small family cemetery off of Old Kings Road near Flagler Beach, about 35 miles north of his home in New Smyrna. Focusing on Kate, he replied, "I'm sorry you're alone, but you don't have to be anymore. I'm headed out of here." "Where to? Where can we go that those things won't find us?" Kate snapped. Her eyes were frightened and sad all at once. Josh leaned out of the car and slipped the revolver into his pack, took a breath, and then found himself staring at Kate. She was young and frail. His wife would want him to protect the kid, so in that moment he made that promise to himself. He would do everything he could to get the girl to safety or die trying. "All we have to do is put one foot in front of the other until we have made it clear of this city. Then, with a little luck and help from God, we can get to the front lines where other soldiers will help us." "God, you think he's here? Look around us, Mr. Allman. God left this town a long time ago. All I see is death and destruction. Look out there." Kate pointed through the windshield at the caustic plumes of black smoke swirling into the sky on the horizon, her face deadpanned. "My entire family is gone, nothing more than ash in the wind, and you say with a little help." Josh leaned over and simply hugged the girl. He pulled her in tight and held her in an embrace as he spoke softly in her ear. "But you're still alive, and God sent me to take you home." He knew how that sounded and hoped she took it the way he intended for her to digest what he had said. "The world is falling apart around us, and it would be the simplest of things to give up, lay down, and die, but our families wouldn't want that now, would they?" Kate shivered in his arms as she began to sob. Much-needed tears of stressful release slipped down her face, soaking Josh's t-shirt. There's no rhyme or reason for what is taking place. You can call it biblical times, Armageddon, or the end of the world. It doesn't matter, but what makes the difference is how we deal with what's thrown at us. He pulled away from her slowly, leaving the two face to face. "I'm not a huge believer, but I can tell you this. God gave me a skill set that I intend to put to work to keep us both safe." Using the back of her hand, Kate wiped her face and took a few breaths. "Are you alone, too? Your family, are they?" "My wife is gone, yes. Buried her not long ago, but my boys, God willing, are still alive. One is not much older than you, and I intend to introduce you to them, so how about we get this car started and get out of here?" She nodded and wiped the remaining tears from her cheeks. Josh sat back in the driver's seat and looked at the steering column. There was no place to slide a key into. The ignition was push-button and down by the center console's gear shift. He closed his eyes, pissed off, and was now wondering if he should still yank the wires from the column from under the dash or start near the push-button ignition. Moon had made it look so easy, so effortless and elementary. He was now starting to sweat, to doubt his ability to hotwire any car, let alone that BMW. "What's this do?" Kate asked as she held up a key fob she had fished out from the redundant map holder molded within the passenger side door. Josh instantly knew the fob was a key puck, and with the puck inside the car, all he had to do was step on the brake, check, and push the ignition switch, check. Nothing happened. Son of a bitch. Josh yelled as he yanked on the steering wheel out of frustration, ready to rip it completely off the steering column. Kate looked at the fob, noticing on the backside was a Chevrolet emblem. Her fingers slid across the inlaid buttons, and then she pushed the button twice, labeled X2. Out of nowhere, a blacked-out Chevy Colorado parked next to them came to life. Its front yellow running lights turned on, and even through the interior of the BMW, Josh and Kate could hear the whine of the turbo engine warming up. Josh's jaw gaped, eyes shifting over to the truck. "You've got to be kidding me," he said rhetorically. "Did that just happen?" Kate looked at the fob and smiled, then handed it to Josh. "Looks like we found our ride. What are we waiting for? Let's get going." Josh nodded with a devilish grin. He pushed the driver's door further open until he could jump out. Collecting his gear, he slid around to the driver's door of the Colorado Crew Cab Trail Boss Edition. The rear door opened, and he positioned his pack where he could still reach it from the driver's seat, his rifle barrel down into the front passenger floorboard. Both Josh and Kate then stepped up into the truck, shutting the doors as he pondered what to do with the .38 snub nose. To hell with it, he thought. His right hand slid into the pack behind him, pulling out two things, the mapping system and the revolver, still held firmly in the Kydex holster he had found it secured within. Placing the digital mapping system in between his legs, Josh handed Kate the revolver. "You don't have to use it, but if you need it, you'll have it." She accepted the gift with bemused wonder. "All you have to do is point and pull. Make sure the barrel is on the target and pull that trigger back until it goes bang. It's that simple." In that moment, Kate felt a glimmer of hope, of love, of a feeling she thought had died with her father as the carriers took him away. She felt that Josh was indeed a man of his word, one that was now, and in the future, looking out for her. Josh motioned to her hip. "That holster is designed to slide inside your pants on the right side and clip onto an exterior belt if you had one. Now, if anything happens to me, you can defend yourself. Just don't be pointing that thing in my direction," he joked, trying to keep the moment light. Josh turned to the mapping system, the Colorado's engine running, air flowing, and static filling the speakers. He pushed the power button to the radio to turn it off, and found himself wondering if he could figure out a way to use the vehicle's battery to charge his much-needed digital mapping system. Then he set the map down and decided to simply drive off and leave the area before he fooled with it. That was when Kate asked the fabled question. "Mr. Allman," she paused and took a breath as the truck moved forward, wheels turning north. "I told you none of my family were left. My father was dead, and they took both my parents." "Spit it out, what's on your mind?" "I know where my mom is, but she can't survive there much longer. Will you help me go get her?" Chapter 8. One Day at a Time. Mark Moon. USNS Mercy. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 30 April 2025. Mark walked briskly from one end of the freshly polished hallway to the other, only stumbling as the ship rocked slightly in the seas. It wasn't his first time without the assistance of his walker, but it was by far his best effort up until that point. The smile on his face spoke volumes, even coming across a bit pompous, or so his therapist had notated at the end of their session. "That's good for today. I think you've earned yourself a nice steak dinner, or at least I'll ask them to bring you one." Jessica laughed as she motioned for him to sit in the wheelchair, allowing her to take him back to his hospital room. He shook his head. "Ain't sitting in that thing anymore, Doc. Can't do it, won't do it. I'm good to go, ready to get back in the fight. I just need you to sign off on some paperwork." "Look at you, I can tell you've made tremendous improvements. How about you do me a big favor then? Just use the handles on the back of the chair and wheel it on to your room for me. That way I don't get skinned alive by my boss." "Deal," Mark Moon snapped with a laugh. His body was feeling top-notch, or at least up to par for him. It was nearly back to his old operator self, with still some room for improvement. "So, on a scale of 100, what percentage are you feeling as compared to before the incident?" "Incident? She always calls it that. I wonder why that's her go-to professional word." "Incident? More like, how are you doing now as compared to when you fucking died?" Moon didn't want to answer. She grinned. "I can see your wheels turning, but be honest, I need a fair and accurate estimate. Just like every other day, today is no different." Mark smirked. He was feeling good, not like a 20-year-old again, but in his mind, good was good enough. He thought about her words briefly before he finally replied. "Yet today is different. It's very different, Doc. Every day I move past the day I died makes me a new man, a better man. You've said as much, but of course I'm paraphrasing." "Mark, you're showing great improvement. Even your voice seems to be healthy again. I just don't want you to overdo it." When a coma patient wakes up, a lot of the speed of recovery, or any form of recovery in itself, has to do with mechanism of injury, prior lifestyle, and fitness. Yeah, giving me the old brush off again," he snorted. "Not at all, and you know it. Like Dr. Cho detailed to you before, and all of the military personnel caring for you did. The biggest factor you have in your favor was the cool temperature of the water, time you were without oxygen, and your fitness level before the incident." "Incident? There it is again. We know the temperature of the water, that's a finite detail. We even have fitness tests and workouts logged over the last 10+ years that have helped us quantify your fitness. The only unknown was how long you were actually underwater without oxygen, and that is why we go slow and gauge how you respond. One day at a time, my friend. Mark Moon was not that patient of a man. He rolled his eyes and then bit his tongue. He had been awake for damn near a full week, and he was starting to go stir crazy. Was he 100%? No, absolutely not. But he never was to begin with and never would be again. He was 40 years old, not 60, and had lived a warrior's lifestyle that included fitness and recovery for decades. Stepping in his room, Moon noticed director Yorji standing by the bed staring up at the small plasma screen TV Moon typically watched Netflix on. Moon shook his head. Well, sir, didn't I just see you yesterday? I'm starting to think you actually do like me, but then I recalled our time in Iraq together. I think that one was in 5, when I took a shit by that boulder under fire and you slipped in it. And I'll never get that smell out of my nostrils, Yorji quipped. Jessica looked at both men and simply laughed at the thick and unhealthy bravado. I'll leave you boys to play. Same time tomorrow morning, Mark, don't be late. Don't be late, she's a real comedian, he thought. Just sign me off and you can go about your life, Doc, he yelled out as she let the door shut behind her on her way out. Moon took a deep breath. He was about to beg for the first time in his life, and he wasn't proud of it when director Yorji turned the television up and spoke. You need to hear this before you ask me for what I know is coming. Breaking news: the CDC has issued a warning to avoid contact with people at all costs. This comes on the heels of 2 major events now unfolding. Texas, largest evacuation site in Houston, has been overrun by infected. The Aries plague has now completely engulfed the Lone Star State. That has led the president to expand martial law from its original 23 states to the entire continental United States. Hopes of containment are dwindling amidst rumors that there's no cure for Aries. Director Yorji lifted the small black remote and tapped mute. He took a moment to roll his toothpick across his mouth and looked at the stoic expression of Moon's weathered face. I've spoken with Dr. Cho, and your scans are clean. Your MRI looks good for an old warfighter that's been through hell and back like you most certainly have. CT scan was also clear and blood work showed nothing abnormal. So you'll put me in. Choosing his words, Yorji had a plan. It may not be the one higher-ups would approve of or the plan Moon wanted, but it was a plan nonetheless. He opened his right hand, gesturing for Moon to take a seat. Mark Moon wanted to say no, but beggars could never be choosers. He complied, opening his ears as he sat, choosing to listen rather than talk. We both are getting long in the tooth for this type of shit, Yorji explained. But the truth of the matter is simple. You won't take no for an answer. It's my job not only to protect you, but to protect all my men with Protocol 9. This is and always has been a monumental task, one that you may not see the exact efforts I put forth, but rest assured, I have been making those calls until I'm blue in the face. Get me a ride in and I'll do the rest, Moon uttered, his hands noticeably damp with sweat. First, understand that evacuation zones are falling not just in Texas but all over. We are maxed out on abilities to fly you anywhere, which is why I have yet to leave this ship. Moon's face queered. He never thought about those factors. Ever since the incident, his world had been the hospital ship in his room. In his haste to build himself back, he hadn't necessarily forgotten about what was going on in the world, but his blinders were definitely on, focused on his mission at hand. That's right, I've been on board since you arrived. There's almost no way off. All hellos are tasked out. CSAR birds aren't even being launched when we lose a plane now. Think about that. We are at war on 4 fronts, with the infected, with local yahoos, with the Aries plague itself, and with the Russians. Our biggest saving grace is that, with some exceptions like suicide squads, the Russians won't step foot on American soil. They set the virus free and are now kicked back and watching the slow and painful demise of their most hated enemy, the United States of America. Moon looked toward the counter, then stood and walked over, picking up a pitcher of water and a glass. He filled the glass and then chugged the cool water down. It's a lot to digest. We lost a lot of teams on that mission, not just your men, but most all of the supporting teams were KIA, with a handful labeled as MIA. Right now, if I had choppers. Director, Moon began. We've come way too far and chewed too much of the same soil for you to be politically correct. It's not your style nor mine. I can't do what you want me to do. It's simply not possible, Yorji explained. Moon deadpanned the television as the sound remained muted. On the screen, he noticed an apartment complex on fire, and he found himself wondering where that was if people got out. And then his heart sank as he realized there were 0 first responders on scene. Not one cop, not a fire truck, not a medic, no one was there to help. Society, as he understood it, was collapsing. He shifted his gaze back to director Yorgi. "Will, we've known each other for how long?" "At least 20 years, give or take." "That's a long time, most all of my adult life, yours too." I stand here looking at that fire on the tube and realize no one is going to save those people. There's not a fireman, paramedic, or cop to be found. No one. But then I think if it's all ending, if civilization is at a fork in the road, then what does it matter what you allow or don't allow me to do? "I understand," Yorgi said. "No, you don't." "Let me finish, and I'll only say this once," Moon explained. "There's no one coming to save the people in that fire. There's no one coming to help us, to kill the Russians, to solve our issues, but my men are still out there, still in survival mode. I know you intimately recall what it was like to be a ranger." "You know I do." "When SEALs are in contact and need help, who do they call?" Moon asked. "Rangers." "When Delta operators get hemmed up?" Yorgi smiled, knowing exactly where the conversation was leading. "They call Rangers." "And when Rangers are in trouble?" "They call more Rangers," Yorgi snapped. "And my men are still out there in trouble, and I'm going to find them. Most of them are old Rangers, and they need this old Ranger to bring the pain. They need a ride out, and I'm going to bring it to them. I promised them I would, and by God I aim to fulfill that promise." Director Yorgi nodded. Moon stepped towards the director. "I have nothing left for this world other than that. I have lived the Ranger creed every day for decades, and I will not leave a man behind, though I be the lone survivor." Yorgi flipped a silver-top can of Copenhagen to Moon, and as Moon caught the can, Yorgi replied, "And that, my friend, is why I commandeered a boat for us." "Boat?" Moon's eyes widened. "Did you say boat?" "Yeah, you just wouldn't let me finish. Maybe I got long-winded, but you needed to vent, so I let you vomit words. What I was trying to explain was yes, there are no choppers to be had, our mission is shit right now, and we lost a lot of men. We have most of our eggs in the basket that Dr. Avocarter is going to find a cure. I won't hold my breath. But I found us a boat and have been gathering supplies so I can accompany you and Walker on a Hail Mary mission to find all the missing protocol agents." "The 3 of us," Moon smiled, his heart settling as a soothing warmth covered his body like a blanket. "It wasn't easy and not necessarily on the level, but I found one that, weather permitting, will get us ashore, and Walker's been gearing it up ever since. Our only issue is clearance, which I'm still trying to get, but regardless, we'll shove off under the cover of darkness. Which night will solely depend on you and how you've recovered." Chapter 9. Nightmares. Mark Moon. USNS Mercy. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 12 hours 1 May 2025. "Fall back," a voice screamed over to young Buck Sergeant Mark Moon. His ears rang and body ached. Mark stepped left and dumped a magazine of 5.56 through his M4, spraying the entryway of the mud hooch. Even though it was too late, his rounds found their target, just as the foreign fighter detonated his suicide vest. The explosion ripped through the air, quaking the sandy ground as it catapulted Moon head over feet 30 yards to his rear. His eyes stared up at a brown haze amidst the blue cloudless sky. Coughing, he couldn't hear anything other than an incessant ringing, but not like before the explosion. Now it was all-encompassing and unbearable. Blood slipped between his fingers, gloves shredded, bones visible with pieces of flesh dangling as he found himself oddly staring at the obtuse scene. Then out of nowhere, the ringing was replaced with the soft voice of his mother. "I told you you'd get killed, Mark. Why couldn't you trust your mother? Why did you have to die? What will come of the family now? You didn't have to die in that godforsaken place." Mark shot up in bed. His heart raced and sweat dripped down his face, shirt soaked to the bone. He quickly tossed the thin hospital blanket from his legs and rotated his body to the edge, feet flush on the floor. His eyes became aware that his left sock was one size too large and felt sloppy against his skin. Wiping his face, he stood and walked to the door. It had been several days since he had been tethered to the bed by IV lines and a heart monitor. Moon shuffled his socked feet across the slick floor, opened the door, and peeked out into the hallway. The lights were dim as if they were purposely conserving power, and the nurse's station was manned by a skeleton crew. Mark looked down at the left sock. It It drooped like a dirty diaper, and it annoyed him more than he had thought it should. Stepping out in the hallway, he shuffled over to the desk just as the nurse behind it acknowledged him. "Mr. Moon, you should be asleep right now." She noticed his red eyes and glistening skin covered in sweat. "Bad dreams." He huffed, blowing a deep breath out. "You could say that. Can I get you something to help you sleep?" He knew that old line, a pill here and a pill there kept Mr. Moon where they wanted him. Just water and some new socks for Christ's sake. She stood and leaned over the counter, staring down at his feet. "Well, whoever did that to you should be shot." "Amen." "Joking, Mr. Moon, just a joke to lighten the air. But how about a size?" She peered at him for the appropriate answer. "Maybe a pair of extra large." "Nah, that's what the left one is. That's why the damn thing won't stay up. It's god-awful." "I see," the nurse replied, and then reached under the counter and pulled a fresh pair of blue socks, wrapped in plastic, the bottoms skid-resistant, labeled large. She handed them across the counter. "Now, are you going to behave yourself and get back in your room? I still can bring you something to help you sleep. It's up to you." "Just the socks, ma'am," he replied as if he were the famous Detective Friday stating, "Just the facts, ma'am." Understanding the joke, she laughed. He smiled and turned back to his room. His eyes rolled back and forth, scanning the hallway, looking for an avenue of escape. All he could think of was getting off that ship and heading for shore. His men were out there in the city, and in that moment his thoughts turned to Ryan Mann. Younger than Moon, but still an experienced warfighter. Was he still alive? Was his team leader and friend Ryan able to save those kids? Guilt slipped over him like a plastic bag, and he felt like he would suffocate. Why was he alive? Why had God chosen Mark Moon to be saved? Just like for most people in life, why was the question he would never have a satisfiable answer to? He would be forced to live his life without knowing the answers until he went back to the city to look for his men. "Mark, what are you doing up?" Walker called out as he turned the corner of the hallway. Looking forward, Mark Moon smiled as his friend neared. "Well, I was looking for your mom, but she doesn't go on break for another hour." "Funny, but why are you in the hall?" Walker asked. "Socks," Moon replied, holding up his fresh pair. "Maybe being a burner keeps you in the dark, but I'll fill you in. I got a thing for socks." "Like fetish?" "No, you fool. It goes back to the first time I was in Africa and we humped through the Sahara, but that's a long story. The bottom line is I can't stand to have wet feet, wet socks, socks that aren't lined up properly across my toes, socks that don't fit, socks that have holes in them, socks that are freaking not the way I like them, period." "Ah, so you have OCD on top of PTSD. Great, that sounds par for the course," Walker explained. "Why are you up at 0:30? Moon asked, shifting his eyes around to see if any lingering ears were listening. "I came to check on you," Walker replied. "So what you're really saying is you're having dreams too," Moon replied, laying it all out for both of them to understand that neither of them were alone. "Well, aren't you the astute one?" Walker joked. The hallway rocked, just enough from side to side, to remind the men they were on a hospital ship in the middle of the Pacific. Moon stepped closer, then past his friend as he pushed open his room door, holding it as he gestured for Walker to step inside. Walker did, and Moon followed him, allowing the door to shut firmly behind the men. Moon didn't even let Walker get turned around before he spoke again. "It's time, brother. Let's get the gear and go find our friends." "Slow your roll. We still need the director to work his political back doors," Walker replied. "We are close, but if we push off at the wrong moment, security patrols will blow us out of the damn ocean." "I don't follow," Moon replied, his eyes squinting as if he were skeptical or confused. "We have a boat, that's true. It's a twin-engine SWCC boat called a Riverine. We were able to acquire it from a ship that's running security for the hospital. And speaking of security, there are patrol boats ranging from Tomahawk-carrying subs to 3 different battleships that are working security sectors for the hospital. So if we launch without warning, it's likely we get blown to Kingdom Come, and that's no bueno." "I should have thought of that, but I've been so focused on going back and that I didn't stop to think about the logistics. That's on me, I'm sorry." Moon sat in the chair against the wall, dejected. Then the door opened, and in walked Director Yorgi with a smile cracked from ear to ear, and his step was vibrant. Mark looked over and knew he was about to either have a rougher morning than he had already had, or it was about to. "Boys, it's go time. I hope you got some sleep, because I just got us clearance to head back into the fight," Yorgi announced. Chapter 10. Salt air is fresh air. Mark Moon. USNS Mercy. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 1:31 May 2025. Stepping aboard the SWCC Riverine, Mark Moon noticed a young blonde-haired man behind the helm. He wore the same plate carrier, chest rig as him but a darker shade of gray. His leg holster held a SIG versus a Glock like his, but other than those small facts, they could have come from the same unit back in the day. Name's Luke Williams, I'll be your driver today, boys. The man stepped back from the controls and held out his gloved hand. They call me California on account of the hair and how much I like to surf. Jump on in and I'll give you the $2 tour. Mark took his hand. Mark Moon, the asshole behind me is Walker. Walker waved as he stepped aboard and then shook Luke's hand too. The other guy is. Luke finished Moon's sentence for him. Good to see you again, Director. With all three men now aboard, geared up and ready to get after it, Luke showed the men where they could stow the extra gear and then gave them a minute to look around as he spoke. This boat is a fast machine and violent as hell. She's 33 feet long, running on twin 440s with a beam of nearly 10 feet. This fine machine drafts in as little water as 24 inches too, which is crazy when you think about it. Moon smiled as he was able to follow along with exactly what the sailor was explaining. His personal boat drafted in 6 inches of water, so 24 for such a large and heavy boat was an incredible feat of modern boat design. Luke could tell Moon was intently listening, maybe even more so than the others as they dropped their gear. This thing's a river boat, designed for just that, rivers. Typically, we would short haul it under a sea stallion and have it dropped inland, but that's not happening today. Today, instead of myself and 3 gunners delivering a team of SEALs, I get to run this beast Han Solo 70 nautical miles through big-ass waves to your drop-off point. Sounds fun, I'm psyched, Walker added sarcastically as he laughed. Luke laughed too. No shit, it don't sound fun, but it's the game we're about to run. My job is to get you there safe and sound, that's about it. And you can take that to the bank. Now we're doomed, Moon joked. Luke laughed again. Good fun, but do you know why this is gonna be off the chain? Anyone? I'll tell you why. This is the only boat that can get you where you need to go that was readily available. Its range is 124 nautical miles, meaning anyone, Bueller. If we are 70 miles out, Moon said. Nautical miles, Luke added. Details matter, but we all know that. Right, 70 nautical miles offshore. That means we will need to refuel in order to get back, Moon replied, and in that moment he realized that simple fact just changed everything. Would they have to refuel the boat so the helmsman could leave? Would Luke stay with them, or would he stay on station with the boat? Like a chopper would fly racetracks high above the battle until the signal was given for pickup. He understood fully that his mission would not be short in nature, so he would assume that Luke would boat his way back to the fleet as soon as he could, resulting in a dump and run. That, my friends, changes things dramatically, and before we shove off, I need us all to be on board with several facts, so to speak. First, I'm a bit of an idiot that volunteered for this mission, and to be clear, no other SWCC driver wanted it. Second, it's 70 miles. Nautical miles, Moon added with a smirk. You're going to be fun to work with, I can tell already, Luke joked back. 70 nautical miles means I'm staying with you guys till the end. Not on station, but from Jump Street, I'll be walking step for step with you 3 amigos until either we all die or a cure is found, whichever comes first. But I'm not banking on making it to see my 30th, which is fine. I've lived a great life thus far, why not go out with a bang? I'd rather help you guys go find your boys. The director was kind enough to explain why on God's green earth he needed me to pilot this tugboat all the way back to where the infection began. So I looked at you 3 fine men and told myself, they'll most likely need me, even if they don't know it yet. You can bet the farm on it. Moon smirked. How'd you make your way to a SWCC team, if you don't mind me asking? Luke knew the answer would result in the judgment all the men were about to make. Everyone on the planet judged books by their cover, so Luke understood the men would judge him as a young outsider, with golden locks for hair, a surfing background, and a smart mouth. First impressions always mattered. Until now, 3 times through Hell Week and still, pool comp got me. Yet the cadre saw I would be a good fit for SWCC, so they gave me the chance, and wouldn't you know it, I got picked up. Been a boat driver ever since. Moon looked back at Walker and Yorji. They all smiled with a curt nod. Okay, boatman, you're on our team, if you don't already have an M4 on the boat. Luke lifted the bench seat next to the helm, giving the men a view of his gear. Inside were a variety of tricked-out rifles, a go bag, ammo, and chest rigs with flotation devices built in. Looks like you do, Moon finished. What about comms? Luke pointed to the overhead compartment and then to the center console. I have direct communications with the fleet. That's not to say they'll come blazing in to help us, but at least we won't be in the dark. Do you have a route planned yet? Yorji asked over their shoulders. Sure do, Luke replied and waved them over to the avionics. Clicking through the map systems, Luke pointed out areas they would be passing and stopped at a canal that ran off the main body of most southeastern part of San Diego Bay. Here, he pointed. That's where I'll skinny this boat into and hide. The tides will allow it to set on the mud bottom at low tide and float while roped, but under the cover of the tree canopy and high walls. It's perfect, but I can net it before we beat feet. So all we'll need is gas in order to exfil, Walker said. Well, no, we'll have plenty of gas to get out of town, just not enough to get back to the ships. We have options, but if we want to swiftly E back to the ship, it's going to be a circus. But let's cross that bridge when we get there. Moon had been listening intently, and without a doubt, he knew Luke would fit in with them, and that, in fact, was most likely why Yorji reached out to the kid. Now if Luke could drive the boat half as good as he could speak, they were in for one hell of a ride. Even though he was comfortable with Luke, he had to address one issue. There's just one problem with the plan. What's that? Luke questioned, face concerned, sweat glistening on his forehead. That channel or canal you pointed out, it's near Chula Vista, which is a long hike to where we last saw our guys at the museum down the bay from San Diego. I get that it affords us a place to hide the boat, but we need to get closer to the airport, or it will be all for nothing. Luke scratched his jaw and turned back to the map. I was going off the intel I had, but this is good. Point to where you need to get. Moon leaned over and, using his index finger, pointed to the area where the Naval Medical Center San Diego was located, and then drew an invisible line to where the San Diego Natural History Museum was located. There. We assaulted the hospital and ended up at that museum. I left my guys on that rooftop with a promise that I'd get a chopper on its way back for them. Luke glanced the map, zooming in and rotating. Look, boys, I'm here for you and I'll land us wherever you guys see fit. Get us further north near the airport, please, Yorji added, agreeing with Moon. Luke surveyed the map again. How about we have a primary dock outside the Coast Guard Station San Diego, which is there. He pointed below the airport, almost at the airport, and a tertiary docking location off the county pier, across that fat part of the bay. That will give us two of our best options to not only dump off, but tie up with hopes that some asshole won't come by and either try to steal our ride or blow this bitch sky high. Luke then dropped a waypoint near the county pier and one by the Coast Guard station. Moon nodded in agreement, glancing at the others to verify they were all in agreement. That sounds like a plan, my friend. He stepped from the console, with every bit of faith in Luke that he had in Yorji and Walker. Then let's light this candle. Do you mind helping me with the bow lines? Luke asked. Moon nodded again, and with a brief thought, he turned back to Luke. You know, California fits you so well, Luke. Yep, we'll call you that from now on, until you do something fucked up to earn a new one, that is. He laughed. Mark Moon shuffled to the bow, tossing off a pair of shorelines. His back was sore and weak under the weight of his chest rig, ammo, and mission-essential gear. He would take it off for the ride, but only after they got moving. It hadn't been that long since he was on mission, but to him it felt like a lifetime ago. Yet he was excited to go back into the fray just one more time. He was eager to go find his men and the other missing, as were the rest of the boat crew. Hey, Walker yelled out to Moon, you good on the bow? Moon gave his hang loose sign, followed by a thumbs up. Stepping back to the helm, he looked to the SWCC boat driver. California's in charge now. He has the boat. We're just along for the ride. Then lightning popped in the distance as thick black clouds seemed to be rolling inland. Each man looked up in the sky as California maneuvered the boat from the belly of the hospital ship. It was near 2 a.m., and Moon knew exactly what he was about to do. Get some shut-eye until he had to gear up and ready himself to deploy. Chapter 11. The Black Pearl. Mark Moon. SWCC Riverine. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 4:15 hours, 1 May 2025. Wake up, boys, California yelled from the helm as waves crashed over the bow, spraying salt water across the men as they had already been jolted from their slumbers. Yorgi stood and balanced himself with the waist-high metal bar running the length of the captain's bench seat. Moon and Walker both followed Director Yorgi's actions, their knees flexing within the peaks and valleys of the brutal ocean waves. It seemed that just a few minutes ago, the gentle rocking of the ocean had lulled them to sleep, even though now the ocean's fury was violently upon them. "Clip in, boys, we are in for a rough ride," California called out, then pointed. "Next to the seats, strap in." All three men did as instructed, locating red lines that were akin to their hello straps, picking up the free ends, and clipping them to the D-rings on their belts. Moon looked out into the darkest night he'd seen in years. The only light came from within the lightning strikes around them. "We're fucked," he thought while laughing. "All that anguish over not being able to go back to the infected city to find my boys, and it was all for nothing." He took a deep breath just as a rogue wave slapped the bow. Saltwater sprayed the air, and Moon found himself coughing, gagging, laughing, and damn near choking on the ocean liquid that had tried to kill him once before. "We've got about an hour or less to go. I'm trying to get us around that massive shit pile right there." California motioned toward the starboard side, where in the near distance a diabolical black and gray waterspout roared like an F5 tornado ripping across a Kansas farm. The boat tossed in the air, and all four men found themselves momentarily floating in the air, defying gravity as the boat dropped into the valley of a dark wave. "Come on, baby, don't flip, California yelled at the boat, seemingly willing it to remain seaworthy within the storm as water poured from his helmet and face, his body soaked, leaving him with only laughter to accept the violence that was headed their way. He wheeled the boat left and right, pushing the throttles to pull power, and then out of nowhere he called out to Moon. "Hey Moon, you know what they call this boat?" Moon was shocked the driver could do anything other than drive under the severe conditions. "No, what?" Water sprayed him again. His knuckles were white from gripping the safety bar so tight. The boat launched into the air as it crested the top of a new wave, the men again free-falling as the boat dropped into the ditch of a second wave. California's knees buckled as he flexed his legs with the impact. Standing tall, he again gave the boat full power. The motors could barely be heard over the ocean's fury. "We call it the Black Pearl, can you believe that shit? We named this river boat after a fucking pirate ship Johnny Depp could never tame." The boat listed from port to starboard like a violent seesaw, back and forth as California manned the helm, seemingly unfazed by anything nature threw at him. The man was crazed, one with the elements as if they were second nature for him. Moon was about to puke and couldn't believe the ice flowing through California's veins. "I loved those movies, but how about you concentrate?" "To hell with that, Moon, we're either going straight through this bitch or sinking. This nasty bitch won't let us go around. There's really no other way now, so how about we have a little bit of comedy before we die," California quipped. His hands and body moved in flawless motion with the boat, as if he were one with the machine. Lightning jumped in the clouds, illuminating the waterspout still barreling down on the men. Moon glanced off at the funnel. Its tubular death linked the vile ocean with the demonic sky like a ladder from hell. He wanted to say more to the driver, but he had nothing. Demonic and cruel waves were pushing them toward the funnel, and the funnel was shifting toward them. The collision was almost inevitable, or so he believed. Suddenly, without reason, the wind shifted, now pushing toward the dark and ominous funnel cloud. California's eyes widened. He had a thought, and his opportunity was now. He just needed an extra hand, but they had to act fast. Moon felt a hand tugging at his shoulder straps and turned back toward the bow to see the driver pulling on him. "What's up?" he yelled. Salty ocean water sprayed his face, stinging his eyes, leaving grit across his front teeth. "Get the guns off," California yelled as he pulled back on the throttle while the boat descended a fresh wave. "Do what?" Moon couldn't understand what he was being asked to do. Did he want all the guns tossed overboard? That would leave them with nothing to defend themselves as they moved ashore if they made it to shore. "The 50s, they're too heavy. Dump them in the fucking sea now," California screamed. Moon's eyes shifted to the side-mounted M240s, one on each side of the boat. Then he spun to face the rear to eye the single 50 cal mounted behind and over top of the engines. Rotating back, he also spotted that the bow had a pair of Gauss 17 miniguns. The guns, as California had called them, now it made sense. The defense systems mounted along the perimeter of the boat were so heavy they were crippling their abilities to challenge the heavy seas. The storm would crush them, simply because they were too heavy to outrun it. Without another word, Moon unclipped his safety line just as a wave tossed the bow of the boat skyward, forcing Moon to the floor. He slid to the aft of the boat, grabbing hold of the metal mounting pole holding the single 50 cal Browning machine gun. Time was everything, and he knew it. Moon pulled himself to his feet as the boat continued to ride the waves up and down like an out-of-control carnival ride. Timing, he thought. The boat dropped again, and he shot to his feet, right hand landing on the front retaining pin, holding the crew-served weapon in place, while his free hand searched for the bottom of machine gun's massive barrel. Once his hands were in place, he rode the wave up and again back down. Now, he thought. Pulling the rear pin free, he then made sure both hands were underneath the weapon, ready to lift. As the bow pitched up again, the weight became free, and he used his legs to push while his upper body guided the 50 free of its mounts and over top of the engine housings, tumbling off into the water, clear of the engines. That's one, Moon thought as he fought to hold on for his life, the boat continuing to toss up and down, back and forth. His stomach churned. California smiled as he throttled hard forward into a massive wave, the funnel nearing as the wind continued to force them toward a ghastly fate. The storm was still winning, tumbling, funneling, eating water like there was no tomorrow. Moon's body slid along the metal floor along the starboard side, and he shot right past the mounted M240. In his haste, he tried to stop his movement by hooking his boot to the weapon's mount, but the slick metal pushed him off, turning his body skyward. The bow shot to the sky, and it tossed Moon in the air like a pancake being cooked for Sunday morning breakfast. He was up in the air, free as a bird, then the bow rose again and collected him like a catcher's mitt. Moon flailed for a second trying to grab anything he could, but nothing worked. In the next wave, he found himself free falling again as he heard California screaming, "Hold on, brother, grab something and hold the hell on." Hold on to what? Moon smacked the deck again, and this time he found himself in between both of the Gauss 17s. Sadistically laughing, he grabbed the mount closest to the port side and wedged his body between the two weapon systems as the boat violently rocked up and down. Finally, after so much effort, sweat, and tears, he was able to stand up. "Ah, to hell with it," he said, and grabbed both mounting pins, one on each minigun. The boat dropped down into the ditch of a wave, then fiercely launched the bow skyward again just as Moon pulled both retaining pins free. The rotating barrels of each minigun pitched into the air, and right as the heavy weapons were flying free of their bindings, almost poetically floating in the night air, California took the opportunity and yanked the wheel starboard. The boat moved just enough that, as California aimed at the next wave to climb, the weapons dropped from the black of night, free of the boat, into the darkness of the ocean, never to be seen again. Moon's laughter was maddening while he lay on his back, wedged between two mounting systems welded to the metal deck. Black Pearl, he thought Captain Jack Sparrow was a pussy. Moon knew he had to get off the bow or he'd be bucked off into the ocean, lost at sea. Again, timing, he knew that was what it would take. So far, he'd been lucky. But then he heard California yelling something. He just couldn't understand what it was. The unintelligible words fell deaf on his ears as the ocean raged its savage claws. Suddenly, he noticed a black rope that almost blended in with the decking. There was a loop on the end of it. He thought it to be a docking rope. A shoreline. With his left hand, he held tightly onto the mounting system and reached out for the rope. Missed. The boat shot up again, lifting him into the air, but his grip was firm, and as the boat rolled over the wave's peak, he was slammed back to the bow's deck. Again, he heard California calling out, but his words were still vacant to him, hollow and pointless. His eyes caught the rope waving in the air as if taunting him, and Moon found himself wondering if the other end of the rope was even anchored. The ship bounded skyward again, and the rope was now level with his eyes, floating in the air like a football begging to be caught. Moon didn't hesitate. In the back of his mind, he knew if he stayed on the bow he was as good as dead, that he had to move or eventually be tossed into the abyss, and so he did. He moved quick. As the bow rose in the air, he leaped from his position of temporary safety and stretched out, reaching for the rope as it again floated in the air. "Got it!" he cried as his fingers gripped the black line to safety. Gripping and pulling, he used the rope to save himself. His heart relaxed as he slid his hand deeper into the loop, much like with a dog's leash, and his hand grasped the leading line. Then the boat dropped and almost immediately pitched skyward, acting as a catapult, tossing Moon into the air and overboard into the cold and fierce ocean water. Chapter 12. Dark Night. Mark Moon. SWCC Riverine Black Pearl. Classified location Pacific Ocean. 4:45 hours, 1 May 2025. Man overboard, California yelled out as he chopped the throttle and wheeled back toward where he saw Mark Moon tumble over the bow. Then it hit him. As the wind forced the boat closer toward the funnel clouds, he saw the rope go taut. Cutting the wheel again, California turned on the starboard side underwater lights, illuminating Moon being dragged under the water. Alongside the boat, his arm outreached, interlaced within the safety line California had thrown him before going overboard. In that instant, the wave's peak collapsed, and the boat began its descent toward the next wave. They were coming every few seconds without mercy, like fire raging through a dry forest. California could see Moon, and he could see he was holding on too, and if California didn't give his twin engines gas, the next wave would topple them, flipping the boat over, killing everyone aboard. They would all be done. Lights out, no more tomorrows. He had but only one choice to make. Boys, get to him as I drive. He pulled the throttle back, cut the wheel while riding the wave, finally pushing the throttles to pull power, leaving them touching the console. He knew this would place a near-catastrophic strain on Moon if he could even hold onto the rope now. Yet California had to make that move or risk it all, and he couldn't do that for just one man. If he were solo with Moon, the decision would be different, but that wasn't the case. Two other men who relied upon him to survive were on board, not to mention the protocol agents they had set out to find, to liberate, or simply to give their bodies an honorable burial. Georgie slid his safety lanyard along the bar until he was within a few feet of the starboard side. Reaching out, he contorted and strained his body, trying to grab the black rope, but there was no use. He was still a few feet shy. This wasn't his first time in the box of WoW, nor would it be his last. Water sprayed his body like Niagara Falls. He shifted his eyes to Walker, and Walker was already moving toward him with his own safety line unsnapped and in hand. They both had the same idea at the same time: create a human chain. Walker slid across the metal deck and grabbed onto Georgie with both hands, each man pulling the other man into an embrace until Walker secured his safety line to Georgie's steering belt. Now, Georgie's lanyard was holding them both. They let go of each other. Georgie's eyes widened as he watched Walker slide to the railing and nearly go over, until he pulled back on Walker's safety line, holding positive back pressure with all his might. Walker's body leaned forward. He could see Moon below him, hand caught in the rope, fingers splayed out like he was trying to let go, yet the loop was holding Moon's wrist, dragging him to what would be his eventual death if Walker couldn't help him. The boat pitched and bobbed as Walker reached out and grabbed the black rope. "I got him," he called, pulling with every ounce of muscle strapped to his thin frame, but Moon didn't budge. Walker let the rope go, his eyes wide as a chill ran down his spine. Quickly, Walker popped his shoulder straps. He had to get rid of weight somehow. His chest rig full of magazines, ammo, grenades, comms, and his personal mapping system tumbled from his body, and in the blink of an eye was lost forever to the ocean gods. Leaning down, Walker again grabbed the black nylon rope, and this time he leaned back and positioned his feet on the railing of the ship, using his larger muscles and leverage to heave for all he was worth. California looked over at the men and noticed Mark Moon's head emerge from the cold water, gasping for air. He had a moment between waves and chopped the throttle. The engine paused briefly, slowing the boat's forward movement and allowing Walker's efforts to become bountiful. Mark Moon's body was pulled up onto the railing, his eyes wide, full of life as he gasped for precious air, face a shade of pale that Walker was hoping to never see again. With one more heave, Walker rolled Moon over the railing and onto the metal deck like a prized giant bluefin tuna. Grabbing his friend as tight as he could, Walker pushed off the railing with his feet, shoving the both of them toward the center console, landing next to California's black Solomon boots. California looked down at the disheveled duo. "It's not playtime, boys. How about you both get strapped in so I can jet us through this beast?" He laughed and turned the boat into the next wave. Moon grabbed the stabilizing base to the safety bar running the length of the captain's bench seat. Gasping, vomiting water as the soul of the ocean poured off his face and hair, Moon was exhausted but alive. His shoulder drooped, hand clammy. "My shoulder's jacked," he uttered, more so to himself, knowing the roar of the storm was shutting his words out. Walker unclipped from Georgie and slapped his deering safety lanyard back on the captain's bar. Taking a breath, he was helped to his feet as the boat dropped into yet another wave. His stomach finally gave up, blowing chunks of mission prep meal all over the deck. Drips and drabs covered Moon, who was desperately trying to get to his feet after securing his safety line. Moon wiped the vomit from his week's worth of facial hair and slung the muck away, right before a spray of ocean water cleaned the rest of his upper body for him. California drove the boat like he was the wheelman of a getaway car after a bank robbery with shots fired, and it was beginning to pay off. "We're in business now," he yelled and gave a yahoo at the end. Moon held on with his good arm as he was back in his position behind the helm, clipped into the safety system, using his legs as springs to cushion the blow after blow of the boat-jumping waves. Moon started to reply to California, but as he opened his mouth, a spray of salt water rushed in, reminding him of drowning back in the bay. He hoped and prayed that, by dumping the heaviest crew service weapon systems in the dark waves, he had cut enough weight that they could now escape the storm, and based on California's reactions, he thought that was exactly what was about to happen. 5-10 hours. The SWCC operator Luke Williams, aka California, was right on point with what had to happen in order for the group to survive the storm. Even though he was a skilled helmsman, his genuine character, logic, and fearless nature was the tipping point that, after the boat was relieved of excess weight, was what pushed them past the storm. California was able to both literally and figuratively, successfully, shove a 33-foot, 17,000-pound boat through a storm that later they would find out had capsized larger vessels up and down the west coast of the Golden State. He was proud of himself, but set that aside as he viewed his map screen, pulling back on the throttles while using the trim tabs to help level out the boat. The helmsman still had a job to do. The men were smiling, all but for Moon, who had a half smile as he hung his left shoulder, his left hand paling. He knew what was wrong, and the fix would be painful. Walker noticed Moon was in agony. Craning his head, he asked the obvious question, "Is it out?" "Just a tad. I've done it before. It's not a full dislocation, but—" "How can I help?" Walker asked as California listened from over his shoulder. The waves were calm now, the storm behind them and tracking away, and the boat was almost rock-steady, with the opening to the San Diego Bay in sight. Moon looked at California. "Try and keep her still as I climb up on the front of the console. I need elevation for this to work." California nodded as he scanned the area, keeping his eyes and mind focused on where he needed to go and the route he had to take to stay within the approaching channel. Not only did he have to navigate the water, but he also had to keep in mind the boat's draft and underwater topography, or risk running aground on a current-built sandbar, killing the mission before it ever got started. Moon unclipped and shuffled his way toward the bow, then used his good hand and legs to help himself up on top of the console. Laying down on his stomach, he let his left arm hang off the side of the console and motioned for Walker. "Grab an ammo can full of 50, then place it in my left hand by the handle." The pain was firing hot shards of what felt like electricity across his chest. Walker nodded. 50 ammo is under the aft hatch next to the mount." California yelled, taking a second to slip the boat right and throttle down 5 knots. Walker stepped toward the motors and quickly located the hatch. Tossing it open, he found a can and lifted it up. "Freaking heavy is right." Then he returned to where Moon was dangling that bad arm from the console. "Just slide the handle into my hand and step back. You'll hear a pop," Moon explained as Walker didn't hesitate the least bit. He bent over, slid it into Moon's grip, and let the weight hang. In the blink of an eye, the crew first heard the audible pop of his shoulder retreating back where it belonged. Second was Moon screaming, followed sharply by the heavy metal can crashing to the deck below, popping the can ajar. Moon gritted his teeth and took a few deep breaths before he moved. The pain that had been searing through his left shoulder was gone, and he knew his shoulder had reset. But nonetheless, he took a moment of pause to savor the moment so it wouldn't pop back out. California shifted his eyes to lock with Moon's. "Well, brother, that sounded nasty, but we have a schedule to keep." "Not really, but we are getting close to the mouth of the bay, which means we need to gear up before I push this bitch hard to our infill point." "I'm not gonna lie, Luke, you're one hell of a boatman, I'll give you that. Iceman, that should be your hard-earned name, but California is so fitting. You surfed those massive waves back there like it was second nature, like going for a stroll or picking up a hot chick at a bar. You kept us alive with grace, the likes of which I'd never seen before and likely never will again." Moon laughed and then slowly rolled to his right side, sliding off the console, landing softly onto his feet. He then slowly lifted his left hand above his head, rotating his shoulder around, and smiled. "Oh, that feels real nice now." California joked, "Yeah, real nice, Clark, real nice." Chapter 13. Arrival. Mark Moon, SWCC Riverine Black Pearl, San Diego Bay. 5:25 hours, 1 May 2025. California brought the boat to a slow roll within a stone's throw of the opening to the bay, keeping the motors powered just enough to offset the current and incoming tide. Checking his maps, he activated the GPS anchor to keep this place as he stepped away from the helm. "How much further?" Moon asked, his eyes scanning the distant shoreline, mind on the mission at hand. He could see Coronado Beach, where a fresh batch of Navy SEAL candidates should have been making their way through Hell Week, but nothing caught his attention, not even with the rising sun. "Great question. I guess now is a good time to brief y'all on our insertion point." He stepped back to the helm and waved the guys over to check the map. "We are here about 2 miles from our spot now, give or take. The left screen shows sonar of the topography. The right screen is self-explanatory. You've all seen it before. Our first waypoint is through that opening and around the mouth of the bay, circling Coronado Island. I'll run us blacked out under nods. You guys get geared up and man the weapon systems." He paused, recalling the 50 and minis had been dumped overboard. "Make that the 240s. I'll take us in quiet as I can, but keep on your toes. If we go loud there, I'll hit the gas and rip over to our secondary drop." The men all nodded in agreement and moved away from the helm, each man gearing up, utilizing gear they brought, and in Walker's case utilizing gear he found on board the SWCC Riverine. With the men all geared up and Walker's chest rig replaced with a spare SWCC rig, California pointed off the bow as they entered the mouth of the San Diego Bay. To the left and right of the boat, the buildings lined the shoreline, appearing much like the boat itself, blacked out and almost impossible to see in the dark. The boat motored fast at 30 knots, not its top speed, but at a speed that was quick enough while maintaining a level of noise that was quieter than if the twin 440s were held wide open. In the distance they could see a flickering orange light that once the boat rounded Coronado Island, the men realized the light was emitting from a building fire. And once they became closer to the Coast Guard station, California backed off on the power, allowing the boat to drift inland with the wind and incoming tide. That was when the men realized that fire was of the control tower in the center of the airport, not far from the Coast Guard's perimeter fence line. All 4 men were under night vision now. Each one scanned the approaching shoreline, keeping a watchful eye over everything, including the docks littered with boats. Across the bay, luxury yachts were docked off the island, across the water from where they were moving, right toward a pier-like docking system, containing a Coast Guard cutter and rescue boats, all moored along the governmental pier extending out from the station. The wind was coming off the ocean at less than 5 miles per hour, and the incoming tide slowly rounded the island, creating a natural and gentle push toward the pier. SWCC helmsman Luke Williams, aka California, had performed his job flawlessly, and all he had left was a few hundred feet before they could dock up and head inland. "Anyone see movement?" Moon called out. California stood on his tiptoes to get a clearer view of the dock. There was a spot open opposite side of the cutter where he was aiming directly to go. No one replied, which answered the question in full to Mark Moon as he started to step away from the mounted M240 from the starboard side. Moving quickly to the bow, his M4 slung across his back and alongside of his small pack, he grabbed the bow line and prepared to jump on the dock to secure the boat. Slowly and gently, the boat neared the dock, almost scraping it, but ran along the wooden platform with just a few inches to spare. Moon stepped off and wrapped the rope in a serpentine fashion to first stop the boat's momentum, and then to secure the boat to the dock. California cut the engines and removed the keys, placing them into his pack. He stepped sharply over to Moon and leaned down to speak. "Leave 3 feet of slack in that line to allow for the rise and fall of the tide." Moon said nothing, but then retied the boat as instructed, leaving additional slack, while California jumped to the dock and hustled to the aft, securing the rear of the boat with multiple ropes. "Moon, take point. Lead us out," Yurgi spoke softly as the men moved quickly but silently with purpose down the concrete and wood dock. To their right and behind them was the Coast Guard cutter Benjamin Bottoms, a fast response cutter that had a storied history of rescues during the worst of storms. Walker fanned off Moon's left hip, while Yorgi went off his right, leaving California bringing up the rear. With ease, the men passed other boats, to include Zodiac inflatables and a twin-engine inshore fast response boat, akin to their hardy SWCC Riverine. Moon's eyes widened when he noticed that 30 yards from them, midway down the dock, was a metal gate system that was used to close the dock off, to not only keep people like them from the boats, but the gate also kept intruders from coming ashore. Additionally, it was also used as blocking position for the gate guard at the end of the dock. Moon was pissed at himself for even opening his mouth. The channel California had originally wanted to use as a hide, while far off and out of the way, would have at least offered them an easier path to dry land. His stomach turned at the thought of having to engage the poor schmuck of a coastie manning that guard shack, if any were still around. Before Moon could utter a word, Yorji spoke softly to the group, under his breath, just loud enough for the four of them to hear. "I'll post to the right on the guard shack while you boys climb." "Copy," Walker replied for all of them. The others nodded but stayed focused with providing security around the entire group. The wind shifted offshore, now blowing the black and gray smoke from the tower fire right in their face. 10 yards now. An animal howled in the distance within the black void of the powerless land. 5 yards. Moon slung his M4 swiftly, needing the use of both hands. He grabbed the bars and, like a boy on a jungle gym, he scaled around the gating system to the left, then hopped back to the dock, this time on the side of tortured souls and infection. Raising his rifle, he stepped forward slowly, allowing the other 3 men to catch up as he was now back on point, providing the group lethal coverage on the nearing guard shack. Next to the station's dock entrance, he thought he saw something. "Movement, 1 o'clock, Moon called out. His thumb slowly rotated his M4's selector switch from safe to fire. Yorji replied, "I have it, you stay on the shack." Moon didn't need to reply. The fact the muzzle of his rifle shifted back to the gate and shack they were fast approaching spoke volumes. 20 yards, their feet were still soft, yet the closer they became, the louder those steps echoed. 10 yards, Yorji saw the movement behind the corrugated fence, designed to obscure vision at angles, but not so much when looking directly or near directly inward at the material attached to the far side of the chain-link fencing. He still couldn't make it out, yet his selector switch was also on fire and ready to eat. Within 2 feet of the gate, Moon noticed the gate was ajar, propped open by a small piece of 1x1 weathered wood. The gap was just enough the locking mechanism couldn't latch. How strange, he thought as he pulled the gate outward, and Walker led the other men directly into the compound. In the process, Walker cleared the guard shack. It was empty. Once Yorji stepped in, he but hooked right to where he saw that movement. As he did, the figure became clear within his night vision. It was a dog, a wirehair mutt. His finger remained in the trigger well as he moved past the animal, clearing the backside of the shack. The gray and brown dog staggered a bit, yawning as if its sleep had been rudely interrupted. It peered up at the 4 men as they moved sharply across the open area covered with thick concrete for as many as 3 helipads. Oddly enough, there were 0 choppers on the pad, but 3 pickup trucks were parked askew. Moon led the men to the left, close along the fence line and building. He knew the first order of business was to find transportation, preferably not by foot. From their location, they had a few miles to get to the museum. "Inside," Moon whispered over comms. Each man utilized ear mics and radios, all set for internal communication, leaving SWCC helmsman Luke, California, Williams the sole man with communication back to the ship, that based on national events was most likely not monitoring anyway, or if it was would be unable to help them if needed. Walker stepped to the entrance of the smaller white building to their front, presumably an office building that ran the helipads or the large hangar adjacent to the pads. Open. He pulled the door outward and moved inside, followed by the rest of the men. The first thing they saw were the remnants of humans, through gory carnage. Inside the building housed administrative offices with desks flipped over, papers tossed about, molded, covered in blood spray. A red river of someone's lifeblood had hardened in the center of the floor leading down the far hallway and into another office with the door closed. The odor of death swept through the men, making each one individually wish they had worn their breathers rather than packing them inside their packs. Moon wished they would have started with the hangar bay first. Chapter 14. The Decision. Josh Ullman. West Palm Street, San Diego, California. 3:45 hours, 1 May 2025. From the urban wood line at the dead end of West Palm Street, Josh Ullman hid with a pair of binoculars, a substandard rifle without optics, and a young teenager named Kate who desperately needed to urinate. "I need to go now. I can't hold it anymore. We've been here for hours," Kate whined as she began to dance in the dry underbrush, creating noise that just made Josh drop his head in painful agony. "I knew I should have left her in that parking lot, but no, I had to go John Wayne and have a heart, bring the liability along with me as I made my escape. I'm about to bust," Kate snapped from between her gritted teeth. For Pete's sake, I told you, piss behind that big oak tree back there, Old Man explained as he lifted the binoculars back to his face. I've literally been watching goons go back and forth from this house for hours as I need to pee. Behind the tree is the best I can offer you right now, Old Man replied. He found it strange that as the world was collapsing around them, she still had issues doing her business outside. Fine, Kate uttered under her breath with vigor. She moved back, rustling more underbrush as she stepped around to the far side of the oak tree. Within a few seconds, her black yoga pants were around her ankles as she squatted, desperately aiming away from her clothing. Do you recall what your mom was wearing when they took her? Josh Allman asked with a jovial tone. Figures that the moment he finally noticed a female within the view of a window of the condo, through which he'd been painstakingly watching for signs of her mother, Kate would be indisposed. The woman was in her late 40s to early 50s, Caucasian like Kate, with similar hair and facial features. But there could be others inside that fell into the same category as her mom. He had to be sure, so he didn't waste his time, effort, energy, or even his life trying to save a woman that wasn't even in the building. Do you see her? Kate pulled her pants up, leaking urine down both legs as she hustled back to Josh's hide, creating a chaotic noise in the process that echoed in the dark woods like a yelling in a cave. Calm down, or they'll freaking see us. He handed the binoculars to her, lowered his head, and tried desperately to not get upset, reminding himself over and over again that she was just a scared kid at best and that she was off her Adderall. Red building, bottom condo, left window, I think that's. A tear rolled down Kate's cheek, face flushed when she looked through the glass. Her eyes fell on the women inside. Mama, she uttered in a whine, her lips quivering. That's my mom, that's her. Josh Allman assumed it had been, based on the circumstances, but the validation was what he needed to act in turn. His skill set was not of a typical assaulter, where he would join other operators in a raid, flood the building with bodies, and manually clear an area looking for their target. He could do just that and had the skills, but his unique abilities to kill people from a distance was nothing short of magical, and that was what he leaned on. Being a sniper was home for him. Okay, now that we have established where she is, I'll handle the rest, but before I can, I need you to calm down or start hitchhiking out of town. Do you understand me? The girl's eyes welled, and she took deep, anxiety-riddled breaths. Kate, I can only help her if you greatly calm the F down, Josh explained. Water, just need some water and I'll go sit by the tree, she replied, which gave Josh a thought. Taking a knee, Josh Allman opened the small zipper on the very front of his backpack, fished his hand inside, and pulled out the first pill bottle. He read the label and dropped it back into the bag. Pulling out a second bottle, he read the label, shook his head, and dropped that one back in the bag, too. When he retrieved the third one, he cracked a smile as he read the prescription label, Zolpidem, the generic form of Ambien. Josh twisted the cap off, tilted the bottle, and tapped a white oblong pill into his hand. Without hesitation, he cracked it in half, placed one half back inside, then dropped the bottle back into the bag. In that moment, he found himself grateful for having picked up the sleeping pills as he pilfered that local pharmacy last week. He smiled, knowing that antibiotics were what he had been targeting, but came away with a bonus in sleep pills. He just never thought he'd be having to dope a kid to keep them both alive. Josh stood and turned to Kate. Hey, I know you're on edge, but I happen to have an Adderall in my bag. It's generic, but will help you with processing things better. He slipped it into her hand and then immediately handed her a fresh bottle of water. Don't drink too much, though. We're running low. She smiled with a nod and wiped her eyes. It's just been so hard, but now my mom's in sight and I just want to go get her. She tossed the pill into her mouth and flushed it down with a solid swig of warm water. She started to hand him back the bottle, but took one more drink to calm her nerves and quench her thirst. All right, now take your bag and go sit behind that big oak tree for me, will ya? Josh asked as curtly as he could. But I just pissed back there, Kate snapped. Josh just looked at her deadpanned. Why did he have to find the one person that was a horrible listener? Fine, she replied, picking up her pack. It was new to her, a black and blue Jan Sport, one they had found in the back seat of the Colorado with a few items of clothing and some worthless cash inside. She blinked her eyes and begrudgingly walked 10 yards deeper into the woods and positioned herself off the tree in question, away from her own piss spot. Josh checked his watch. It was just before 4 a.m., and he wanted to finish the job before the sun rose, revealing his location. He just needed a few minutes to steady his shooting position while the sleeping pill began to perform its rightful duty. That would also allow him to form a plan, As it was now, he planned to shoot the men outside and then kill the ones inside as they either fled or came to the windows. It just all depended on how it played out. Regardless, he would kill as many as possible from distance, then flank the building, and once forced to make entry, he would enter through the back sliding glass door, killing anyone who remained that needed killing. Standing directly behind a pine tree that split vertically in a V at his waist, Josh placed his pack in said V, scraping bark from each side. With both hands, he patted it down, tightly wedged in place, then adjusted a black sock full of dry beans as his shooting rest, placed on top and center of the bag. He watched the two men outside, acting as sentries, which, given the state of the world, most activities occurred at night now, while the dominant carriers slept. Laying his off-the-shelf subpar M4 on across his pack, the shooting sock holding his foregrip firm, magazine seated nicely between the edge of his pack and the pine tree, he started to control his breathing as he watched the men outside. From earlier observation, he had counted no more than 4 men at the condo. All wore ragged clothing, one being a man in a bus driver's uniform, while the others wore a variety of mechanics' clothing, and one was shirtless and filthy. 2 men were out front, both mixed races, paranoid and armed. One was the shirtless guy, so Josh took a mental inventory. Behind him, he heard an audible yawn, and he knew the medicine was beginning to kick in, which was his cue. It was time to put the men in the dirt and move on with life. To the left of the front door, he could see a 3rd man in the window that left one unaccounted for. Good enough, he thought. The man was close up on the glass, the double-pane residential window, as if he were trying to look out at something in particular. Josh knew that was his opportunity. He could drop that man with 1 round, then transition to the 2 standing on the sidewalk just a few feet from the front door. It was almost perfect. Timing was everything. Josh Allman smiled a little, then his face wiped clean, stoic, almost like nothing in the world could bother him now. His mind was steadfast, focused on business. His breath exhaled, and at the natural pause in his breathing, with the man's face still almost against the glass, Josh Allman pulled the trigger of that rifle and missed. Son of a bitch. When the man's head didn't snap back as heads had done so many times before, Josh knew he had missed. The 5.56mm round smashed through the glass, but the sights were off, causing the bullet to skin the right side of the man's ear, resulting in a blood-curdling scream from inside the house. Taking a barrier shot was only a risk, but the risk was negated by several factors, and the subpar rifle saw to it that Josh Allman's day was about to get dark. Realizing the sights were off, Josh was still sticking with his plan, but as he transitioned to the 2 men out front who were now in mid-brain wondering what the hell had just happened, he readjusted his point of aim and dropped the red dot sight to the chest of the man standing to his left, no more than 75 yards away. He squeezed the trigger again. The report of round cracking off in the air echoed like thunder in the sky. The man to the left, shirtless and angry, covered in filth, who had been in desperate need of a shower, dropped dead as if God himself reached down and yanked his soul from his body. Just by the way the man fell, Josh knew he had blown his heart out, turning his lights out before he hit the ground. The second man lifted a shit-can pistol that later Josh would see to have been homemade and probably incapable of firing, but it was too late for the man wearing the mechanic's shirt. A single lead bullet punched through his chest, cutting his left coronary artery in half, then lodged in the man's spine. He stumbled forward, dropped the pistol to the sidewalk, followed by ironically kicking it across the concrete while his hand grabbed his chest before he again stumbled, until he finally fell dead in the street. 2 down, 2 to go, Josh said. Now he just had to act prudently and patiently. As a sniper, you almost never took shots from a concealed location and stayed. He needed to move to displace his position in case someone had seen the muzzle flash in the dark, locating his firing position. Behind him, he could hear a soft snore which made him smirk. At least she is getting some much-needed rest, he thought. He hated to leave her, but he had to move on the target if he wanted to accomplish his mission. He would be back for her, but first, he had to move quick. Josh grabbed his rifle and then tried to yank his pack from the makeshift firing position by the strap, but it wouldn't budge. Damn it. Against his every instinct, he had to lay his rifle on the ground so he could use both hands. It took most of his strength to dislodge his pack, but after a few tries, it finally worked. Picking up his rifle, he was pissed about missing his first shot, but now he was being forced to decide. Find another shooting position and wait for the other 2 men to show themselves, or man the hell up and make entry into the condo. Timing was everything. Then the answer came to him like a bolt of lightning. That was when the bus driver stepped out the front door to see his friends lying dead, one in the grass, the other crumpled on the road. Josh dropped his pack, and with a quick knee he wrapped his arm in and out of the sling, creating a tight impromptu shooting position, sitting back on his left leg while his right acted as a support. Letting his breath out, he found the bus driver in his sights and pulled the trigger, this time twice. The first round was center mass, striking the man but not dropping him. The follow-up round did its job, and the bus driver fell dead next to the shirtless man. Both young in their 20s, now with no life ahead of them. In the course of 13 seconds, Josh had taken the future away from 3 men who, in the midst of the Aries plague, had begun taking women for reasons unknown. Chapter 15. Time for a dance. Josh Ullman. West Palm Street, San Diego, California. The report of his rifle echoed off the buildings, and Josh Ullman knew it would attract unwanted attention. Not just from the infected, but from the criminal element who refused to evacuate the city, the ones who purposely stayed behind to loot, pillage, and burn the city to the ground. In their minds, it was the end of the world, and they were no longer bound by any law. Not anymore. Josh intimately understood his actions and the results of them. The gunfire would bring carriers, and if he wanted to rescue Kate's mother, he had to enter that condo and confront the last men standing, unless there were more men inside who he had yet to see. There was that chance, slim but still a very real possibility. Quickly, Josh scooped his gear up, slung his pack over his right shoulder, and shuffled back to Kate's position. A soft snicker slipped from his voice as he noticed the young girl was out like a light. With no time to waste, he dropped his unwanted gear next to her, pausing only to retrieve a single fragmentation grenade from inside his bag. In his ever-thinking mind, he wished he had a flashbang instead to use as a distraction for his entry into the condo, but it was what it was, and he had to make do with the grenade. With rifle in hand, and his original-issued Glock 17 strapped to his right leg, Josh left Kate to hide while he began running through the woods with murderous intent, paralleling the condo. Out of the corner of his right eye, he kept the building in sight. The condo was an end unit, and he would need to be wary of the top window looking over West Palm Street. That was his danger area. 10 seconds turned to 30, and he was now moving directly toward an adjacent building as he exited the woods. Josh moved fast, rifle up and ready to smack anyone down that got in his way. The target condo was still out of the corner of his right eye, 50 yards now as he swung around the nearby building. Josh paused to take a quick breath and pulled the grenade from his left rear pocket. Holding it now in his right hand, he gripped it tightly, spoon resting against the palm of his hand as he pulled the pin. Josh held his rifle in his left hand by the foregrip and ran with the grenade in his right hand. Crossing the road, he looked both ways for anyone outside, any infected, anything that would want to cause him harm. It was all clear as he moved fast across the road, the end of the target condo in front of him, but off 10 yards to his right. Josh was within eyesight of the rear sliding glass door and the side upstairs window. Out of nowhere, the fourth man stepped outside after opening the sliding glass door with a pistol in hand. Josh didn't get a good look at the make of it other than to know it was a fat, chromed-out revolver. Yet he had the aforethought to look for the female. She was nowhere to be seen. The condo was brick and stucco, which Josh knew would do the trick as he tossed the grenade toward the fourth man. It landed by his feet, and while Josh diverted himself to the side of the condo, the grenade exploded, sending fragments of metal, bone, and fleshy meat across the backyard like a morbid sprinkler. Was that Josh's final man to deal with? Probably not, but he sure hoped it was. Now he had to go inside, see if the mom was still alive, or in the haste of battle had the evil men slit her throat. Front door or back door, it really didn't matter his route, but Josh would have to traverse dead bodies before he could make entry. His mind didn't think on it, nor did he hesitate. Josh simply moved. Since he was closer to the back door, that was exactly where Josh entered. Taking a deep breath, he worked to control his heart rate as he moved through smoke and gore splattered along the open sliding glass door that before the blast had been fully intact. Glass crunched underfoot, but in his mind it was bone and gore, feet tacky from the steaming blood as he stepped into the condo's living room. Carpet smoldered, the taste of blood in the air. He thought about calling out for Kate's mom, but if any other armed people were inside, he would be toast. Josh had limited time to use the explosion as a diversion. He recalled the female had been in the front left room, which to him now was past the kitchen, just through a small hallway and on the right. So he moved, rifle up and ready, a fresh magazine in. He took no chances. Smooth was fast, and fast was smooth. Cutting the corner into the room, he found her sitting on an inflatable, her hands and feet bound together with rope like something out of the movies. Almost frozen, yet she was crying. Scared. He had almost forgotten her name, but before he could ask her, he noticed the tears roll down her face as she tried to speak. "Don't hurt me, please, God," her voice mumbled. "Just leave me alone," the woman cried. Then it hit him, her name was Joy. "I'm not here to hurt you, Joy." Her eyes widened, face pale, but not from the shock of him calling her by name. "How do you know me?" She canted her head, questioning, trying to place Josh in her memories, but she couldn't. Her face was filthy, smeared with a black dirt and sweat. "I'm here on behalf of the United States government and that of your daughter, Kate," Josh replied, smiling to keep her calm. "You just have to trust me." "My daughter, you've seen my poor baby?" Joy asked, her words gathering steam as she realized her torture may be coming to an end. But then deep-seated mistrust of men flushed over her common sense. Internally, her mind was like that of a small child huddled in a corner with its knees pulled tightly into its chest, eyes closed, rocking back and forth for the bad things to stop. Josh looked around the room. It was nearly empty, all but for the air mattress, a metal folding chair in the corner, and a mason jar holding clear glass jewels sitting on a side table just to the right of the door. His eyes glanced over Joy's body, thankful she was fully clothed as he flipped open his Gerber pocket knife. He took a knee and made fast work of the ropes. "She's outside, but before we go any further, are you alone? Is anyone else here with you?" Joy smiled, her face swollen and grimy. She looked over Josh's shoulder, causing him to stop and turn his head. Nothing was there. No one, not a person, not an animal, no infected, yet her eyes kept focusing behind him and her face suddenly saddened. Again, Josh peeked over his shoulder, double-checking no one was coming, hair standing up on the back of his neck. "Joy, I need you to focus for me." He snapped his fingers and her eyes finally met his. "Can you stand? Are you injured to the point you can't walk on your own?" She wanted to answer him, but what was in the back of her mind frightened her to near catatonic proportions. She kept asking herself, where have the other men gone? What if Fargo comes back? Her mind shuddered with fear. She wanted to scream. Josh thought he'd seen that face before on a fellow soldier that was shell-shocked after having lost both legs to an IED. He looked at her again, figuring Joy to weigh no more than $110, and decided that he would carry her out and slip back into the woods. Hopefully with the movement, her psychological shock would have worked itself out by then. Josh knew to hurry. Without her communicating, there was no need to move through the structure any further, but time was ticking. He would roll her up on his shoulders and move out with her in tow as fast as his strong legs would take them. This was why he had kept up with his physical training, even after leaving the military. That moment was exactly why he kept himself physically fit and mentally strong. So others may live. Joy was free from her bindings and stood on her own power while again staring intently behind Josh. He turned, still saw nothing but the darkness of the house, and ignored his gut. Instead of lifting his rifle and clearing the hallway, he decided speed was the best option in the moment. Exiting the condo and escaping while the sun was just on the cusp of rising was the best route. That small decision, a simple tactical mistake, would haunt him for the rest of his life. Josh leaned over, bending his knees, and in one quick motion hefted Joy over his shoulders. Her slim frame was heavier than he thought it would be, but lighter than the rucksacks he used to hump in his heyday with 2nd Ranger Battalion. He turned, oddly seeing a glimpse of himself holding Joy's body as a flashlight shined into the room, causing Joy to flail and scream. "He's here." Josh's gut sank, eyes darting to his rifle leaned against the wall, causing him to instinctively draw his pistol. Yet before he could turn and face the source of the light, he felt a solid object smack the left side of his face. A warmth swooned over him just as his vision turned to black. Before he could do anything, Josh was unconscious, collapsed across a dirty brown Berber rug lying next to the inflatable mattress. Joy hit the ground and rolled, knocking the air out of her. She gasped as her eyes widened with sheer terror as the man with the flashlight turned the bright white light on himself, specifically to show her Fargo was back and to fear his presence. His dirty-toothed grin and scarred face spoke volumes. She intimately understood not to toy with the man and closed her eyes. He walked in the room, and that was the beginning of the brutality for both Josh and Joy. That was the beginning of the end. Chapter 16. Duty Calls. Mark Moon. United States Coast Guard Station. San Diego Bay. Moon stopped quickly, holding his hand out to his men. Around the corner, even through his comms gear, he believed he could hear something down the hallway moving. "You hear that?" he whispered. Slowly, Moon picked his way through the mess toward the hallway, stepping over and around blood-stained furniture, then posted up on the corner with his M4 while waiting for the next man to join him. Walker nodded and moved with purpose. Stepping over the coagulated, bloody river, balancing himself and the weight of his gear so as not to touch the unstable desk that was piled on top of a stack of only God knew what. He went the long way, traversing along the wall, exposing himself to the hallway in the process, which Moon had already assumed would happen, and that was why he posted up on the corner of it, rifle fixed down the dirty and dark hall, almost in line with the trail of blood. Walker moved past Moon, and Moon fell in behind him like water flowing in a stream. They quickly made their way to the first room on their left. Even though the door was closed, the blood trail led inside, behind the door, and that was where the sound was echoing from. That was their immediate threat area and had to be dealt with accordingly. Walker covered the door, pulling his rifle in closer, under his right armpit as he reached out and checked the doorknob. Locked. When he didn't push the door in and flood the room, Moon understood why. Moon stepped around Walker as Yorji slipped up closer, taking his spot behind Walker, leaving California covering their six. Without hesitation, Moon bent over and jackbooted the door wide open with a donkey kick. The door flew inward, while his focus remained on covering the hallway and another threat area, an open door 10 feet down, adjacent to their position. When the almost brittle, old, and weathered pine wood door exploded open, Walker saw it. A carrier. In the far corner of the room was a female on her knees, bent over a bloated corpse. She turned toward the door as the sound of the force had interrupted her much-needed meal. The woman's head craned in an unrealistic fashion to glance at them. Eyes sunken, black as night, and oozing blood. A black rash ran up the side of her neck like demonic vines. Walker was now 2 steps into the room, M4 up, and he fired a single round that struck the infected woman under her left eye, punching a hole the size of a 50-cent piece out the back of her head. Yorji entered, then California swept into the room as Mark Moon continued to provide security over the dark hallway and other threat areas, keeping the men safe from a counterattack. Yorji looked down on the female as steam slipped from the hole in her skull. Over his lifetime, he had seen the horrors of war, but never on American soil. Death was nothing new to him, yet in that moment it had become visceral more than ever before. Flying over top of the battlefield in a command and control bird was one thing, but what he was seeing now was something else. American civilians afflicted with the Aries plague had been effectively turned into biological weapons to end the American way of life, and it was bothersome to him. It turned his stomach, shooting pains of retch up into his throat until he forced the bile back into his gut where it belonged. He now intimately understood what his men, his protocol agents, had faced. Yorji now understood what was really at stake, why Mark Moon was so adamant about returning to that fuck city to find his missing friends. "She looks young," Yorji said as he stepped past the dead girl. She was feasting on that coastie for crying out loud, his eyes sharp, taking in the gore. Walker finished clearing the room, checking behind the desk and cabinets. He dropped to a knee, rifling through the man's uniform pockets. "He's got nothing on him." "Check the desk," Yorji replied. Everyone was on the same page, looking for keys to any conveyance that would get them to their first waypoint, that being the San Diego National History Museum, where Ryan Mann and his team were last seen. As California opened drawer after drawer, Yorji found himself thinking back to when he grounded all the helicopters after the Russians had shot down that medevac. He wondered now if that had been the right call, and he also understood the burden of command. It was his decision that inadvertently left the men of Team 3 without a ride, stranded on top of that museum. But with every order given, people's lives were always on the line, and that was the hardest pill for him to swallow. "Bingo," California called out, flipping a keyring around his index finger. The keys clanged and chirped like a bird as they landed in his palm. "We are looking for a Chevy. Too bad there's no fob with it, just a single truck key with a ton of door keys." "By the looks of 'em, I'd say it's a maintenance truck. The keys prob belong to the station handyman." Moon stepped inside the room while remaining focused on the uncleared areas of the hallway and beyond. "I swear if you found keys to a Silverado, my PTSD will kick into overdrive." Yorji laughed, knowing the last truck Moon was in about killed him, and that indeed was a Silverado Moon was the driver of. "Let's get moving. I'd say the keys most likely belong to one of the base trucks, the white ones." California tossed the keys to Yorji, and Yorji tossed them right back to him. "You found 'em, you keep 'em. I mean, you're our driver anyways. Land or sea, you're our wheelman," he laughed. "I can't let Moon drive again. That last time he drove, he launched a perfectly good truck out into the bay and about killed himself." Moon laughed, shaking his head, then briefly thought about Josh Ullman and how his body had never been recovered. Like a light switch, his mood soured. He completely understood why he had launched the truck into the bay and would never second-guess that decision, even if it had taken all man's life. But still, it chipped away at the fabric of his soul. The sun's orange body began peeking over the horizon now, as Moon led the men back outside, breaking left of the door and hooking around to the rear of the building where the main parking lot was found. His eyes scanned the area through his night vision goggles. All was clear. No signs of infected, or anyone for that matter. Moving, California said as he passed by Moon, Walker, and Yorgi. Walker went with him for security as California palmed the keys. He flipped the keys in hand until stopping on the Chevrolet key. Moving from car to car, truck to truck, SUV to SUV, anything that was a Chevy brand, California slid the key into driver's side door lock to no avail. There had been 13 plain white government vehicles, but none had been Chevrolets. So California bypassed those, but that left him with another 10 that were Chevy brand, both truck and sedans, with still zero luck. The key would not fit any of them. Moon moved the men forward down the drive, closer to the barracks where 2 more parking lots held a variety of vehicles, mostly personal cars, so he had low hopes. Boss, Moon radioed to Yorgi. This seems slim, but if we don't score in the next 2 lots, what's your thoughts on moving into the barracks? Hard to say, Yorgi replied as he pushed further to the right of Moon's position, keeping eye over the other 2 men. His mind raced with possibilities as the sunlight was just starting to wash out the green hue of his nods. There's only 4 of us, so we can't split up, but if we don't, we may certainly overstay our welcome. Moon looked out on his men trying another Chevy truck, a blacked-out Silverado, still with no luck. His head tilted at that Silverado, and he recalled that, even under stress, it had been a rather easy truck to hotwire. It was time to take control and get them a ride. Moon, to Walker, you copy? Send it, Walker replied. Change of plans, hold what you have, we will come to you, Moon replied. Yorgi looked to Moon, but Moon beat him to the radio. I have a plan, collapse on Walker. I copy, Yorgi replied. He wasn't entirely sure what Moon had up his sleeve, but trusted the warrior wholeheartedly. Crack the slider, then send California's little ass inside to unlock the doors, Moon explained. Then what? California asked, his eyes scanning the inside of the truck, its window tint dark, forcing him to strain with his face right against the glass. It's an older truck, but it's got a column-mounted ignition that I can crack and hotwire pretty quick, which is going to save us time. So get on up in the bed and jimmy that slider open, Moon replied. Then out of nowhere came the screeching sound of tires gripping pavement as the sound of an unseen vehicle coming to a complete stop ripped through the air. Take cover, Yorgi said, keeping his words soft but firm. The 4 men dispersed, taking up cover along a row of cars, protecting them from where the sound had emitted from, North Harbor Drive. Along the road, right behind the parking lot, was a gated entrance, presumably manned by sentries at one point, yet now shut tightly by a mechanical chain-linked gate that, when operational, slid back and forth as entry was granted. Moon was the closest of all 4 men, peering over the hood and front bumper of a dark silver Honda Accord. He seemed to blend in with his surroundings while being no more than 30 yards from the gate. Boys, I have a red pickup that's right outside the gate, and 2 men just jumped out from the bed with chains. Stand by and stay low. Still using his nods, he adjusted the gain down to account for the rising sun. His vision was unobstructed, weapon up and resting on the car's protruding bumper ready to fire if need be as he watched with bated breath. The men ran to the gate and hooked the chains onto the fence. Moon knew immediately what was about to happen, and they would have to act fast or be caught out in the open with their proverbial pants down, so to speak. Get ready to move on me, Moon radioed. No one replied, yet all 4 men were on the same page. The other 3 were simply waiting for Moon to act, and they would step into their tactical roles as they saw fit. The driver wheeled the truck into a position that allowed the man to back it up to the entry gate. Its metal tubing sat on top of a rolling system and track built into the ground, yet no tire deflation devices could be seen. The strange men had hooked 1 chain to each end of the gate, then ran the chains back to a central pulling point at the rear of the truck. Moon watched as the men gave a thumbs up to the driver and ran off out of the way of the truck as the driver tightened the slack in the chain. They're coming in. Just be ready. That truck is ours, Moon called out. California looked off at each man and understood they were most likely going to kill the men to facilitate acquiring means of transportation. Then he had a thought, what if they're just normal people trying to survive? He was not shy of fighting nor of killing, but murder. That was another issue, a line he was not about to cross, or would he be forced to? The chains were now taut, and the driver could be heard shifting the old Ford F-100 into four-wheel drive. The metal chunked as the still unseen driver gave the truck gas, and its tires spun, smoke quickly billowing in the air. The gate flexed and bounced, but it held. The driver then slowly backed up to the gate, allowing the 12 feet of chain to slack, slipping under the truck itself. Moon could see the driver now. He was a young man, maybe even a teenager, with sweat-slicked dark hair and panic across his face. The young man was desperate. His sunken cheeks spoke volumes of why. The men were starving to death and most likely were about to loot the Coast Guard station for shelf-stable food rations. Moon knew he would kill the kid if he had to, but had no plans on it. Out of the three men, he had yet to see a weapon. In his mind, they were not much different from them. They all were at the station with a purpose, and those needs substantiated the reason why they were all there. In that moment, he decided he would do everything in his power to avoid killing that man, but there was no doubt in his mind Moon was going to take that truck from him. Period. The driver stood on the brake and let the back tires spin, creating power, and after a few seconds of god-awful screeching noise and smoke, begging for hordes of infected to come find them, the driver released the brake. The old Ford launched forward, and the chains caught and ultimately snatched the gate directly off its rails and dragged it into the street. Moon tapped his mic. "I've seen 0 weapons. Keep it tight." Yorji concurred. "Negative on weapons. They look unarmed, but be ready." The 2 men that had hooked the chains returned to the truck and freed the chains, pushing the damaged gate off to the side before tossing the thick, rusty chains into the bed of the truck for future use. Moon could hear the men speaking but couldn't make out what they were saying, but then he heard the guttural sound of a howler wailing off in the distance. "Fuck, they made too much noise. Carriers will be here soon." Chapter 17. A Gift. Mark Moon. United States Coast Guard Station. San Diego Bay. "Let the truck ease its way inside, weapons tight. Then I'll move on the driver as you guys focus on the other 2, Moon radioed. His mind was clear, but the howler in the distance had changed the game. No one needed to die, but if Moon couldn't get the truck before the infected overran the area, they would all be dead anyways. The truck spun around, pausing just briefly, long enough the driver's 2 sidekicks could jump in the back of the truck before it slowly moved past the entry point they had created. Moon watched and waited. He didn't know when his chance would arise, but as soon as it did, he would move. The truck slowly drove inside, passing open parking spaces on both sides of the vehicle. 20 yards. Moon still saw 0 signs of weaponry, and he found that odd. Why were these young men roaming the streets, breaking into a governmental facility unarmed? He knew they were in a desperate way, but why were they even in the city? Why did they choose to stay behind, refuse to evacuate? Then it hit him, their sunken cheeks, gaunt skinny bodies, and lack of weapons could also be signs of having been forced to stay in the city. Had they been held captive? Were they prisoners left behind by evacuating guards or deputies? Or maybe they had been left at the local asylum. His mind raced with possibilities. 10 yards. He could smell their foul body odor in the wind. That ammonia smell from the body eating itself for nutrition. The truck was almost next to him, close enough that he could see the 5 o'clock shadow on the young driver, who looked now to be no older than 20 at most. The truck shimmied and stalled, coming to a complete stop. The driver stared down at the ignition. Now or never, he thought. Moon stepped out from his spot and, just as simple as drinking water, placed the flash suppressor of his M4's barrel to the unsuspecting driver's temple. "If you move, I'll push your brains out that side window. Do you understand me?" Before he could blink, the driver saw 3 other soldiers appear from behind cars and move sharply to the bed of the truck. He knew they were all done for. Moon spoke again. "I know what you're thinking right now, son. Gun it and go, but that won't work when a 5.56 piece of lead ball has cracked your skull in 2. Understand, if I wanted you and your little friends dead, you'd all already be dead. But the fact that I'm even talking to you should illustrate all we want is the truck, and you can live to see another day. But if you don't step out from behind the wheel, we will kill you and your friends and then take the truck anyways. So the choice is yours." The man looked into his rearview mirror and watched as both of his young friends were yanked from the bed and vanished from sight. He swallowed hard and raised his hands as his bladder let loose. Hot, pungent urine filled the man's jeans, traveled down his left pants leg, and pooled in the floorboard. The old Ford was a 3-on-the-tree manual transmission. The driver was not versed in its nuances, and it had cost him his ride. His hands shook as he turned his head toward Moon. Moon popped open the driver's door for him, pulling his rifle out from the open window and away from the man's head. "We just need food, that's all," the man cried. Tears swept along his sunken and dirty cheeks. His thin beard was caked with a sticky substance in spots. It was painfully obvious that the men were not infected, but had been abused, and Quiet literally looked to be starving to death. Moon stepped back, allowing the man to move to his left, away from the truck. He shut the door and motioned for the man to walk around the truck and join his friends, who Walker and Yorji were presently standing guard over. "Please," the men begged, until Yorji held his hand up for them to quiet down. Moon walked with the driver and pointed for him to join his friends, taking a seat on the curb next to the barracks. "We are not here to hurt any of you, but we must commandeer your ride, bottom line." "But we'll all die." Yorji again held his palm up while hawking the men's hands, making sure they were not able to reach for any unseen weapons. "We are indeed taking your truck, but understand this. You idiots made a whole mess of noise pulling that gate open. Now we all have to leave or face the incoming infected. You have to be smarter going forward. Noise, it travels in this dead city like you wouldn't believe. That's like a dinner bell to the infected. Not all of them, but most of them. They will come to see what made the noise, to see if they can feast on it. On you," Moon explained. He slipped his pack off and eyed his men to follow suit. Reaching inside, he pulled out a meal ready to eat and tossed it at the driver's feet. "Here's some food. Take it and hop in the back of the truck." Yorji and Walker both tossed a meal to the other men. The prepackaged governmental meal was high in calories and would help the men more than they knew. Yorji stepped aside. "Get in the back. We have to go now." The driver looked shocked. "Please don't kill." Moon shook his head. "Damn it, you think we'd give you food just to kill you boys off? I told you we have zero fucking interest in killing you. We just need the transportation. But you guys made so much noise, you woke the dead. If we leave you here, the Horde will undoubtedly find you. So jump in the back of the truck, shut the hell up, and we'll dump you off down the roads where you can survive." The three gaunt young men all looked at each other and then slowly rose before doing as they were told. They jumped into the back of the truck and were guarded by both Yorji and Walker as California slipped behind the wheel with Moon riding shotgun. Then the screams began, but this time the men could see a handful of infected running down the middle of North Harbor Drive, headed right for them, as California wheeled the truck around and away from the carriers. Moon checked his mapping system display attached to his chest rig. Flipping it down, he pointed to where they needed to go, gauged their position on the map, and smiled with a shake of his head. "We are a few miles out from the museum, but take this next left onto West Laurel. That will lead us straight into El Prado. From that point, we will be a stone's throw away." He took the moment to recall what a shitty drive those roads had been last month as he evaded that suicide team, but now he looked around, and in the calm of the early morning, he could tell things were very different from before. He just hoped they were for the better. California nodded as he checked his mirrors, becoming aware of the infected falling out of view. "Seems like you know the area a bit." California laughed at him. "I mean, did you really launch your truck off the end of that road, right out into the bay?" He pointed toward the bay as he made his left onto Laurel. Turning toward the water, Moon paused before answering. The morning sun was just beginning to reflect off the calm water, yet he could still feel the adrenaline of pushing that Silverado to its limits, then launching as far he could in the middle of the Russians trying desperately to kill him and his men. And in that moment, he also noticed the burned-out truck frame from where that A-10 Warthog burned those Russians all the way down to hell. Licking his lips, Moon could almost taste the salt air and coppery blood from that day, and now he was back. California allowed him to take his moment of silence and waited patiently for his response as he focused on driving. Both windows were down, allowing in the cool morning ocean air, but it also gave the men the ability to hear their surroundings clearer. He just hoped that it didn't rain because, based on the pieces of glass under his feet, he believed the driver's window had been busted out long ago. Moon turned back toward California. "Yeah, it's not my first trip down this fucked-up road, that's for certain." As they drove, Moon was beginning to see the buildings that had once been on fire were now nothing but ash. "Soon, you'll come across old cars and bodies positioned in a way to make you—" Moon paused as he realized in the last month those bodies should still be in the road just up ahead, yet they were mostly gone. "Well, just keep an eye out. Last month the road was blocked, but now it seems unabated." "Up ahead," California clarified. After a few blocks of passing damaged buildings and abandoned cars that littered the area like trash no longer needed, no longer useful like most of the First World, it was now all garbage, he finished his statement. "Where the road is stained over there, that line. He pointed to an odd and uneven dark marking across the width of the road. That's where a wall of bodies was, Moon replied. He sat up in his seat, heart rate elevated, but not much. When I first saw them, I thought the infected had used them to block the road, to try and funnel us off the main exit way and into a kill box they had set up for us. I was right about the intentions and the kill box. There was no doubt we were about to be ambushed if I hadn't made the call to plow through the burning bodies. They were on fire, California asked rhetorically. Yeah, but it wasn't the infected who stacked them. Russians. That same suicide team that chased us all the way to the bay. I can't understand the world some days, but then I just push it all deep inside and get to work, Moon replied. California listened empathetically, yet on the same note, he was becoming pissed for what his new friend had gone through. I know you've lost men, good men who have had your back since before you can imagine. For that, I'm desperately sorry. But now, here, today, you have the power to find some, if not all, of the ones who remain. I won't play coy or even act ridiculously stupid by trying to convince you that we will find them all. We won't. I know that, and deep down, I'm sure you can feel that. Moon nodded in agreement as he watched the side streets that they passed. But today, we have the ability to find at least one of them. And just one is more than zero we started with, and one is worth me risking everything I have to bring that one person home, California explained as they continued to drive, keeping the speed responsible enough not to miss any threats while also fast enough to evade any severe threats if need be. You know, Luke, Moon replied, for a change calling him by his given name. You're not half bad for a surfer from California. I'm no fool and I've never ran a fool's errand. But I will say this, we will lose men in every battle we bear. That's been my life for as long as I can recall. I'll probably die in this godforsaken city too. It let me leave once, but it may not a second time. But I'm fine with that. I've come to terms with it, with my eventual demise. What I couldn't come to terms with, or what I refused to accept, was not at least trying to bring my boys home. Period. Dead or alive, I'll find them. But like you said, we are at a net zero right now, so even just finding one of my men would be a massive win. Chapter 18. Run. Kate Color. West Palm Street. San Diego, California. Sunrise 1 May 2025. Kate's eyes fluttered open. The wind blew a dead leaf across her cheek, tickling her face as she awoke. Her head hurt, her throat was parched, and the first thing she thought of was water. The oak tree's bark had left uncomfortable indentations along her neck and upper spine. Her left earlobe was swollen from an ant bite. She remained drowsy and lethargic. The wood line was much thinner in the morning light than before she fell asleep. Out on the road, she could hear a pair of black crows cawing. She didn't know why the birds were so loud and annoying as she stood, stumbling a bit, using the tree to balance her groggy body. Then it dawned on her, where was Josh Allman and what happened with her mother? Where did they go? Near panicked, Kate stutter-stepped around the tree. Josh, are you there? She asked. Her voice seemed to float in the air like dead leaves, with no one in sight to appreciate the beauty. She turned back to the tree she had slept against. Josh's backpack was still leaned against it, lying there like a body, reminding her of a dreadful night. She knew something was wrong. Her gut churned and bubbled with stress. Josh, she whimpered, he wouldn't have left his pack. Something terrible happened, I know it. A twig snapped near the entrance to the wood line she hid within, gaining her full attention. Slowly, Kate leaned around the tree that had given her shelter and concealed her for hours. Blood ran from her paling face as she saw a shirtless man, one with a dirty blackened red rash running up along the side of his neck. His eyes, bloody black ooze, seeped from the hollow sockets like a Halloween exhibit. Infected, she whispered, but then covered her mouth with her hand as the man's attention perked as she spoke the word. Fuck, she knew better, she should be still and silent, but his nose was in the air, and he was scenting her. The wind blew across the back of her head toward the man, pushing her odor right to him. She could see the trouble she was in, and it nearly froze her with fear. Slowly, the skeletal man moved toward her. One sloppy step at a time. His chest was almost inverted, he was so emaciated. His legs looked like twigs, and his feet were gnarled and bloody gashes of meat with protruding bones for toes. Kate's hands began to shake as she felt her only option was to run. But to where? Would the man chase after her or let her go? Would she be able to move faster than the infected could stumble through the woods? Was he solo or were more carriers just outside the woods? Then she recalled the revolver. The Smith & Wesson .38 Allman had taken from that BMW and slipped into his pack. The pack she now stood next to, its shoulder strap actively brushing her leg as the wind blew through the trees as if to say, I'm here, take me. Use me against that creature. The man's state of infection was some of the worst she had seen. Kate found herself wondering if that made him more or less dangerous, given the circumstances. Her eyes shifted to the pack as she slowly lowered her body down to a knee. Her mind raced with what Josh had told her when he had first gave her the pistol, before she asked him to carry it inside of his pack for her. All you have to do is point and pull. Point and pull, point and pull, she told herself. Make sure the barrel is on the target and pull that trigger back until it goes bang. It's that simple. In the back of her mind, she understood that it was indeed that simple for Josh. But as she unzipped the top of his pack and slipped her hand inside, gripping the revolver with almost white-knuckled strength, she hoped to God it would be that easy for her. She pulled the revolver free. The infected man was now no less than 15 yards away and stumbling closer. Barrel on target, she told herself softly as she raised the weapon. Pull the trigger back until the revolver fired. The round smacked the man in the chest, almost center mass, and should have been a kill shot. But after he fell to the ground, his guttural moans continued as he picked himself back up, first to a knee, blood oozing from his mouth and chest. His eyes, black as night, stared directly at Kate, and she again lined up the barrel with his body and pulled the trigger. Boom! The round fired, blasting from the tip of the barrel at nearly 700 feet per second. The .38 caliber piece of lead cracked the carrier's head, snapping it back before he dropped to the ground, leaves and sticks pushing out from under his now lifeless body. Kate smiled as a thin gray smoke slowly rose from the revolver. Her hands had stopped shaking, but now her worry was of the noise she had made. From where she stood next to her tree of safety, the sun poked through, giving birth to the new day, shining not only on the man she had just killed, but also on the bloated bodies of the men all man had sniped and left in the yard and road of West Palm Street. She stepped to her right, giving herself a better view, before walking a few steps forward. Her jaw gaped as she noticed not only was a gathering of crows bouncing around one of the bodies, but also with shock that a trio of infected were feasting on the man that was in the road. One of the infected seemed to be pulling on the man's head as the gunshot had garnered their attention. While still holding parts of the man's body, the three carriers, remaining on their knees, now had turned toward the wood line, scanning for Kate, looking for whomever shot their friend inside the woods. Kate stepped back, and a thick, dried-out branch, a widow-maker that she had forgotten was on the ground near her, and Josh's packs tripped her. She tumbled to the ground with a loud, booming crash. Like a rock thrown through glass, her fall echoed through the woods, and she knew she had no choice now but to run for her life. Rolling over, pistol in hand, she could already hear carriers entering the woods. She glanced at her pack and Josh's bag, but she could only take one. There was no time to think. She grabbed Josh's pack and tossed it over her shoulder before jumping to her feet and running like she was in a race for all mankind. Chapter 19. A New Chance. Kate Culler. Running from West Palm Street. San Diego, California. Sunrise, 1 May 2025. The sun glinted off Kate's sweaty forehead as she ducked under branches, jostling herself left and right around trees, across uneven terrain, pistol still in hand, arms swinging in a pathetic rhythm between each step. Looking over her shoulder, she could see at least one carrier chasing her, yet by her count she could hear 3 more. She knew she only had 3 shots left, not unless there was spare ammo or another pistol inside the military man's pack she carried. Not that she would even know how to use another type of pistol. She had been shocked when she was able to accurately employ the small .38 she ran with. Thoughts of her mom and her long-dead father slipped across her mind. She was not only lost in the woods, but lost in the world. Her mind was burned, nearly done. At 14, she was living a hellscape that no teenager should be forced to live, yet she found herself struggling to survive just one more day. Tree after tree passed by. At her feet, deadfall seemed to reach up and grab at her ankles, causing her to stumble, trip, and fall. Rolling to her feet, she again looked over her shoulder. This time it was another kid, one about her age, an infected kid that was barreling down on her. The girl had dirty blonde hair matted with blood and, like all the others, black, sunken eyes with black ooze dripping from them. 3 shots left. Looking behind the girl and then turning to scan where she was moving, Kate noticed an opening in the trees, a road. She believed the closest carrier would beat her to that road, but not the ones far behind her. She had to make a quick stand or die trying. The girl was within 20 yards, moving fast toward Kate like she was a native in the woods. Kate lifted the pistol and lined the barrel up with her body, then pulled the trigger. The gun went off, but the girl never stopped. Her speed stayed the same, and she was now 10 yards from Kate. Panicking, Kate knew she had missed, leaving her with just 2 bullets left. She couldn't risk missing again, so she held her breath and paused, pistol up and pointing toward the infected girl. The carrier's bare chest heaved as she opened her mouth, teeth brown and jagged, broken to sharp points as if she had been eating rocks. Then the girl was within a couple feet and leaped into the air at Kate, her arms out wide, hands in the shape of claws. Kate simply held the pistol in the air, aiming directly at the girl's face, and just before the infected descended upon her, Kate pulled the trigger. Birds flew from the top of a thin, white oak tree as the shot rang out. The infected girl's head rocked back, her jaw nearly taken clean off by the round. Kate rolled to her right as the girl landed exactly where Kate had been on a knee. Blood sprayed the leaves, and the girl's lifeless body tumbled across the forest floor as Kate shot up to her feet and took off at a sprint, aiming for the upcoming opening in the wood line. She had one round left in her .38, and she understood that would be for herself. She looked at the pistol in her hand, nodding her head in agreement with her own inner self that the last bullet would be to blow her own brains out if she found herself in imminent danger of the chasing carriers eating her alive. She would go out on her own terms. Period. Pushing hard, she ran with the pack jostling across her back. It wasn't light, yet it also wasn't too cumbersome. In her mind, she would find food and survival supplies inside, or at least she hoped to. In the past, she had watched Josh retrieve food, ammo, and the revolver from the pack. So she knew those items, minus the revolver she now carried, were at least inside, but anything else was a mystery, other than the electronic screen he had in there that she was confused about. Slowing her pace, she was at the end of the woods, nearing the hardball road just outside the last set of pine trees. Stepping out, she looked left and right, then shot across it and behind a red house. Direction of travel, she was clueless. In the heat of the moment, all she knew was to run. She had forgotten exactly where they had parked the Colorado, and in her drowsy haste of waking up, she had brought too much attention to herself. Now she understood why Josh had harped on her so much about being quiet, controlling her emotions, and listening. Those contentious moments between her and him had been for her own good, but she couldn't see until now. Kate quickly looked around and thought she needed to head east, toward the rising sun. That would be the easier and most prudent thing for her to do before the other carriers caught up to her. Running again, now behind the red house, Kate moved east. From that house, she hustled without being seen to a second house, this one brick with a garage door bearing the spray paint markings, dead inside. Crossing Dover Street, dripping sweat like a faucet, she ran with purpose, making her way again behind a two-story house, listening to a female scream in the distance before finally scaling a 4-foot chain-link fence and back into a new wood line. Slowly, she used the trees for concealment as she caught her breath, still moving east toward the sun. Her eyes glanced to the chrome revolver. Its minuscule weight all of a sudden seemed heavy in her hands, a burden on her heart. Maybe it was the adrenaline dumping or the fact she had killed 2 people. Her mind shuddered at the thought she had killed people, because they were not people, not anymore. The ones she killed were infected, and those people were nothing more than predatory animals. Shaking it off, she kept moving, continuing to hold the pistol that contained her final bullet. She crossed over North Arroyo Drive, skirted a burned-down shell of a house, then ran across overgrown earth before crossing Bront Street, looking to her right at a stop sign with a biohazard symbol sprayed over it. Finally, she jumped into a new patch of woods and popped out onto the dirt path known as Maple Sin Trails. Again, she slowed, taking the time to gauge her surroundings. Holding her hands above her head, pistol still in her right hand, Kate tried to catch her breath while she also listened for anyone nearby. Nothing. She couldn't hear anything with her heart pounding, not a twig snap nor a foot rustling leaves. Her panicked mind was in overdrive, elevating her heart even though she was now walking. Take a breath and calm the hell down, Kate, she thought, but it was in Josh's military voice. She could hear him inside of her head. Squinting her eyes, she took deep breaths while counting to 10, inhaling and again while exhaling. It was working. She repeated the process 5 more times as she walked, then as she thought about water and believing she may have moved enough east that she must have lost the pursuing carriers, she slipped the backpack off, fished around inside, and retrieved a green water bladder. She looked at it quizzically as she shook it in the air. A liquid slipped around the inside, sloshing about, making her smile. Kate had never seen anything like it before, but still, she spun the cap off and drank the liquid. Water, so good. As she drank, Kate noticed a stumbling naked man step out onto the trail. His eyes were telltale of the infection, so she raised the pistol at him as she dropped the bladder. Precious water soaked the dirt as she pulled Josh's pack onto her back again, ready to move. Then a second man stepped onto the path, this one shorter, skinner, clothed, but only partially. She started to backpedal and then turned to run, only to see another carrier, female this time, down the path, walking her way with lustful eyes. They all wanted her, but only to satisfy their carnivorous appetite created by the Aries plague, also known as VXE. Kate knew it was time. Without a moment's hesitation, she put the barrel of the .38 Smith & Wesson to her right temple. "You can all go to hell," she screamed at the top of her lungs as she pulled the trigger. Click. Her eyes had been closed and raced open at the sound of a revolver's hammer falling onto a bullet that had been a dud from the factory. The revolver did not fire. The hammer fell onto the primer with absolutely no explosion. In her darkest moment of need, the revolver had failed. She had nothing left to do but run. Kate tossed the pistol at the closest infected, smacking him in the face as she cut east off the trail and through the skinny set of woods leading to West Maple Street. And the infected all gave chase. Chapter 20. Not on my watch. Mark Moon. Laurel Street, San Diego, California. Sunrise, 1 May 2025. Mark Moon looked out on the horizon, wondering what was left of the people who had survived the outbreak. Were there hidden areas, pockets of good people, waiting for help, waiting for their government to rescue them? He thought about what he was told about the evacuation areas and the safe zones, and wondered how many people had made it out alive. During his slumber, how many people had been killed, how many became infected. And in that same thought, he held out hope that Dr. Ava Carter was fast at work on a vaccine and close to providing the nation a brilliant cure. Anything to help the people he had sworn to protect. Anything for his government. The old Ford F-100 clinked and clanked like a metal rattle trap of the 70s. Its wide and thick off-road tires hummed across the asphalt in an almost hypnotic trance as they drove. Director Yorgi and Walker were still in the back, watching over the three men they had liberated the truck from. Moon glanced around, seeing nothing of danger, his eye falling still on a building, almost clean, immune to the chaos of the changing world. "Go ahead and pull over here," he said. California slowed the truck to a stop at the corner of 2nd Avenue and Laurel Street, where an old Jewish synagogue rested proudly with absolutely nearly zero damage, as compared to the devastation surrounding it. Popping open his door with a metallic squeal, Moon stepped from the truck, holding his rifle by the foregrip. His eyes shifted from the morning light to the men in the bed. "Again, we mean you no harm. I've been scanning for a nice area to drop you guys off, one that was safer than others. This is it." He pointed toward the synagogue. "That's a Jewish temple, clean, pristine in nature, undamaged, so that tells me a couple things. It's a safe place to take refuge, that people are inside taking care of it, and that they haven't allowed anyone to damage their holy grounds." The men all looked at each other, each one afraid to speak. Moon readdressed the men. "You're free to leave, but before you do." One man stared up at him as if he knew there had to be a catch, that they were all about to pay a price. "We don't have anything to give you, nothing to offer, please don't. I understand it's hard to trust us, to believe that indeed, we are the good guys, but before you leave, I need to know your stories. We need to find out if there's any more people like you that need help. People banded together, good people that for whatever reason never evacuated but are stuck here in the city." The same man, the original driver, spoke up. "Let my friends go about their way, and I'll tell you everything you're looking for. I'll even explain the things you won't like." Moon's eyes shifted between Yorgi and Walker, looking for any sign of objection. With none to be said, he nodded to the man. "I'll take that deal." Like a bat flushed from a cave, two men jumped from the truck and ran off, disappearing behind the synagogue, leaving the driver to speak with his captors. Moon looked to the driver. He was young, but Moon could tell the man was mentally tough. "Okay, I lived up to my side, now it's your turn. You can start with what's your name, where you're from, those sorts of nuances. You know, the friendly stuff people usually give out once they meet a new friend or three." The man thought and wondered if they would actually ever become friends. He believed not, but rather more along the lines of acquaintances. He didn't hate Moon, but wasn't a fan by any means, not after losing his ride out of town to him. "Name, S. Randall Gay, and I was born in Florida." "The Sunshine State," Moon quipped. "That's where we are from mostly anyways. I'm out of Palm Coast. Where in Florida were you born?" Randall half smiled but cleared it quickly as he responded. "Daytona, the trashy part, not far off the beach." "No crap, that's just down the road from me. What got you all the way out to this crappy side of the nation?" Randall's thick, icy exterior was slowly melting, allowing himself to share more honestly with the men. Taking a deep breath, exhaling, he continued. "My father got a job out here. He works for the city as a curator of sorts, I should say worked past tense. He would locate and arrange the acquisitions of items for any museum you can think of. Natural history, relics, artistic items, what have you. He would facilitate the acquisitions for the city of San Diego and Chula Vista, too. No shit, Moon thought about what he had said and refrained from telling him that they themselves were en route to the Natural History Museum. Where's your dad now? Dead like most of them are. I elected to stay behind. He paused and strained to look down the road as the sunlight shined across a figure in the distance, catching his eye. At first we hid, waited for our turn to evacuate. Then came the hide-in-place order rather quickly. It seems being at ground zero of an outbreak shuts evacuations down faster than you can imagine. Like to the point it never really existed. Like a magic trick, it was all just for show. What are you saying? The government left your ass here? Moon asked, his eyes now floating down the same street Randall's eyes had. Moon winced as he thought the figure he saw was that of a young girl, leaving him to ponder if she was infected or lost or something else. The news lies, go figure, right? Randall explained. Sure, an evacuation order was given, and did people attempt to leave? Yep, they sure did, but was it fruitless? Also, yes. How so? Moon was intrigued, but understood they also shouldn't spend too much time idle. He had work to do, but the intel could be powerful in performing his work too. It's common sense, Randall said. Then Moon thought about the raid and how quickly the virus had jumped containment, flowing into the urban areas like a tsunami. Even before the news relayed information pertaining to an outbreak, we had those things at our home. My dad was simply taking the trash out. It was my chore, but he was being nice after a long day at work. We had dinner and were calling it a night. Even though he had already taken the cans to the curb, I had forgotten to empty the kitchen trash. He laughed about it, which I found it off-putting. Typically, he would have still made me take it out. I know he had had a great day, so I figured he was simply taking it easy on me. It's not your fault, Moon added. I know, but I'll always feel like I played a part in his demise. We stayed up later than normal, had a couple beers together. Don't look at me like that. I'm nearly of age. Randall took a moment to compose himself. I was in my bedroom about 1 a.m., something like that. I heard this commotion but didn't think much about it. I fell back asleep, only to wake up later to my dad hovering over my bed, holding a blood-soaked rag against his wrist, talking about how some crazy bastard had bit him. Moon listened intently but also glanced down 2nd Avenue again. This time he noticed the figure was closer, followed by 3 or 4 other figures a block or so behind the first one. He then gestured for Georgie and Walker to look that way. Randall continued. The city has a metric ton of homeless. It's disgusting. I assumed it was one of them that bit my dad. A female scream interrupted the conversation, drawing everyone's attention once again up the road of 2nd Avenue. The first figure was now fully illuminated and could plainly be identified as a young girl, early teens. Walker, Moon shouted. Walker was already a step ahead of Moon, having pulled a small handheld pair of binoculars from his pack. Leaning across the roof of the truck, he used it for support to steady the glass, creating a better sight picture of what he was seeing. What do you see? Moon asked as he then looked to Georgie. Watch R6 and get ready to move. Moon man, you're gonna want to take a quick peek for yourself, Walker replied, handing him the glass and bringing up his rifle. Moon lifted the binoculars to his eyes and peered through the magnified glass. He didn't need much time to understand that a young girl was being chased by a group of carriers. The outbreak was visceral on so many levels that the victimization was the most painful thing he'd ever seen in his life, and he wasn't about to witness the demise of such a young girl. Not on his watch. Walker, get ready to put rounds down range. We need to help her, Moon said. Smacking the top of the roof, he gained California's attention. Start heading down 2nd Street toward the girl. What girl? California replied, then squinted and noticed that the figure running toward them in the distance was a female, but without the binos, he couldn't be sure. Hold on back there. Randall eyed the road just off the side of the pickup's bed. The asphalt appeared inviting, a pathway to freedom. He thought about jumping, heading out on his own, trying to catch up to his friends. But then the harsh reality of the situation set in. He was alone, the world was ending, and he had no other place to go. In his last efforts of survival, he had found that old beat-up antique truck, only to eventually have it taken from him. In theory, he could go out on his own, maybe survive a few nights or even a week, but what if he stayed? What if he decided to help? He had nothing left, but staying would give him a sense of hope and purpose. In that moment, Randall had his chance to flee, but emphatically chose to stay. Before the event, he had thought about the service, about joining the Marine Corps, serving a higher purpose. But he never did, Now was his chance. With his chin held high, he looked over at Moon. They locked eyes. Then Randall simply sank himself into the truck bed, hands on his knees, resting his head against the rear glass as the truck began moving toward the girl. Kate Color. 2nd Avenue, San Diego, California. Sweat dripped from Kate's forehead, trickled down her back, soaking the dirty Metallica t-shirt she had stolen last week. Her heart raced as in the distance she noticed an old antique pickup truck with men in the back of it. At first, Kate stutter-stepped to take a side street, but a breath later, she questioned what she had seen. Did some of those men have on the same pants as Josh Allman? Was Josh with them? Were they soldiers like Josh had been? Moving back to the center of the road, she ran harder, picking up her pace as carriers continued to chase after her. She was a tad conflicted. Should she try and maneuver her way through a house or two, cutting off her pursuers? Or keep running full speed to the men in the truck, the men she hoped to be soldiers and not deviant associates with the evil left behind that now controlled the city? Keep running, bitch, she screamed internally. The truck was gaining distance on her. The one man wearing almost identical pants to Josh Allman was waving her toward them. He was yelling, but Kate couldn't understand what he was saying. 40 yards out she ran, but the truck was picking up speed, coming right for her. Sprinting now, Kate moved as fast as she could, as if there were no tomorrow. Sweat poured down her neck and back as the pack she carried jostled from side to side, causing her to hook both thumbs within the shoulder straps and pull tight to stabilizing the load as she sped up. The truck was on top of her now, just a few feet or so away. That was when she saw the man in the back, the one in charge. He was standing, gesturing for her to hit the deck, to quickly drop to the ground, and that was exactly what Kate did. Still at speed, she dove to the ground, asphalt skinning her hands and forearms as she then heard gunfire coming from the back of the truck while her feeble body rolled to a stop. Men jumped from the truck and surrounded her, firing their rifles as Kate covered her ears, pulling her knees into chest, making herself into a ball, subconsciously believing it would help protect her, praying they killed all the monsters. A few moments later, the gunfire had stopped and the dust began to settle. Kate rolled to her side and gazed up at a man who was standing over her, staring down at her with a smile. Mark Moon held his hand out to Kate as he bent down to help her back to her feet. "Young lady, you just won the lottery." She took his hand and stood, brushing herself off, while looking back north to the now 6 dead carriers lying in a lifeless heap of human flesh and bone, staining the road for many months to come. "I can't thank you enough, I hope." "Young lady, I don't mean to be forward or accusatorial, but where did you get that pack you're carrying? It's way too big for you, and besides, I know it doesn't belong to you." A tear welled in her eyes as she realized that with that one simplistic question, she wholeheartedly knew that the man she was speaking with was not only a soldier but one just like Josh Allman, and he had recognized Allman's pack. She slipped it from her shoulders and turned it around for Mark Moon to see the full view. At the top was a small black square bearing the Protocol 9 insignia, a black background with a white skull in the center, canted with cross-musket pistols and a spear, all in white. To the right of the spear, atop the skull, was a red number 3, signifying Team 3. Moon's eyes smiled before his face could. In the instant he saw the protocol insignia, he knew she had contacted one of his missing men. Based on her caring demeanor, he knew it had been a good contact, to say the least. "This belongs to a soldier who saved me. His name was Josh." Moon's mind was shocked. He had been almost dead certain Josh had drowned in the bay, lost to the sea forever. "Allman," Moon finished the sentence for her and her heart raced. "He was one of my men, a teammate, a friend. We are looking for him as well as others that wore packs like that, who all wore uniforms with that insignia velcroed to them." He pointed to the patch. "Tell me my friend is still alive. Tell me he's okay." Chapter 21. A New Friend. Mark Moon. Laurel Street, San Diego, California. The rest of the men hopped from the back of the old Ford, leaving California behind the wheel, engine still running hot and ready. Each man, bypassing Moon and the girl, approached the dead infected and stared at the mess. Walker lifted his rifle and shot one of the carriers in the head, just to make sure it was indeed done fighting, eating, killing. Kate looked around at all the people and noticed Randall, who was only a few years older than she was. He was in civilian clothing, and that made her smile as she continued to speak with Moon. I don't know if your friend is still alive, but I feel that he is." Moon listened and then spoke. "Let's start with I'm Kate, by the way, which is only really important when I tell you how Josh was trying to help free my mother. Right now, I don't know where he is. We got separated. I grabbed his pack as a nasty man began chasing me in the woods. Moon smiled a bit. He had always been the type to jump right to the point, and the young girl called him on it. With the fact that she didn't know Josh's whereabouts, he slowed down a tad just to be more genuine, more personable. It's nice to meet you, Kate. I'm sorry for being so tipped, Moon replied. Kate glanced over her shoulder, staring at the dead infected, souring her face as she spoke. You mean quick to kill? For that, there's no apologies needed. I thank you for that, kind sir. In this day and age, it pays to be a killer, that's for damn sure, and I for one am ecstatic to see you. At first, I started to take a side street, ditch through a house, but then I noticed as you stood in the back of the truck that your uniform was just like Josh's, so I took a chance and, well, it paid off. I thank you for saving me. Moon was taken back by how astute young Kate was. I'm glad we could, he replied. The rest of the men collapsed around Kate and Moon, ears open, eyes paying attention to their surroundings. Moon looked to the men and then to Kate. Kate, this is Walker, Georgie, Randall, and Luke is in the truck. Luke waved from the driver's window. We call him California. He surf? Kate asked. Again, Moon recognized how very astute she was. He sure does, Moon replied. Probably better than all of us combined. Kate looked down to the backpack. She slipped her hand inside and pulled a bottle of water deep from inside, then zipped it back tight. I believe this is probably more yours than mine. She tried to hand it to Moon, but he stopped her. I have a bag, but you'll need it. What's left inside? Moon asked. Go ahead and take a gander, Kate replied. It's not that heavy. I haven't fully searched it either. Moon looked to the other men, knowing they were all short on time and needed to leave after creating so much chaos. Kate, Josh helped you before, and that's a part of what we do. We are soldiers with the government, but we need to leave the area before more carriers find us. Now, I know this might sound cliché, but after killing that little horde of infected, I think you can trust us. Hop in the back and come take a ride. Kate was no fool, and she was not one to hesitate when her gut spoke to her. She nodded, smiling. Stepping forward, she tossed Josh's pack into the bed of the truck, then Moon helped push her up inside. He followed her after speaking to Walker. Jump in the cab with California, get us to the museum, and let's try not to take any more detours. Walker nodded, while the others all ascended the side rails of the truck. California turned the wheels and aimed the truck back toward Laurel. But for too long they were back en route, with hope building on the horizon. Moon opened Josh's pack as the truck rolled comfortably down Laurel, only weaving slightly around a handful of abandoned cars and dead bodies. A howl in the distance gave proof of dogs roaming the city blocks, and Moon wondered if VXE affected animals. As he pondered that thought, his hand touched something he was very familiar with. Gripping the item, he pulled out a digital mapping system. It was the size of a cell phone. He tapped the power, but nothing happened. Looking over his shoulder, he peered through the back glass instinctively for a charging cord. One for a newer model iPhone would work, but nothing. Laughing, he realized the truck was so old it didn't even have a cigarette lighter. Then it hit him. That couldn't be Josh's mapping system. The fact Josh made it out of the bay alive gave evidence that Josh had most likely dumped his chest rig with his own map attached. But then again, how'd his pack survive? Unless he had it waterproofed and it floated to the surface. He eyed the mapping system again, almost convinced it had to have been one of the others. He glanced to Kate. Tell me about this. He held the item up for her to see. I don't really know what it is, but Josh was very protective of it. He had found it and said it would lead him to where he needed to go if he could power it on. Moon nodded and looked the system over for a third time. Even the screen was in good shape, no cracks, dents, nothing. It just needed some juice. Of all his missing men, Mann, Stinson, Horner, Chow, Milliken, and agents from Team 4 that Moon couldn't recall, he wondered whose mapping system he was holding. Kate, Moon said, we are headed for the Natural History Museum right now to look for more of my men. But you mentioned Josh had helped you and your mother. Can you tell me more about that? Maybe you saw where Josh had been laying his head at night, maybe even last night. Our goal is to find him and my other teammates to bring them all back home. Can you help me do that? After the museum, will you take me to where you last saw him? Kate's eyes narrowed, her brow furrowed with painful feelings, not anger but close. He was asking her to go back to where she had just woken up, to go back to the place that held the monsters. She didn't think she could do that. In her heart, she didn't want to do that. The thought made her guts bubble. Moon spotted that he had struck a nerve, that Kate wasn't as nice and filterless as she presented to be. She was having issues with his request to go back to where she last saw Josh. He reached his gloved hand out and gently touched her shoulder. Her 1,000-yard stare evaporated, then their eyes locked. I don't know if I can. Sitting across from Moon and next to Kate, Randall had been watching and listening. Is it because of Vargo? He asked plainly, as if he knew the answer to the question, but he wanted to give her a nudge to clear the air a bit more. Moon continued to rifle his hands through Josh's pack as he spoke. Who's Vargo? That was the ultimate question, Randall thought, and he settled back to hear Kate's answer. Vargo's a collector, she replied. Some say he has jars of souls lining the walls of his bunker. I think older people probably do have mason jars of perishables, canned for a time just like this, Walker interjected. Kate shook her head. But not of souls like Vargo, she snapped, crossing her arms and staring out over the land once more. Her hands shook as the wind blew her hair back. Randall had heard all he needed from Kate. Her take on the man, while not that unusual, was just a rumor, one perpetrated by the youth of the day. Vargo, while a vile piece of shit, is far from anything supernatural or even bordering the lines of Ted Bundy. He doesn't eat his victims, nor keep their souls locked inside of jars, only to be let loose on the eve of Halloween. Moon, Yorgie, and Walker all snickered. Randall continued. But he is a collector. Ever since the outbreak, he's been rumored to collect people. Some say he has a list of offenders that owe him and he's simply making them pay up, while others feel he's been up to his old muling tricks that the cartel used to pay him handsomely for. It seems before the outbreak, his skill set was paid for in cash by the Los Perrons cartel. He'd smuggle people and things back and forth across the border. People and cash went south, while dope and other people were taken north into the States. Moon glanced to Yorgie, wondering if the director was thinking the same thing he was. Randall, we've dealt with scum like that before. The mules are typically unassuming people that, when pushed into a corner, fold like a cheap lawn chair in the wind. Randall held his hand out to Kate, gesturing for the water bottle she held in her hand. Do you mind? She shook her head and handed it to him. He took a big swig and then handed back. Thank you. He redirected his gaze back to Moon and the other men. I wish that were the case, sir, yet Vargo is different. I'd say so, Kate added. He's a monster. Randall continued. He's El Salvadorian with an American bloodline. Rumor has it his father was American and his mother had been smuggled across the southern border. He must take after his father, cause while he has a darker complexion, heavily tattooed, with a buzz cut, he also stands nearly 6'4", with a muscular frame of 250, easily. Moon, still listening intently, finding nothing else of concern within Josh's backpack, turned to look past the hood of the truck to gauge where they were and how far they had to go before reaching the museum. That's a big boy, he added. He sure is, but the part to concern ourselves with is indeed the fact that he is a collector. A people collector. I'd venture, just by the visceral response by our friend Kate here, he took her mother. Would that be true, Kate? It was hard for Kate to verbalize, but as a tear rolled down her cheek, she nodded in agreement. Sir, I think it's safe to assume that in the case of at least the man that owned that backpack, Randall pointed to Josh's pack, I'd bet my money on Vargo having taken your friend. Moon looked to Yorgie as Yorgie tossed in a fresh toothpick, using his tongue to roll it across his lips, then nodding in agreement with what the boy said. Moon thought for a moment and wondered if he should turn the truck around to track down Vargo, believing that wherever Vargo slept was probably where Josh and other people would be captive. He also wondered if Josh was actually taken prisoner, why not go out in a blaze of glory? He knew Josh and his skill set extremely well, and being taken captive didn't sit well with Moon. Moon looked to Randall, then to Kate. Do either of you know where we can find this Vargo? Kate looked at the bed of the truck, and Moon instantly knew that she had more to tell, that she most likely could lead them to the evil man. They would just have to make her face her fears. Randall hesitated, not expecting the question. But in his heart he had to be honest. After all, weren't Marines constructed of honor and integrity, grit, fearlessness, and courage? And that was exactly what Randall had inspired to be, a United States Marine. He looked Mark Moon dead in the eyes. I know where we can find him, or at least I know how we can find him, sir. Chapter 22. A dark man. Vargo. Undisclosed location. San Diego, California. A male voice shivered in tone as the man beckoned Vargo from the outskirts of the medieval wooden door. The little man, nearly a midget, 4'10", skinny and bald from sickness, just not the sickness turning the people around them, lowered his head as he awaited permission to enter the lair. The door slowly cracked, its hinges squealing a haunting pitch of sorrow as the little man slipped his hands within the knocker handle and pulled outward to open the door further. He stepped inside, and the darkness overshadowed his fright. Even though the man was near starvation, he was willing to risk his life for the mere crumbs he hoped to receive from the great Vargo. Shuffling his feet inward and closer to the beast of a man deep inside the room, the midget spoke. "My lord, I have found you something I believe you will enjoy," he explained. Vargo looked down on the feeble example of a man. Needles was his street name, what the natives referred to him by with disdain. In the recent past, the information he garnered from Needles had been very useful. Yet now, Vargo wasn't entirely sure how much longer he would put up with the low-life's antics. "Needles, what have you brought me today?" he inquired, tapping his finger on a table in front of him. "My lord," Needles began, and then his eyes drifted off to the side under Vargo's right armpit, where a pale-faced soldier was being held behind a set of green iron bars. The subject of Needles' appearance suddenly changed. "I see you found the man I spoke to you about just yesterday. That's quite a catch, if I may say so myself. Congratulations, sir. But do you think, no, I should say, maybe you could find it in your heart today to reward me for the information that led you to his capture? I'm quite hungry, sir, and anything of sustenance would be appreciated." Already, Vargo found himself bored of the conversation, yet he turned to look over his shoulder at who he had come to know as Josh the quiet soldier, nestled safely behind green steel bars. Shaking his head, he looked down on Needles, knowing the little thief was right that he should pay up for the information that led to Josh's capture. But still, he couldn't simply pay the little man. He had to make him dance a bit first, or otherwise, how could he keep the man in line? "Needles, you did bring me information on that man, but it's a man, not a woman, like I had asked for." Needles looked bemused and said nothing. His eyes suddenly saddened with the thought of going hungry yet another day. "Needles, right now there are men and women with the sickness that look to eat anything they seem to cast their eyes upon. This outbreak has become a burden to the city and possibly the nation. That last part I could care less about, but you see it affects what I can send down south. Are you following me?" He didn't wait for a response. "I move people and things across imaginary lines for buttloads of money. Lots and lots of green, do you understand that?" "Yes, sir, I do," Needles explained. "I'm just so hungry, sir." Ignoring Needles' ask for food, Vargo continued. "But over the last," he paused to think, "week or more, this outbreak has changed things. The city is in chaos, food is becoming more and more scarce, and the power has been out and looks to stay that way. Some people would say the world is ending, but I say no, it's just begun. The only problem I can foresee is lack of food and currency, and when you sit down to think about it, those may be one and the same. Only time will flesh that out. Now, what I have behind me is a man who took it upon himself to kill some of the best men I had just begun to recruit." "Yes, my lord," Needles replied. He already knew that intimately, having brought that to Vargo's attention, resulting in the man's capture. Vargo didn't care for the term "my lord," yet he was not about to correct the sick little man. He would allow Needles to refer to him in any positive and powerful way that Needles felt fit. "Needles, the game has changed, and we must evolve with it. You used to bring me gold fillings, and I'd pay you handsomely, but now, as long as this virus is among us, gold is worthless." Needles dropped his head, and his right hand slipped into his front jeans pocket, grasping the handful of fillings and gold rings he had robbed from a graveyard down the road with hopes of pawning for meat. He now understood that he would be wasting Vargo's time if he brought up the items to be bartered, so he kept his mouth shut concerning the same. Vargo looked to the box next to him on the table. "I can only assume you're hungry." He pulled out a loaf of bread, stale, old, but still hearty, then tossed it to him. Needles tried to catch it but missed. The bread tumbled across the ground, gathering dirt and dust. "That's for the intel. On the way out, my doorman will give you some canned goods, but smile for me. I don't want to think you're unhappy." "Thank you, my liege." He bowed and turned as if he had watched too many episodes of Game of Thrones. Vargo waited for the little man to exit his chamber, and once the door was secure, he stepped over to the holding cell, staring down on Josh. Vargo had at least 5 inches on his new toy, and it pleased the sadistic man to no end. Josh Allman, a former ranger, knew better than to eye his captor. In his 15 years of special operations experience, He understood fully that there was a time and place to fight, and a time to remain silent, to resist, to buy his time, remaining patient. Now was the time for open ears and a closed mouth. Taking deep breaths, he had become upset, mainly with himself, for not having seen his eventual capture coming. Every part of his being had told him to clear the structure before dealing with the female. But there had just been something about the bindings, about the totality of the situation, that oddly drew him in. Ultimately, the momentary lapse in tactics proved his downfall. In the end, he had failed his mission. Vargo killed the woman out of rage, choking her to death by the very rope that had held her in place, keeping Josh as a consolation prize. Vargo sneered. A sliver of drool plopped to the floor, falling off his jagged canine as he spoke. "Soldier boy, oh my little soldier boy, are you ready to talk yet? How about you start with the sickness? That nasty virus sweeping across this already dirty city. What harm could that be in talking about what's killing off the population around us? What do you know about it? If you fill me in, maybe I'll feed you. Would you like that, boy? Get some Campbell's chicken soup in your belly. How about that?" Josh Allman remained silent, even though food was on his priority list. Still a silent Sam. I understand the trust, it's just not there yet. Or are you afraid? Is the warrior shivering inside? Vargo asked. Josh said nothing, and Vargo smiled. That's fine, boy. You'll be hungry soon enough. Then you'll sing like a canary. Vargo turned and walked away, then stopped and smiled a deviant smirk. You might need some shut-eye, so I'll turn out the lights for you as I leave. Vargo laughed. The obscene and vile man walked the perimeter of the large open room, shutting the blinds on each window he passed, leaving only a sliver of daylight shining through the jail cell's 2-inch tall by 6-inch wide window. Vargo opened his closet, sliding the mirrored door to the left. Stepping inside, he stared at rifles, pistols, and wooden crates stamped U.S. Army stacked in the corner from floor to ceiling. He sat in the chair at the center of the closet and thought about his position. Thought about what the little bit of information the local news had disseminated before going off the air. Reaching for the small handheld radio he kept on the shelf, he turned it on and listened to the static while he tuned in any station he could find. He had a deadline to keep, but with the state of things, he was beginning to believe his routine and efforts were futile, that he was wasting his precious time. Extending the aluminum antenna, Vargo twisted the tuning knob slowly, concentrating on the bleeps and static bloops until he heard her voice. The only voice that was out there, the only one speaking directly to the people, for the people, the only voice he trusted. Her tone was soft and inviting. If you can hear this, then you are some of the lucky few still alive. It's been 3 days since I last transmitted, and I fear for my safety. Not just from the virus or the hordes of violent infected, oh no, but from our government. What they are now calling the Aries Plague. Vargo's eyes widened at the word plague. He immediately thought about the Black Death, endless suffering, and a lack of hope, future, or life. In that singular word, he had just been brought up to speed with reality. Before, he simply thought the outbreak to be a typical sickness, one the government exaggerated about, yet one that was killing people by odd means. A sickness causing him to wear a mask every time he left his home. Has swept across California and the Midwest, some reports say as far away as Tennessee or maybe even Kentucky, but who really knows? The government, our pathetic excuse for a government, cares not about us. No, not at all. I would even surmise that this modern-day plague was even created, developed, and orchestrated by our so-called government. It's a first-world, 21st century purge, ladies and gentlemen, and I have front-row tickets. He thought about the word purge and smiled. In the back of his mind, he recalled digging a trench the length of 3 sedans with a backhoe, then watching as rival cartel members were lined up along the edge of the dirt and every one of them shot in the head. He recalled how each one fell differently, funny even, some on top of the others while making a variety of sounds, the air leaving their bodies for the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, I have twirled with the idea of a countdown clock, and I may work on that for my next broadcast. But understand that we all have a finite number of days on this sickening rock we live on. That if you have been saving for a raining day, now's the time to use whatever the fuck you've been saving, 'cause it's pouring death and doom outside like a biblical waterfall. Go get laid, pound that bottle, snort the lines, kill the assholes on that list of everyone you've ever hated, 'cause for the majority of you, there is no tomorrow. Vargo laughed at how honest and accurate her words were within the absurdity of those same words. Did he want revenge for wrongdoings? Not at all. Did he need to hit a line or pound a bottle? Not even a little. But what Vargo needed was a new beginning to the end. His world had circled around power and money. In his understanding of the world now, which without more intel he'd never get a clear picture, was that his way of living was evolving. No longer would he need cash, yet what currency would bring him the power of people he had become accustomed to? What Vargo understood may be limited, but he had cards to play. He had a soldier locked up that he saw as intel, as a bargaining chip, as a card to play within the irony that came with the city collapsing. As he eyed his weapons to prepare to leave the house, he wondered how much of her speech was rhetoric, how much was truth, and how much was bravado of a lost soul. In his dealing with people, even at their lowest points before he shot them, truth had always been sprinkled within their pleas to live. Chapter 23. Dinosaurs. Mark Moon. Natural History Museum. San Diego, California. Moon's eyes fell on the building first. His gut soured secondly, then he stepped from the old Ford, slowly closing the door so as not to make too much noise in the process. Then at the peak of the building, high above the entrance, he saw a large bird perched watching them. He wondered what kind of bird it was. Definitely a hawk, but what breed? Then it dropped, wings splayed out wide, caught the warm morning air, and was gone in the blink of an eye. Strange, Moon thought, bringing his M4 to the ready. "Hey, you good?" Yorji asked softly, waking up behind Moon. "Yeah, just wondered what type of hawk that was." "Who gives a shit?" Yorji replied, head on a swivel as we go. He looked back to Kate and Randall and thought about leaving them in the truck, but was almost certain if they left them alone the infected would get to them. He turned to Walker, just like we planned. Walker nodded in agreement, then hopped across the side of the truck, boots landing softly in a still tacky substance he knew to be coagulated globules of some poor soul's blood. "You two stay with me, just as we spoke of on the ride here. I'll keep you safe for the most part. Just don't wander off." "For the most part?" Kate laughed, jumping from the truck, stepping closer to Walker. Randall followed fast behind her. His tone of laughter was a bit concerning, as if he wasn't laughing at all but faking it sarcastically. For the first time since they acquired the truck, California slipped the single key from the ignition and stepped from the Ford with his M4 in hand, pistol secured in a drop holster along his right leg, and a custom SWCC chest rig holding the remainder of his ammunition and gear. Moon waved the men forward as he took up his traditional position on point, leading the team of warriors toward the front double doors of the museum. He recalled that as they left, his teammates had been in the process of barricading the doors, but now the right door was completely off its hinges. As he neared the entrance, Moon could see dark stains of blood in the shape of a hand smeared across the remaining door. Walker and Yorji both moved quickly, just off of Moon's left and right flanks, as California brought up the rear, keeping the civilians safe in the center of the group. They just had to get inside, out of sight, before a howler spotted them. That was their goal. "Make the call." Moon tapped his radio and transmitted, speaking across the team channel, even though his words were meant for California. "On it," California replied. "Command, this is Rescue 1 approaching Phase Line Alpha. Repeat, Phase Line Alpha." His transmission would covertly communicate that they were approaching the museum and about to enter the building. If anyone were listening, static filled California's ear. His direct link back to the ship appeared to be down. He tried again. Still nothing. Toggling to the team net, he spoke with frustration. "Moon, that's a no-go on command. We may be out of range, and I'll need to put up a balloon or whip antenna." Moon replied, "I copy. Once we hit the roof, try again. That should work." "I hope range is the issue," Moon thought. Then his eyes noticed the left door bounce slightly with the breeze. Taking a deep breath, Moon stepped into the threshold. It wasn't his first time visiting, and that was why his gut ached with pains of the horror he knew they were about to walk into. Dust pushed across the entryway, leading to an open vestibule that Moon knew held the bones of ancient monsters, ones that ruled the earth until they met a traumatic end. Ahead he could see the stairs, and just like they planned and spoke of, Moon didn't deviate from it. He stepped with purpose and speed across the entry, the corridor, open areas, ignoring the displays and focusing his efforts on the stairs. Once at the bottom of the staircase, his eyes focused at the top, and he started moving fast, nearly running up to the top, stopping only to post and provide security for the others who were traversing the staircase at a more reasonable pace. Taking deep breaths, he scanned left and right, through the open areas and around prehistoric stuffed creatures and animals and bones alike, until his eyes stopped on what he believed to be a body in the center of a long hallway, which he knew led to the cafeteria where he had encountered children during his first visit. Moon could hear the team approaching from behind, climbing the stairs while he squinted in the pale sunlight protruding from the skylight and open cafeteria doors. At first, he dismissed the body for the carrier they had killed, the wanderer he had forcefully taken the sample from. That was until the Solomon boots caught his eye. Craning his neck, Moon focused on the boots and realized they were indeed attached to what was left of the poor bastard's lower body. The boots were protocol-issued team gear, and the body had to be one of his missing guys. Behind him, he heard the footsteps gaining and then a hand rest onto his right shoulder, followed by a whispered, "Move." Georgie was ready to follow his lead. "Friendly down, 12 o'clock, Moon replied softly. Then out of his right eye, he noticed Georgie with his rifle up, pointing down the hallway as he moved along with Moon toward the body. Scanning left and right, Moon could tell Walker and California followed, but had kept their distance from them, providing security for Kate and Randall. Moon stepped further left, as did Georgie. Both men quickly flowed to the body while covering danger areas, listening for threats and looking for signs of both. Until they were within a few feet from the body, where it became readily apparent it was not only one of the men Moon left behind, but it was their medic, Chip Horner. Slowing, Moon came to a stop, glancing over what was left of the body. The man's pack was gone, uniform top shredded, with a pair of dog tags hanging from around the bony neck. Moon didn't need to read them to know it was Horner. The medical insignia on his left pouch had given it away. The men both stood in somewhat of a dazed shock. Their friend's chest cavity was concaved, skin on bones. Fingernails and teeth could be seen lying on the carpet, among a dried goo as if the body had melted, leaving mostly skin-covered bones within a tattered protocol agent assault cry uniform. Moon knelt down by his dead friend, closing his eyes briefly, and said a silent prayer for him. The situation wasn't the only thing that turned Moon's stomach, but the smell of his friend having laid on the floor of that museum of nightmares, wasting away, decomposing until nearly nothing was left. The odor ghastly, acidic with sulfur and age. It smelled of the worst death he had ever smelled before. Not even burned bodies of the Ebola-infected smelled as bad. Maybe because he was emotionally invested, or maybe the odor was just that pungent. Either way, Moon wanted to vomit. He reached out and snatched the dog tags from Horner's neck. The thin, linked ball chain pulled taut and then yanked all the way through what was left of Horner's spine. In the past, Moon had been able to easily break the chain, but that was not the case after a month of decomposing human tissue. Moon stood in awe of the horrific action as Horner's head bounced up enough to shift forward and reveal a bullet hole above his left eye, punched all the way through his skull. The skin had all but erased any evidence of human likeness from Horner's face, dripping like soft wax with the movement. Well, that changes things now, don't it? Moon asked rhetorically, gesturing toward the prominent bullet hole. Georgie closed his eyes and then turned away, choosing to focus his attention back down the hallway in the cafeteria, where near the entrance he located the skeletal remains of the carrier Moon had killed during his last visit. Moon looked over Horner one more time, then stood and turned toward Georgie. "Someone shot Horner. I'm thinking the Russians were here. Keep your eyes peeled." Georgie bit the inside of his cheek and thought briefly about Horner. He was a good man, one of the best medics I'd ever seen. Hell, he was the honor grad of his SOCM class. Came to us highly recommended and by the highest ranks too. That's only part of why I put him on your team. Moon fought the emotions, pushing them deep into his metaphorical black box of pain. "You handpicked him, sir. You may not know this, Mark, but your recruiter that helped you with the paperwork is just for show. As the East Coast director, I have slots to fill, but not just by anyone. You know that old saying, rank has its privileges. Well, in this case, that privilege is hand-selecting men for teams that the nation cannot have fail. And much like yourself, Horner was one of the best in his field. Medics were always tricky to pick. You never know if they'll be so emotionally involved that they'll die in the process of field medicine. Die trying to save a trigger puller, one of their boys, and that is something a team cannot have. The medic must have a clear mind at all times, wired tight, mentally strong, physically fit like all the rest of the men, but better. You'd think just by being in special ops that would answer the question. Weed that part out. Having had multiple combat tour, we both know that simply being in the unit doesn't vet you for the next level. So, for me, choosing a medic was harder than you'd think. But once I found Horner, I laid out the red carpet and made it happen." Moon said nothing. Right now, one might say that by simply selecting him, I doomed that poor man to an early grave, but I can't look at it like that. Georgie glanced back to Walker and the others, believing he had time to finish his point. We have to ignore the death, all of it, not just the typical death that we have experienced, but these of our friends, loved ones, family, neighbors. All of this evil, these trails leading to Armageddon. We have to ignore the pain. We are the last line, Mark. We have no one else to save ourselves and our friends. Moon noticed Walker and the others were within earshot, but not close enough to stop Moon from speaking. I have nothing left, sir. I'm not sad Sally about it either, just stating a fact. Sure, I had a dog, the optimal word being had. She's off with my neighbor and they're most likely both deceased, so I have no family to really speak of. I live this life for the job, and in the end I'll die for the job. The job of keeping my friends safe from the evils of man. You may think you recruited me, but I wasn't ready to hang up my sword, sir. I joined your band of merry men just to keep them safe, for at least one more day. You see, in the end, the only thing we all have is just one more day. Some people give up in life, never holding out that extra day. A lot of people get down and out, then put a shotgun in their mouth, blowing their last thoughts across an off-white popcorn ceiling, having never understood that just one more day could have changed their lives. Now, I'm telling you this with the very essence of my soul. Just keep moving alongside me for one more day and we will find our people, alive or dead. We will find them, and they're just one more day away. Chapter 24. Evidence. Mark Moon. Natural History Museum. San Diego, California. The museum was eerily silent, full of death and antiques that were no longer of importance or value. Blood-stained floors and remnants of human flesh had dried up long ago, leaving behind nothing of anyone's former self. Walker, Georgie, California, and Moon had all searched the building top to bottom with the exception of the roof, where Moon knew his men to be last seen. Yet in his heart he understood no one would be up there, not after so much time had passed. But he still had to check. The passageways held no value, revealing nothing new. The cafeteria contained nothing of significance other than empty shelves, evidence of looting. The exhibits themselves, once a spot where Moon recalled young Amy had used to hide. Her blonde hair still burned across his memories, and he hoped she was okay. In the pause, Moon thought of the young children and of the two dads who heroically guarded them, fought for them, ultimately buying them precious time until Moon and his team had taken care of the hungry carriers. He stood at the base of the interior roof access point at the bottom of the ladder and stared up toward the hatch. It was the last place to look before they left. He had to set foot on the roof and peer out over what used to be a vivacious area, to look over what his men saw before they fled. As he climbed, one rung at a time, Moon's mind reeled with possibilities, of dreadful thoughts of his men's demise, until he pushed the hatch open and pulled himself up onto the roof. Moon popped out over the access hatch with his M4 at the ready, scanning the rooftop, gables, and the areas beyond, making sure not to skip over the nearby trees and power poles. Spent shell casings and a broken pocket drone were the first of the debris that littered the tarred roof, pointing to more than just the support by fire Moon had received when they had rushed the doctor to safety last month. The shell casings made the rooftop feel like a gun range after a training session. Hundreds of brass casings, used up by every weapon system a protocol team was known to deploy, sat idle on the roof, aging in the weather. Moon stepped lightly, glancing around, fully understanding he would find no one there but praying for some signs, some sort of evidence pointing to where his men might have gone. In his training, Moon was versed in escape and evading capture, and believed his team would have stayed at the museum as long as possible before having to make some sort of final stand as they prepared to escape into the vast unknown. He glanced over the mess left from the battle, still not having any idea of what he'd find, but as time ticked by, he was beginning to feel like he'd run a fool's errand. Glancing out, Georgie joined him with staring into the open air. Moon took a second to process his thoughts before he spoke. "Will, I have no clue what I expected us to find. I feel like I've dragged you and the others here on a fool's errand, and I'm sorry for that. If you need to take the men and leave, I understand. But I can't go back, not yet, not without the boys. I need at least another day." Georgie peered out. "You know, Mark, this is the first time I've ever heard defeat in your voice." He pulled a fresh toothpick out and handed it to him, then selected one for himself from his custom toothpick cylinder he kept in his gear. "I look out on that open area, the parking lots with dead carriers, the buildings that have already burned and the ones that have yet to burn, but I don't see despair." "No," Moon said softly, accepting the toothpick, tossing it in his mouth. "I see remnants of Africa and the Congo. Death is death, but damn, I was hoping against hope we would find someone here. someone alive. On the roof, not so much, but inside I fully expected anyone. We will, maybe not on this roof like you said, or even inside this building, but we will. For now, you were damn smart to bring us back to where it all started. It's the last place you saw any of your teammates alive, so we couldn't dismiss the museum, not without having searched it first. That would have been a failure, period. Moon's eyes caught a glimpse of something reflecting off the morning sun, something that was white and shimmering, unlike the yellow flashes shining off the brass casings. Do you see that? He glanced around, stepping closer to the edge, where a child's backpack lay face down, a small luggage tag zip-tied to its handle, blowing in the wind. Shuffling over, feet kicking brass shell cases like broken glass at a crash site, he knelt and picked up the bag. Georgie stepped closer to him. How many kids were here when you left? 12-ish plus 2 dads, my guys, and a pair of team guys from 4, Moon replied. The tag on the handle slapped against his chest in the breeze. He held an older, off-brand, green and red book bag and at first unzipped the top zipper, gazing inside. The salty ocean breeze whipped Moon's hair, tickling his ears as he reached his hand inside, retrieving a world history book. Flipping it open, he thumbed to the interior front cover and noticed the name Brian Walters, 7th grade. His mind drifted back to his childhood, of the day he had first entered middle school. Junior high school was what they called it back in Moon's day, and it made him smile. That had been his first day he'd left his childhood behind. That was the first day of his teen years, and in his mind it was the start of his manhood. Again, the plastic tag flickered in the wind, and Georgie spoke. What's the tag say? Grabbing the carrying handle with one hand, Moon used his free hand to lift the tag, rotate it, and read it off. Brian Walters, 1250 West Redwood Street, San Diego, CA. Georgie nodded and stared out among the land again. He could see a golf course to the east, as well as urban areas to the north. Anything else in that bag? Moon sifted through the other pockets. Not really. Couple of notebooks, used gum, broken pens, and candy wrappers, along with a Nat Geo mag and some stickers. Georgie again nodded, pondering what to do next. Fine, I'd cut that tag and save it. If we come across any more, we will do the same to those. Right now, we have almost nothing, but at least we have some addresses, or I should say one real address we can check. Moon agreed, pulled out his Benchmade folding knife, and cut the tag off. He wondered what else would be pertinent on the roof. He thought about the busted drone and maybe if it held video, but when he picked it up, Chow had either taken the SIM card when they left or never had one in it to begin with. With a mentally clearer eye, Moon continued to look around, but this time, it was what he didn't see that painted a better picture. There were no rifles or pistols left behind, no bodies, no stripped-off armor, no helmets, nods, radios, nothing. In his eyes, he saw no real sign of an Alamo-type last stand. His team leader, Ryan Mann, hadn't ordered a hasty retreat, leaving behind valuable equipment. No, on the contrary, the longer Moon surveyed the rooftop, the more and more he was beginning to believe that the spent shell casings were indeed from the overwatch the men had provided them during their escape. Stepping back, Moon used his foot to push the casings around, verifying that there were specific piles of .308. Those were fired by the snipers as he hotwired the Silverado. Those rounds were instrumental in their escape as he tried desperately to get Dr. Ava Carter off the X. Here's the thing, Georgie said, toothpick slipping from his mouth as he spit it out. We've done all we can here. Even the cafeteria was picked over. It sure was, Moon interjected with vigor. Ryan took those guys and fled. Moon shifted his body and pointed out toward the north urban areas. They went north, he said, pondering quickly as his eyes shifted around the city they overlooked. Or back west, like I did. If I'm a betting man, they held out here as long as they could. Then they had no other choice but to move. We may have just missed them, too. What's got you convinced? Georgie added. Moon gestured for him to follow as he stepped to the southern end of the roof. When Walker, all man, and I took off, we had the doctor in tow, running from here to where you can see the pile of cars next to the light pole. All the way out there. Yep, we were moving quick, keeping security in mind, but also had to get to the truck or the mission would have been a total failure. Long story short, I had to work some magic to get the truck running, but once it fired, we all hopped in and headed east for the bay. Why east? Georgie asked. Why not through the golf course, where there's a lower chance of running into people? Don't take this the wrong way, and I know you were doing what you felt was right, But once that medevac got smoked out of the sky, once the city became an almost certain no-fly zone, we had to improvise. You still had fast movers, Georgie added, stacked up, ready to bring the hate. We did, and that A-10 came in handy, but we had zero chopper support, meaning no air extractions. Our exfil was ground only, and that was a bit of an issue, sir. I'm sorry, but... Look, Will, there's no blame being set at your feet. I'm just telling you why we went east. Milliken, you recall our chatty Kathy comms guy, right? Moon asked with a smirk. Who can forget Millie? Georgie replied. Well, we let him run off at the suck, 'cause he's an idiot savant with comms. So much so that he was able to contact the crew chief from our initial insertion on that 47 we roped from. And that darling bastard gave us an LZ and time for extraction near the bay. Like right next to a dock by the bay, in a grassy area. Georgie smiled. He was genuinely impressed by the ingenuity of Moon and his team. A well-done improv, the rest is history. I know that Suicide Squad was chasing you, which eliminated the ground exfil, leaving you with no other option other than to launch that Chevy out into the bay. Ballsy. Well, in my mind, we were dead already, so why not send it? You know what I mean, boss, Moon said with a grin. War is hell. Even at the time, he knew it was a gutsy move, but it was the only chance they had. Up until recently, he thought that ballsy move had cost Josh Allman his life while saving the rest of the people inside the truck. Now he saw that that move saved everyone's life, including Allman's, and it pleased him to no end. Chapter 25. Step 1. Mark Moon. Natural History Museum. San Diego, California. Moon descended the rooftop access, stepping from the last rung back onto what used to be a shiny white linoleum floor. In the military, Moon thought, especially during basic training, he would have been buffing that floor to high mirrored shine for hours on end, or pay the DI's price. No one ever wanted that. At the bottom, he nodded to California, then stepped aside as California climbed to the roof with intentions of contacting command. Elevated position along with a whip antenna should be all that was needed to establish communications, or at least that was what they all hoped for. Dirt devils rolled across Moon's boots as he stepped forward, directly for Kate and Randall. They had been waiting patiently, having taken a seat inside the cafeteria as the men worked to figure things out. Kate's eyes shifted to Moon as he approached her with purpose. Briefly, she felt a chill, not knowing what he was about to do or say. Anything was possible. Her internal mistrust and anxiety was the price of having been on her own at 14 in a collapsing world. All right, boys and girls, we're at a crossroads. We came to the museum with a plan and purpose. However, the horrors of war seem to have pushed our people away from the building, off in the wind without a rhyme or reason, Moon explained. Now, he pulled a chair up and took a seat between the pair. What I need. What collectively we all need is a new direction, and I strongly feel that direction lies within you, Kate. Me? Kate replied, bug-eyed and scared. Sweat slicked her brow. Take a breath, Moon explained. We came a long way to find a handful of my guys, some school kids, and a couple of brave fathers because of a promise. What promise? She asked. I didn't promise anyone shit. A single tear rolled down her face. She believed she knew where the conversation was headed, and it sent chills down her spine. She didn't want to go back and face what was inevitable. Not yet, and maybe not ever. Moon could read the stress in her body. He wondered what in the last month had transpired within her short life to frighten her so badly. He smiled at her with a soft expression. Understand that I've been here before, to this very museum in the middle of the collapse, just as the outbreak kicked off. It was scary, but I faced it. My team and I were sent in to recover an extremely valuable doctor. The mission went off the rails, and we barely made it out with the doc in one piece. But in doing so, Walker and I had to leave most of our team behind. We told them to hang tight, keep their faith, and we would send a chopper back for them. Now, Kate started to ask. Moon cut her off. Now, I need your help to find my men. You were the last one to see Josh Allman alive. So, at the present moment, you're our best lead. We need you to take us to where you last saw Josh. It's really our only option. Can you do that for me? Kate's right hand noticeably shook, and then she grabbed it with her left hand, squeezing tight, trying hard to calm herself. Son of a bitch, she bellowed. I knew if I went along with y'all, this would happen. She took a few breaths and then stood, pacing back and forth before speaking again. Look, Josh was at a condo trying to rescue my mother. We all know that, but what you don't know is what I don't know. I'm trying to follow you, but it's hard, Moon replied. Huffing, Kate continued. I don't remember exactly what happened. One minute I was hyped up to go inside and get her. I mean, I saw my mother with my own eyes, for Christ's sake. She was alive, not very happy, but alive inside that damn condo. But what happened? Moon asked as Walker and Yorgie had strolled up to add to the conversation. I looked through his glasses. Beano S, Moon added. Right, his noculars. She was inside with one guy and 3 guys outside. Yeah, 3 guys, I think. I believe that's what I remember. Maybe 4 total. It's hard to recall. Anyways, Josh was about to get to work and told me to be quiet. Next thing I know, several hours had passed and he was gone. I moved closer to the edge of the woods where we had been hiding, trying to figure things out. That's when I noticed the bodies. A bunch of dead guys by the front door, and 1 or 2 lying on the road, bloating as the sun was rising. What about your mom or Josh? Did you see either of them after you woke? Moon asked. I tried to, I promise you I did. I was all set to leave the trees, cross the road, and go inside that condo, but that's when I saw the first carrier looked like a walking skeleton. He saw me, moved into the trees after me, and I had no choice but to kill him. How'd you kill him? Moon asked. Josh had given me a pistol when we found, so I had it and used it. I know I haven't told you everything, but when we first met, I stumbled across Josh and he saved me from an infected man. He was kind to me, offered to help take me far from where the meat eaters were, but we needed a ride, so while trying to wire a car, I found a revolver inside. Josh took it for a bit, then gave it back to me and told me how to use it. His voice was even in my head when I killed that carrier. Place the barrel on target, pull the trigger until it fires. It's not my first kill, and I damn well know it won't be my last. Still, though, killing ain't easy. It's not a natural human ability. Quite the opposite, I'd say. Moon half smiled, understanding exactly what Kate was trying to express. He'd been a soldier of fortune most of his life, a man bound by laws and ethics that allowed him to kill, but even with those niceties in place, killing another human was still unnatural. A learned skill set and acquired taste. Moon cut to the chase. Kate, will you please take us to that condo? It's our best option. There's no way in hell I can't do that. You don't understand what I saw inside that condo, Kate said, biting her lip. She wanted to tell them, wanted the men to understand who they were about to go up against, but she was afraid not only of Vargo but of what she felt deep down inside the pit of her stomach, that her mom was dead, and she couldn't face it. Moon stared at her as stoically as he could. Kate, you may be frightened of what you saw, but I'm not. I can promise you this. With your help, we will go to that condo, and when we do, I won't let anything happen to you. In the end, once we have found all my men, then I will personally guarantee you a seat on the first ride smoking out of this awful city. We will take you with us, back to our ship that's anchored nearly 100 miles offshore, away from the darkness, away from this evil place of sickness, away from the Ares plague. She thought about what he was saying, and then she also thought about her mom and wondered if there was still a chance she could be alive. Her gut said no, but still, was there even the slightest chance? In her mind, a glimmer of hope slipped in, so she made her deal. I'll take you, but only if you help me find my mom and get us both out of this infested city. Take us both back to your ship. Well, we don't have much time to waste, so let's get after it, Moon replied. But then he turned to the rest of the men standing around them. We just have to do one thing first, he said, and stood. The right thing to do would be to give my team medic, Chip Horner, a proper burial, but we can't do that here. We have to take him with us. Walker and Yorgie both had seen it coming. Typically overseas, when a fellow soldier was killed in action, his body would be brought all the way back to command, where they would ensure the body was not only taken care of, but washed, dressed, and clad in a fresh dress uniform before being escorted back home, sometimes as far as the deceased's hometown. But in this case, the world was collapsing, and there was nowhere to take Horner other than to give him the most proper burial they could. The only questions were where and when. Mark Moon took a knee next to his medic and friend, Chip Horner. With ease, he allowed his pack to slide from his right shoulder, laid it flat on the stained tile and edge of the carpet. The blood, Horner's blood, had hardened around him, his skin laid over his bones like oversized clothing on a small child. His head was canted and off-center, looking directly at the body bag Moon had slipped from within his pack. Yorgie shuffled alongside Moon, grabbed one end of the black polyethylene bag and stretched it lengthwise until it had passed what was left of Horner's legs. Mark, I'm with you on this, but have you thought about? He considered the delicate words he needed to use for the given situation. Fuck, I'm at a loss, Mark. I know we need to take him with us, that's not an issue at all. Moon shook his head, then reached into Horner's personal med pack, retrieving his death letter, a stained envelope folded into a square behind some gauze. He slipped it in his breast pocket behind his chest rig, understanding it was his responsibility to give it to his next of kin, whomever that may be. Moon replied, "I don't have the answers right now, but yes, we will take Horner with us." Sop would dictate we evac his body to a safe area, then call in for a dust-off, but given the spirit of the world, our Sops really don't mean shit anymore. Not all of them, but as far as the recovery of a fallen brother, we are rewriting that one as we go. "Don't get me wrong, it's the right thing to do," Yorji replied as he began unzipping the bag, handing the zipper off to Moon as the bag unfolded. "I'd do it for any of us here, you have my word on that." Moon lifted a half-smile, believing Yorji and trusting him with his life, even if he was primarily a paper pusher nowadays. In the end, Yorji was on his hands and knees, getting dirty with the rest of them, and that was what mattered most to Moon. He grabbed Yorji's hand and then stared him eye to eye. "If God forbid I become infected, don't let me spread it to anyone. You need to take care of me, do you understand? I don't care about my body either. Once I'm gone from this earth, you can leave my corpse to rot. Just so we're clear, if I'm sick, don't risk yourself for me in any fashion." Yorji gripped his hand in return, then looked down to Horner, understanding what they were doing for their friend may not be what Moon wanted for himself. But selflessly, Moon was going to risk everything to bring his friend home. In his mind, there was something to be said about that. Moon had always been a shining example for others to follow, and that was exactly why Yorji had him for Team 3. Yorji then fished an American flag from within his own back panel. Then in one swift motion, he spread it out into the air, allowing it to slowly cascade across Horner's body in a gesture of honor and love, bringing a single tear to his right eye. Yorji rolled his toothpick to the left side of his mouth. "Well, Mark, when you're dead, you won't have a say what I do with your nasty ass, but if you get sick infected, I'll put a bullet in your head quicker than you can blink an eye. I promise you that." Moon smiled. He knew the younger enlisted warfighter Yorji had been, and he hoped that same fighter would do as he promised if push came to shove. He fell silent, then rolled Horner's brittle and aged corpse up onto one side as Yorji helped. Then both men slid the bag further under the body. Finally, they lowered Horner onto the bag as his bones began to come apart, and within a few more moments of work, the two men had tucked their old medic's body securely into the body bag. Moon squatted and shuffled around the body as he pulled the zipper, closing the body bag with a haunting sound until they could no longer see Horner. All that was left was a black bag with handles on each side and a pair on each end. In that moment of finality, the sound of the zipper closing the bag around yet another of his fallen brothers was akin to nails on a chalkboard. Moon's hatred of the infected was beginning to build. He had lived a storybook life, one that nearly every young boy growing up in the 80s and 90s had dreamed of, traveling the world, hunting down and eliminating the evils of man. But it all came at a price, one that no one could possibly fathom, until they were personally holding the straps of a body bag containing a loved one. It was a burden earned with blood on the battlefield of life. Chapter 26. The Condo. Mark Moon. Leaving the Natural History Museum. San Diego, California. Mid-morning, 1 May 2025. With Randall lending a hand, Moon and Yorji slid the body bag, containing what was left of Chip Horner, into the back of the Ford F-100 just as California came running up. "Good news, boss," California called out, but then quieted as his eyes fell on the activities in the bed of the truck. He had been on the rooftop, preoccupied with establishing communications with command, having not seen the efforts the rest of the men put in to recover and transport Horner's body. Moon looked up to the blonde-haired surfer. What did command have to say? California shifted his eyes among the rest of the men and Kate, who was standing nearby. Yeah, they have been apprised of our location and situation, but are we leaving now?" "We are, so you'll need to inform command of where we land." "Eventually," Moon replied. "Jump in and start this old bastard up before carriers come wandering out. Kate's riding shotgun, she'll tell you where we need to go, just be smart about it, and don't let her roll us right up on top of a mess." "One last thing," California added. "Command says we're still on our own. They don't have any air assets to spare, but they did provide me with a squawk group for some B-2s. Maybe they could come in handy down the road." "Maybe they will. Did they say anything about the spread, or Dr. Carter?" Moon asked. "No, but damn, I didn't think to ask about the doctor. That's on me," he replied. Next contact, I need you to ask Command how she's coming along. They'll understand what you're asking. Moon turned to Kate. Get us where we're going, but be mindful of how you get us there. The trick is survival, and sometimes we have to put that in the hands of others. That's a strange thing for both of us. But I can assure you we won't let anything happen to you or your mom. Let's get this done and over with, see where it leads us. Who knows? Maybe we'll be back on board our ship by nightfall. You just never know until we take that first step. She nodded with a curt smile. Both California and Kate then hopped into the truck, and in the blink of an eye, the engine was lit, and the truck began to leave the museum, headed back west, back into the heart of evil men. The truck slowed as it neared an apartment complex, 3 stories, dirty off-white, with dead inside, spray-painted on the siding facing the 2800 block of Reynard Way. Kate pointed toward a cut in the wood line, a well-worn path that had been used by the locals for years as a shortcut over to West Palm and Union Streets. That's the trail. It will lead us to the woods where I killed that carrier. California nodded and held his hand out the window, gesturing for the men to jump out and get ready to work. The truck stopped, having pulled to the left side of road, allowing Moon and Yorgi to get out, rolling over the bed railings, rifles in hand, chest rigs secured tightly across their torsos. Moon stepped to the open driver's window and peeked inside, looking past California, staring at Kate. We have to make this quick and easy. You need to take us to the building and at the bare minimum, point out the condo. Then Yorgi and I will go inside and take it from there. Fuck no, you can't leave me outside all alone, Kate replied as a distant howl traveled across the ocean breeze. Was it a howler or a dog? No one knew. Moon though for a second, then leaned back toward Walker. Change of plans, you're coming with us, Moon explained, then shifted his eyes to Randall. Randall, you jump in the truck with California. Then he readdressed California. Luke, you take Randall and make your way to the other side of the woods. Keep your comms on and you will be our QRF. Got it. Got it. Moon said, Kate, Walker will be your bodyguard. No matter where we go, you can go with us and he will protect you personally. Just stick to him like glue and all will be well. Kate nodded. I guess that's the best I can ask for, but understand, those creatures are out there, just be ready, she replied. They were ripping flesh from one of those dead bodies like dogs eating rawhides. It was horrific. Once we hit the trail, Walker will be on point. You stay right behind him, guiding the way, but also keep your voice low and try not to step on anything that will make much noise, Moon explained. She stepped from the truck, her seat immediately taken by Randall. Then the truck drove off slowly and methodically, just like she was about to move through the woods. In the past, she'd taken that trail to skip school, hang out with friends, or sneak off to smoke a cig from time to time, but never had she looked at the entrance with such fear, such disdain and unnerving hatred. Moon nodded and gestured for her to move. Kate stepped into the grass, Walker moving just ahead of her. She didn't know what was about to happen, but she hoped to God she would find her mom, even though the odds were stacked against them. The mid-morning sunlight shimmered through the treetops, casting shadows that danced in the wind while Walker held his rifle at the ready, stepping with care but also with purpose. The trees moved past them one at a time in a daze of anxiety as Kate pointed the way. Rustling up ahead caused her to freeze, her bladder full, and she thought she would pee herself, until she saw a pair of gray squirrels chasing each other through the dead underbrush and up an old pine tree. She sighed, then to her left, just beyond the pine trees, she saw Union Street. On the street was a man, stumbling, wandering. She pointed the man out, but Walker was already focused on him as the group took a knee. Moon faced toward the woods, opposite side of the trail, giving Walker and Yorgi security as they kept an eye on the man. Keep tight and let him walk off. We don't have much further to go, so let him stumble out of sight and then we can move, Moon said quietly. His eyes scanned the tress, contemplating his actions if he indeed located a threat. Within a couple of minutes that felt like an hour, the man had finally stumbled far enough out of sight, and they stood and slowly started moving again. Stealth was the key. Slow and methodical was too slow, but moving along the hard-packed dirt trail within the morning shadows at a brisk pace would keep them safer than they thought possible. A few minutes later, the trees came to an end, and Kate pointed into the near distance, into the open area beyond the trees at the back of a red building. That's it. The condo is the bottom unit, on our far left. Walker took a knee, rifle up, scanning the area through his optics. A 1.5x8 variable loophole scope that he was not at all used to. On the ground outside of the back door was what remained of a body, or so he believed. It was hard for him to tell because there wasn't much left. Just bile, bones, and intestines, along with 2 skulls, he uttered quietly to himself. He continued to scan the area, and with the exception of the human remains, he saw no signs of carriers around. The back door, dark and gray, stood out over the red siding and was easy for Walker to see that it was cracked open, standing ajar. In front of him, just outside the woods, was a human leg. Surrounded by coagulated blood and bottle flies, he could hear buzzing around the biological mess. Moon took a knee next to Walker, with Yorji close on his hip. They needed to move and move fast. The woods were becoming too sparse, giving less and less cover the closer they came to their target building. "What do you see?" he asked Walker as he, too, scanned the area. "No threats, the back door is open. Just follow me straight in, let's move." "Stand by just one," Moon replied and gestured for Yorji to get ready as he leaned into Kate and whispered in her ear. "I can leave you and Walker outside here in the woods, but it's up to you." A chill ran down Kate's spine. She looked out at the condo, not seeing any of the bodies that had been there earlier, and shook her head. "Let's just go. I'll stay out of your way, but I'm not staying in these fucking woods any longer than I have to." Moon nodded. "As we enter the building, stay in the first room we clear. Walker will be with you. Yorji and I will clear the rest of the condo." "Okay," she said, voice quivering as she shifted her weight, making herself ready to move. Moon turned back to Walker. "Lead us in, it's on you." With one last scan through his optics, Walker looked left and right of the door, down the road and around their target building. All was clear, eerily calm, no sign of infected, nor was there so much as a bird chirping. Unsettled by it all, Walker stood and moved nonetheless. A few feet outside the wood line, Walker's boots smacked the hard asphalt and ran fast across the street, all the way to the target door. Slowing as he neared within 3 feet of entering the condo, he made sure Moon and Yorji were close on his heels before stepping inside. Walker shouldered the door open as he swung around and cleared behind the door. Seeing a corner wall with no one in sight, he squared off to the room and paused, then used his left arm to pull Kate directly behind him as she entered the condo. He was now her human shield. The ambient light inside was enough for the men to clearly see as they moved further into the house, all but for Walker, who stood steadfast, keeping Kate behind him. His senses were in overdrive as he listened and even smelled for any sign of a threat. Staying vigilant, rifle up, eyes constantly scanning. Nothing except for the rot and decay of human flesh, but that was becoming somewhat commonplace, like cigarette smoke in a 90s high school bathroom. Then Walker heard the word contact over comms. He steadied his rifle, backing himself closer into Kate, his body as a shield, preparing for almost inevitable gunfire from Moon or even Yorji as they cleared rooms while having located someone. A few breaths later, Walker heard, "Target is clear. I'm coming to you, Walker." It was Moon's voice. His tone was sincere, maybe even heartfelt. Then he saw Mark Moon turn the corner back into the living room where they had initially entered, and his face had saddened. Moon approached, his eyes seeking out Kate. He took her hand, pulling her from behind Walker. "We found a female. She's no longer alive." Tears welled in Kate's eyes. Her mother's name was Joy, and in her mind, and in the words of her late grandmother, she had been named for all the joy she had brought the family, being the first girl born within 2 generations of nothing other than boys. "Can I see if it's her?" Kate asked. Her hands shook. Moon nodded and escorted her from the living room into the first bedroom on their right, while Walker focused security on the back door they had entered through. Moon's actions may have seemed abrasive at first, uncaring and firm, but they were still on an active target and didn't have time for much else. Bravely, Kate stepped into the room, eyes open, mouth agape, and immediately she knew it was her mother. Her flowing brown hair seemed oddly in place, throat swollen and purple, face pale and bloated, but even with decomposition setting in, Kate was confident it was her mother. Tears dribbled down her face as she stepped over and knelt next to her, bending down, giving her mom a gentle kiss on her forehead. She was heartbroken, but in the back of her mind, she at least took comfort in knowing her mother never had to deal with the horrors of the world ever again. Chapter 27. Tag and Bag. Mark Moon. West Palm Street Condo. San Diego, California. Mid-morning, 1 May 2025. Moon looked over at Kate and could feel the love she was showing her mom. It was heartbreaking to know that at one point her mother had been alive, and well yet died during a rescue attempt performed by one of his men. Before the outbreak, life had been unfair, but after, life was a cruel circus that seemingly betrayed everyone. Taking a couple moments, Moon thought about what they had to do, where they had to go. They were still short on intel, with nothing else inside the condo other than death and sadness. He kept asking himself, where would his men go? When they left the museum, would they have gone east back to the water like he thought, or had they traveled north toward an evacuation zone? It was a crapshoot. But what Moon realized was that Kate wasn't about to leave her mom there to rot, and neither would he ask her to. Even though he had left his pack in the back of the truck like everyone else had, he still carried an American flag within his kit. Moon slipped his hand behind his back, and with some effort he yanked out his handcrafted 8-foot-long embroidered American flag. His spare body bags were in his pack in the bed of the truck, yet in his wartime experience, the flag he carried into battle made for a quick litter to evacuate wounded and or the bodies of the fallen. He placed the flag on the floor next to Kate's mom, stars by her head, and looked at Kate. I couldn't leave my medic, nor should you leave your mother. Help me. A car horn sounded from outside, breaking the humanity of the moment. Its blathering blare seemed to be nearing as the driver of the unseen vehicle held the horn down for all it was worth. Moon's face shifted to the breezeway where he could see the backside of Walker. The noise was bad, akin to a dinner bell on a farm, and Moon knew they had to leave. Walker stepped back from the door, taking cover, rifle up, as footsteps could be heard almost stampeding toward the open door. The horn blared again, then a voice called out, but it was unintelligible. Before Moon could stand, the back door swung open, and a small, sickly, malnourished man ran inside. But in that brief second of fright and amazement upon seeing Walker and Yorji, the frail man yelled out, "There's more of you." His words came across in a frightened, questioning manner, just as his bladder let loose, soaking the front of his tattered jeans, his bare feet slipping in the wetness while dancing in a confusion of what to do while Walker stepped in on him. Moon zeroed in his words, and it resonated in his mind like an incurable disease. More of you. The pale and feeble little man had said, "There's more of you." His eyes were wide, and truth had spilled from his lips in a moment of uncertainty and fear. Moon's eyes shifted back to Kate's mom and the American flag on the dirty floor. Like I was saying, we wouldn't leave my friend, so we won't leave your mother. Help me pick her up. Kate smiled, wiped her tears, and agreed. Walker held the midget at gunpoint, and Yorji looked out the living room window from between the old metal blinds, seeing that the horn blaring had come from California as he chased the little man with the truck, undoubtedly trying to warn his friends of the man entering the condo. Yorji called out, "Our ride is here, and based on their entrance, we better hightail it the hell out of here." Moon nodded. "Let's get her mom and go." "Boss," Walker asked as his thumb rested on his rifle's selector switch, "what about this scumbag?" Moon knew they had to take him. The words "more of you" resonated in his head. He knew the little man had seen other men in uniform, his missing men, and Moon wasn't about to let the man go without some answers. Moon shimmied the flag under Joy's body, then lifted his side as Yorji held the other. "Walker, cuff him and stuff him. He's coming with us," he said as he and Yorji swiftly moved with Joy's body. Her small frame jostled, the internal gases escaping from her open mouth, causing the men to hold their breath as they stepped outside. Just as Moon thought, the horn was from their ride. The Ford F-100 came to a sharp halt outside the door. Horner's body sledged around inside the body bag with the momentum change. Randall saw what was happening, so he jumped out to help. Dropping the tailgate first, the three men slid and pushed Joy's body up into the truck, just as a howler stepped from the far end of the condo's building, his body absent of clothing, slicked red with blood and goo, as the anatomical man took off running for the group. Walker zip-tied the man whom later they would come to know as Andrew Mann, a.k.a. Needles, and tossed the scared little man onto his shoulders. He stepped outside, M4 in his right hand, only to see a howler running full speed toward them. He dropped Needles on his face, his nose busting like a grape under a kid's foot at playtime. Within half a breath, Walker took a knee and raised his M4. The howler screamed, and his hands shot out in the air like claws as he launched his body from a few feet away toward the men at the back of the truck. Walker fired his rifle. The report echoed along the road like a rocket. All 3 rounds found their mark. 2 of the 5.56 lead bullets ripped the top of the howler's head clean off, his body falling from air limply while Walker dove out of the way, leaving the howler to land on top of the little man, Needles. Needles was still alive, groaning under the weight. Walker pushed the howler's body off the little man, then picked Needles up and tossed his frail and light body in the truck bed with the bodies and gear. Slamming the tailgate closed, Walker, Moon, Yorji, and Randall all followed suit, jumping into the truck bed as Kate hopped inside the cab with California still at the wheel. Moon leaned over the rail and yelled to California, "Get us the fuck out of here." California didn't waste any time. He was already pointing west, so he kept it that way, giving the truck gas as the men in the back pulled their rifles up, proving security for their escape, all but for Moon, who shifted his gaze to the midget. Moon pushed through the bodies and backpacks, scooting across the bed to face on the little man. He pulled him upright and held him by his shirt drenched with odors of the dead and stared him eye to eye. Gritting his teeth with rage, Moon took a quick, deep breath to somewhat compose his emotions. As it stood, he wanted to toss the 4-foot-nothing of a man under the wheels of their truck, but couldn't because they needed him. "I'll do anything, just don't kill me," Needles said, begging for his life as blood poured from both nostrils. His nose was nothing more than mush, and his back or ribs had to be broken somewhere. "Please, I beg you." "You said more of you," Moon explained, drool slipping from his mouth. He could smell the fear in the man's soul. "Where did you see more of us? Where are those men now? Tell me, or as God is my witness, I will feed you your own intestines until you choke to death on your own shit. Now I'll only ask this one more time. Where are the other men dressed like us?" Needles swallowed blood from inside his mouth, trickling down his throat from the back of his nose. It soured his stomach. He wanted to puke. "Mister, I was scared. I didn't know what I was saying." Moon lifted the man's wire-thin body up and held him, head down, over the side of the truck bed as the truck sped up. "I can't hold you forever. I'm not that strong." "At the jail, the fucking jail, mister. Please, I'll take you to the man. I'll take you to Josh." Moon yanked the little man back into the bed of the truck and set him down, yet kept a firm grip on him. "What did you say?" His tone was stern yet softer than before. He hoped he had heard the man right, that Josh Allman was being held somewhere. Huffing and puffing, Needles gasped for air, blood soaking the front of his ripped and deeply soiled shirt. "There's a soldier at the jail. I overheard Vargo calling him Josh as I left there earlier this morning." His head sagged as blood continued to drip from the front of his dirty face. Moon looked at his men. Yorji's face was lit, as was Walker's. He knew they had to act fast, that if they sat on the information, Josh could be moved and taken to a secondary location, sold off, or worse, killed. There was no time to spare. They had to act now or regret it for the rest of their lives. Moon glanced around, realizing that they were headed back toward the water. He slapped the top of the truck in an effort to gain the driver's attention. California stuck his hand out the window, acknowledging him, and Moon leaned down toward the open driver's window and yelled, "Take us to the boat, do it now." He had a plan, but with that plan came choices, hard ones. Chapter 28. Wicked Men. Mark Moon. United States Coast Guard Station. San Diego Bay. Mid-morning, 1 May 2025. "We don't have a lot of time, but we also can't take everyone with us," Moon explained as California nosed the truck through the open gate of the Coast Guard station. "Get us to the boat." California nodded as the other men kept security, until they were at the end of the dock leading to their parked SWCC Riverine, aka the Black Pearl. Moon and Yorji hopped out first, chatting briefly, then Walker joined them. Moon looked at all the men. "We don't have a choice. Stick with the plan, then we go." Yorji nodded in agreement. He also understood they were acting from a place of emotion, and that tended to get operators killed. Yet he also understood that during Iraq, this was the exact situation that led to the successful rescue of American POW Jessica Lynch. It was a double-edged sword, but that was their job, taking risks so others may live. California jumped from the truck, leaving it running, stripping off his chest rig, and handing the other men some of his ammunition. "Let me get this straight just so we're all on the same page. I'm staying with the boat, babysitting the civilians while locating fuel, just in case we decide to head back offshore. Does that sum it up?" "Look, it's the safest place to stash them for now. We have to move on this intel or risk losing Josh Allman to the chaos of war," Moon replied. California sneered, not too thrilled about his assignment. "And in the event you guys are not back within the allotted 2 hours, I'm on my own with Randall and Kate, and I don't even know her last name." "It's color, but thanks for." "Hold that thought," California quipped. Turning his attention back to Moon, he took a breath and slowed himself. "What else do you need from me?" Moon had already settled what was next with Yorji and Walker, but now it was time to clue everyone else into the operations of the day. He looked around California and in between Randall and Kate, peering down the wooden dock at the Coast Guard boats tied up along the dock. To the right, he could see their SWCC boat, a second twin-engine, 30-footer, and an inflatable Zodiac beached near the dock. To his left, the Coast Guard cutter was moored and stationary, as ghostly as it had been when they arrived. Moon withdrew his Benchmade and flipped the blade open as he turned toward Needles. Sunlight shimmered off the silver blade, causing Needles' jaw to gape while his eyes widened. "Don't kill me." Moon twirled Needles around, and with one fell swoop, he cut the zip tie from around his wrists. "You have no need for bindings now. If you run, we will simply put a bullet in your head." Needles rubbed the indentions left behind from around his wrists, slowly turning to face Moon. "I won't run. I have no place to go anyways." Moon looked down on the little man, their eyes locked. "You need to help us bring the bodies to the dock. After that, you will take us to that jail, help find our friend. Then and only then will you be free to go about your life. Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly, sir," Needles replied. "But I have to warn you, if Fargo is there, he won't just hand over your friend. You'll have to kill him or be killed in the process. He's a nasty man, one that is just now seeing how the world has changed. Understand that he will thrive with the changes, even revel in them. He's evil." "We can chat about that after the funeral," Moon explained. "Funeral, sir?" Needles questioned. His eyes glanced around at the base, the light of day giving credit to the carnage that had taken place at the station over the last month. Moon nodded with a smile. "A Viking funeral." Kate looked at Moon, confused. The entire group gathered around as Moon stepped to the back of the truck and dropped the tailgate with a loud, metallic thud. Addressing everyone now, he spoke. "It's the right thing to do. Our fallen have suffered enough and need to be put to rest. Right now, we are at a turning point and have to move fast. Walker and Yorgi will pull that black Zodiac to the dock, where we will gently place Horner and Joy into the boat. While that is taking place, California and Randall will transfer fuel from the cutter to the Black Pearl, leaving a few gallons for the Zodiac. When we are ready, the Zodiac will be lit and pushed out into the bay's current. Our loved ones will be cremated at sea like the warriors they were. Hence, a Viking funeral, the best one we can perform. Then Walker, Yorgi, and I will take Needles to go repatriate Protocol Agent Josh Allman," Moon explained. There was no time to argue. The group all agreed, understood the plan, and moved off to their respective tasks to handle. All but for Kate, whose young mind stood with tears slipping down her cheeks as she stared into the back of the truck at her mother's body, draped in the colors of the nation. Moon stepped to Kate and placed a soft hand on her shoulder. "This may not be the outcome that you wanted, but it's the most honorable thing we can do, given the situation. I thought about taking both of them back to the hospital ship where we came from, but in my gut, I know this is the best decision I could make." She nodded, closed her eyes, but as Moon started to walk off, she grabbed his hand and turned to him, her eyes open and teary. "Thank you." Her voice was genuine and kind. Moon smiled. Kate continued. "Thank you for everything. You Josh, your men, without any of you, I wouldn't be alive today, so thank you," she said, then pulled him into a hug. Moon wrapped his arms around her and continued to smile. It had been a long time since he had been shown genuine appreciation for his troubles, and he relished in it. He turned toward her and whispered softly in her ear, "None of us knows what the future holds, but understand, if you never see me again, California will get you to our ship offshore. You'll be safe. You have my word on that." Tears flowed again, pooling on his shirt as she nodded and briefly squeezed him tighter, then let go, allowing Moon to walk off toward the dock. Within an hour, California had filled the fuel tanks of his SWCC Riverine, the Black Pearl, and also filled 2 5-gallon buckets with fuel before positioning them at the end of the dock, closest to the bay, next to the black Zodiac that was now tied to the dock, holding the bodies of Protocol Agent and Medic, Chip Horner, as well as Joy Color. The tide was high and still incoming, keeping the boats nearly level with the dock. Even though the tide was perfect, it would slacken about an hour or so, leaving the men with ample time for the funeral. Moon nodded to Kate, and she stepped aboard the Zodiac briefly, kneeling before finally leaning over to her mom, kissing her on her cold cheek, then whispering, "I love you, Mom. See you on the other side." Kate covered her mother's face with the stars of the flag and then turned to the body bag containing Horner. She gently touched the bag, as if to say goodbye to a warrior she had never met. Standing up, Kate stepped back onto the dock. Her heart ached as she closed her eyes as the men picked up the buckets of fuel. Moon stepped closer to the edge of the wooden dock, overlooking the Zodiac, the bodies, and the vastness of the bay. Wind pushed into his face as he spoke loudly enough so they all could hear. Lord, we hold our loved ones up to you, Joy Color and Chip Horner. In life, they were massive people. People who loved, who fought, who called your name. Horner was a warrior, one who gave his life in the service of others. He was a protector, and may his name be carried along the winds for all to hear in eternity. We loved these people and ask you to take them into your kingdom, allowing them to rest peacefully until the end of time. The smell of fuel permeated the air, even in the ocean breeze. A 30-foot section of half-inch white cotton rope, one end tied to the last piling on the dock, the other to the front of the black Zodiac boat, with the rest of it soaking within one of the 5-gallon buckets of fuel, would be used as the fuse. Moon untied the mooring line, then shoved the boat off into the current of the bay. Slowly but surely, the boat crept its way from the dock, drifting out into the dark water, dragging the fuel-soaked rope with it. Inches became feet and feet became 30. Within no time, the Zodiac was at the end of the 30-foot cotton rope, the rope taut as the strength of the current pushed against the boat. Moon nodded, and Walker pulled a silver Zippo from his pocket, the sun shimmering off its lid as he thumbed it open. Bending down, Walker igniting the lighter, and the orange flame danced in the wind, until Walker placed it against the rope. The rope ignited quickly, sending a line of fire along the fuel-soaked rope, until, within a few seconds, the fire had traversed the length of the rope and found its home within the belly of the Zodiac boat. Flames roared and shot into the sky as the boat and bodies themselves caught fire in a dazzling fashion. The boat, no longer a slave to the dock, slipped away in the current, burning hot orange and red flames, flickering in the center of the bay as California, Kate, Walker, Moon, Yorgie, Randall, and even Needles stared aimlessly until the boat was out of sight, their loved ones never to be seen again. Everyone stood at the end of the dock, but there was no more time to spare. Moon had took charge, performing what he believed to be the right thing in the moment, and now it was time to go save Josh if he was still in that jail cell, if luck be on their side. Moon looked at Randall. "Stay with Kate and my main man, Luke here. We will be back." He ignored California, instead turning to Walker and Yorgie. "You guys know the plan. You good with it? Got any questions?" They both shook their head. Moon nodded in return. Then he finally turned his attention to California. "If we aren't back in 2 hours, take Randall and Kate and you deliver them back to the hospital ship. That's an order." Chapter 29. Bingo. Mark Moon. United States Coast Guard Station. San Diego Bay. Near noon, 1 May 2025. Mark Moon slid into the driver's seat of the old Ford F-100. The seats were worn and ripped, with a spring that poked him in his back now that his chest rig was off. As he pushed the clutch, the 3-on-the-tree transmission reminded him of his granddad's farm truck as a young boy. Ironically, that farm truck was how he learned to drive, so the gear shifting from the column wasn't that foreign to him. Leaving the docks, Moon pulled the truck into the open hangar bay, next to the helipads, with him anticipating a very brief stay. "Just as we planned," Moon said as he turned the truck off and parked it. The men all climbed down from the truck bed. Moon knew the station hangar had a locker room, and the men hoped the lockers contained civilian clothing, even if they were just mechanic shirts. They needed something to blend in better with the chaos. Their uniforms caused them to stick out like a sore thumb, and that would keep them from walking right into the police station as planned. "We hide in plain sight," Moon explained as they all hustled into the locker room at the end of the hangar. There had been several doors to choose from, but only one with the men's bathroom symbol. The door opened to exactly what they thought would be their lockers, and then one thing they didn't anticipate, a staggering wanderer. Sidestepping, Moon pulled his pistol from the front of his pants and contact shot the infected person. The old lady looked like a 90-year-old skeletonized Martha Stewart, and Mark Moon painted the walls with her brains without missing a beat. Smoke rose from the end of his Glock as he kept walking forward, right past her as she hit the floor. The men cleared the rest of the locker room, including changing areas, the open bay showers, and toilets. No one else was there. Moon opened the access closet, eyed it up and down, frowned, and then shut the door. He gauged the lockers that stood nearly 6 feet high and lined the wall for 20 feet. Stepping to the closest one, he opened it, leaving the door open, then moved to the next one. After opening them all, he laughed. Not a single lock on any of them, yet half of them have personal shit inside. Clothing, watches, hell, that one even has a wallet and cell phone on the shelf. Moon scratched his bearded chin and then moved again to the last locker on the end, near the access closet. "Boys, like we planned, find some clothing and we can ditch the gear. We go in light, pistols, and magazines. "What about a radio?" Georgie asked. "I can palm it, keep in the back of my pants, just in case we need to get a hold of California." Moon nodded. He wholeheartedly agreed with Georgie, but in the same breath, he asked himself if an undercover cop would take a handheld radio with him buying dope or leave it at the office. He settled for a compromise. "We take a radio and at least one rifle, but they stay in the truck once we arrive on target." Georgie agreed. "Guys, keep in mind our goal is to blend in as much as possible. I want to walk in and walk out with Josh in hand. It would be even sweeter to rescue our boy without a shot fired. We don't know what's inside the police station, but I want to also be prepared for being denied access to the cell." Walker raised his hand and laughed. "I can handle that, Mark. I may be a burner, but at one time I was a master breacher. It won't take 3 minutes to build a very small door charge, one that will not only pop the door but is easily concealed." Moon smiled. "I'll bring my rifle, put extra mags and some frags in the truck. Georgie has the radio and Walker will build that charge. Find some clothing, boys. We leave in 5. The tires hummed over the pavement until Moon drove through a fresh pile of guts and blood, slathering the side of the old Ford with a grotesquely wet smell. In that moment, Moon wished there had been glass in the driver's door. Unfortunately for him, that window had been shattered long ago, and he was now forced with smelling the wretched odor that was so fresh. It overwhelmed the normal smells of decay and rotting flesh that covered the urban city. Pulling into the police station at the corner of 5th and Laurel, Moon shook his head, knowing they had passed the building so many times without even giving it a second look. Inside, he hoped Josh was safe and they could eat and run, but only time would tell. Needles pointed to the back of the building. "There, slow it down, take it easy, and move that way around the lot and through that gate." Moon noticed the gate had been driven through long ago, and the police car that had breached the gate was still pinned against the retaining wall at the back of the lot. The gate and parts of the black iron fencing protruded from the front of the squad car. Needles spoke up again as he was on his knees in the front seat, straining to see as Georgie and Walker lay motionless in the truck bed. "We need to enter that door. The code is a punch code, number 3776. He craned his neck around the lot. "I don't see his chopper," Needles explained, his eyes scanning the parking lot hard. "Chopper?" Moon asked as he looked for a place to park while 2 other homeless-looking people exited the back of the building with full hands, ignoring their presence, walking right past them while shifting the weight of their boxes. "Play it cool. Those 2 are thieves. They loot and steal anything of value, bring the items here, and in the past would be paid handsomely. But now we're lucky to get leftover food as payment," Needles explained. "It's a crazy new world." "We're lucky, you mean?" Moon inquired. "Yes, I mean us, those clowns and myself. How else do you think I've survived?" Needles snapped. "You're mighty judgmental for a man who doesn't look like the Walking Dead, like myself and those pricks that just walked by. It's been a hard month and seemed to never be ending, so how about you cut me a break?" Moon nodded. "You're not wrong," he replied. "I'll cut you some slack. All you need to do is walk us inside, and as soon we are walking out with our friend, you are free to leave." Needles thought about that word, free. Was anyone really free anymore? What type of life was left for him? He thought about the Viking funeral, about how the flames took the sorrow away from the people that were still alive, yet ironically, the fire also took away the dead's problems too. Needles had nothing left, nothing in that town of death. No family, no job, and barely a way to find food. He was 4'10" on a good day and 70 pounds of starvation. And in the moment of truth, he looked upon Moon and wholeheartedly understood the only way he would survive the end of the world was by staying with Mark Moon and his fellow soldiers. In his mind, when the time was right, he would make that well known with hopes that Moon would bring him into the fold, take care of him. Or so he wanted more than anything else at the moment. Needles lifted his head toward the door. "Vargo's chopper, his motorcycle, is gone, so that's a good sign." Moon nodded. "I hope it's a good sign that asshole is gone and Josh is still inside." "Only time will tell. We should go in now before that maniac gets back," Needles replied, sweat dripping from his neck and down his back. In the floorboard, he eyed a thick black ant crawling about. Leaning down, he snatched it up and ate it. Moon slipped into a parking spot. right between a windowless white panel van that he perceived to be a prisoner transport van and a marked patrol car that had undoubtedly been driven by San Diego's finest, as it said as much, stenciled across the trunk lid of the old Crown Vic. Killing the engine, Moon took the single ignition key and placed it on the driver's floorboard on top of the weatherproof mat, just in front of the handheld radio and fragmentation grenade that was sitting just under the driver's side of the bench seat. Behind the seat, Moon had placed a loaded rifle on each side, each barrel facing into the center of the truck. He looked up at Needles. If it all goes sideways, the keys are in the floorboard. Needles laughed almost uncontrollably. That's nice of you, but I can't reach the pedals, not even a little, but thanks for the offer. It was more for informational purposes, so you can tell my guys if I die. Moon laughed at himself. I know you can't push that clutch in, I'm no fool. He continued to laugh, then popped the door open. It was time to move. Under Moon's oversized black AC/DC t-shirt, he carried his Glock 17 in the front of his pants with 4 spare magazines, 2 in each rear pocket of the grease-stained jeans he now wore, that barely buttoned around his waist. Without looking back, he could feel Yorgi and Walker had both already disembarked from the truck, spread out, and angled their way to the same entry point he was headed for with Needles by his side. The plan was in motion. There was no turning back for any of them. Yet Moon found himself thinking that he should have told California to go ahead and push off, head back to the hospital ship without them. Then his hand was on the door handle as a bluebird chirped, perched above him on the overhang. He cleared his mind, took a breath, and opened the door to the unknown with zero trepidation. Chapter 30. Time and Place. Mark Moon. Police Station. San Diego Bay. Noon 1 May 2025. Mark Moon stepped into the police station. Ambient light from nearby windows illuminated the receiving counter with no one in sight, until the swinging door across the room flew open. Mark looked at the man entering the room, quickly understanding the man was not a threat, not infected, and was simply headed for the door, trying to sharply leave the station. So Moon stepped aside, allowing the man to get missing. Needles stuck to Moon's side like glue, fearing the unknown behind the door. Glancing over his shoulder, Moon saw Yorgi and Walker both bypass the same man leaving the building, then they stepped inside with him. Where to? Moon asked Needles, his tone soft, right hand by his side, ready to dispatch the right person at a moment's notice. Through the swinging door, veer right, taking the next door on your right, and that leads us to the main room where Vargo conducts business. Needles looked around, ensuring no unseen cellar dweller was hidden in a corner, hoping to hear pieces of intel that they could then turn around and sell back to Vargo like Needles did when he informed Vargo about a soldier inside a nearby ground-level condo. The same condo Vargo had captured Josh Allman inside of, as he tried to rescue Kate's mother, Joy. Yorgi and Walker both wore button-up shirts that at one point could have passed for court attire. Now they were covered in gore and smelled of death and despair. Yet they no longer appeared to be soldiers, nor did Moon. Lead us there, little man, Moon replied, his hand instinctively slipping under his black t-shirt, resting on his pistol. The door opened to a dimly lit room with no windows, but in the corners, battery-operated lanterns produced a weak yellow light where Moon could see an older man sitting behind a wood table. Moon's head craned around the room, making sure he could see no one else, but the darkness made it almost impossible to be sure. Boy, you ought to know better than to come in this room with your hands unseen, the man yelled out, taking his feet off the elegant table. The legs looked to be hand-carved, and the tabletop was a dark cherry finish. Moon showed the man his hands, and before he could talk, Needles spoke up as he stepped closer to the left side of Moon. Behind them, Yorgi and Walker began to step into the room until the man sharply yelled, "One at a fucking time, you dipshits. Get out and wait your turn." Then he pointed back toward the door for them to exit through. Moon softly gestured for Yorgi and Walker to wait outside. They complied. The insidious man stood and stared down at Needles. "You filthy little bastard, why are you here? Didn't Vargo kick you out the other day?" "Walter, I do apologize for my discretions, sire," Needles began. "But I was asked to bring this man here to look at the prisoner, so he may make Vargo the best offer he possibly can." Needles slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieving a can of Copenhagen silver lid. The fine and moist snuff was a vice for the man, and Needles knew it. Walter snatched the can out of the air and eyed it before slipping it into his pocket like it never existed. "So what we have here is a buyer, do we? A big man on campus." "Okay, but why does Vargo need you, you little twerp?" Needles was good at reading the room. His nose had stopped bleeding an hour ago, and his face felt like hot gravel. Yet he thought if he could get the blood flowing again, maybe Walter would leave him be, let them pass without much more of an incident. Then he noticed Walter's hand slip past parallel of the table out of sight. Needles had seen that shotgun mounted underneath, and he felt their time was growing short. He had perceived Walter to be in a mood, but now he knew it for a fact. Needles turned toward Moon, blading his body from Walter's point of view, then acted like he was about to ask Moon a question. But just as Moon leaned forward, Needles' small right hand slipped inside the front of Moon's pants, pulling out Moon's pistol. Turning quickly, Needles shot Walter in the forehead from his hip. The pistol never made to his eye to sight his target. Pure luck, really. Needles had never been a pistolier, only average at best, but his point-shooting abilities were instinctual, natural. He had been looking Walter's right in his eyes as he pulled the trigger on Moon's Glock, and the round flew true, entering Walter's forehead above his left eye, blowing his brains in a pink mist across the wall behind him. The action was so fast and violent, no one else in the room had time to move, including nasty fat boy Freddy, who had been in the corner listening, watching, biding his dirty time. Georgie and Walker charged into the room just as fat boy Freddy exited, bumping into both of them in the process, falling down before picking himself up in a stuttering stupor to run again. Moon shifted his head just in time to watch Walter take his last breath as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. His body fell limp on the dirty, blood-stained floor, dead to the world. He stepped forward, snatching the pistol from Needles' fat little fingers. Needles looked up at Moon. He was going for the shotty under the desk. "We have to leave now." He reached up, pulling on Moon's shirt tail. Moon leaned over, seeing the double barrels that were pointing directly at him, and nodded his head in acceptance of Needles' quick actions. Stepping around the table, he moved fast, with Georgie and Walker, both holding their pistols in hand, climbing over the table, ensuring the man on the ground was, in fact, dead. They didn't have time to waste. Moon led the men into the next room, black as night, all but for a sliver of light entering through a ruler-thin window within a holding cell that contained Josh Allman. Every man with a pistol ignited their attached weapons' lights, pointing the beams to the ceiling, allowing the light cast off like a mushroom to illuminate the room fully. Moon's eyes fell on Josh Allman, and Josh just shook his head in disbelief. "What took you guys so long?" Josh laughed, tears welling in his eyes. His spirit was high, even though he was much thinner than Moon had recalled. "I thought you were dead, bro," Moon replied. His eyes were swollen with emotion, but then he caught himself and pushed his feelings back deep inside. There would be time for the homecoming later, but in the moment, they had to leave or get caught trying. "You dumb shit, you launched that truck like the length of a freaking football field, kicked me right out of it. I washed up a little later, took me a bit to swim to shore, but I'm alive, brother," Josh explained. Walker slipped his pistol back into his pants and pushed Moon aside as he addressed Josh. "Make yourself skinny in the corner, hold your ears, and open your mouth. You know the drill," Walker explained as Georgie grabbed both Needles and Moon and pulled them to the far side of the room. In the blink of an eye, Walker had placed a small breaching charge on the locking mechanism, but positioned it such a way the explosion would cut the bar outward, away from Josh. "Get skinny, bro," Walker called out as he joined the other guys, leaving a line of shock tube behind him as he walked. Like a trail of breadcrumbs, the tubing spanned from the charge attached to the green iron bars all the way through the doorway the men were now walking past. "Hold your ears," Walker said, then ignited the charge. The blast was not inconsequential, but also wasn't overdone. The explosion popped like a large-caliber handgun fired indoors, causing the men's ears to ring and a thin layer of white smoke to saturate the room. The beams of light from the pistols bounced off the smoke like high beams when driving through fog. Coughing, Josh stood and moved toward the cell door. He pushed it, and it swung open. The locking system had been blown out and embedded in the adjacent cinderblock wall. He coughed again, then stumbled forward with a slight vertigo, but only momentarily. The doorway was still wide open. Beams of light continued pushing through, but now they were beginning to move as Georgie, Walker, and Mark Moon re-entered the room. Needles walked in, staggering behind the men. Moon looked to Needles. "We are about to pop smoke, so you're free to go." Needles' face sagged as he coughed. "If it's all the same to you." Moon laughed, staring down at the man as he thought, what would the harm be to take the man with us? "I thought you'd want to stay with us. Let's get the hell out of here." The men all moved as fast as their mildly concussed bodies would carry them, until Josh stopped cold in the next room as he looked down on Walter's dead body. "We've got to go, Josh," Moon said. "No time, we have zero time for this." Josh took a knee next to Walter and looked into his lifeless eyes. "I'm going to take your boots now, so fuck off in hell." He took the next few seconds to slip the dead man's boots from his feet and even took his socks too. Moon looked down and for the first time realized Josh was barefoot and then hoped that the boots fit. But when he saw Josh take the man's socks, he nodded with a grin and thought that was exactly what he'd do too. Exiting the police station, Moon led the men out straight to the truck as he and the rest of them all scanned the parking lot for any threats. Carriers had been thin, almost few and far between, which made Moon think, were they dying off or was something else going on? Something more nefarious? Were they missing a clue or multiple clues? What happened to the hordes he had encountered no less than a month ago? He found it odd the lack of infected people, when last month there had been swarms of them. The men jumped into the old Ford F-100, Moon behind the wheel, bending over to collect the keys as Needles slid into the seat next to him. Fumbling the single key, he dropped it, then took a deep breath, picked it up, and slid it into the ignition. "Fire up, bitch, fire up," Moon said as he turned the ignition. That old Ford was nothing less than loyal and dependable. The engine ignited with the first turn, making Moon smile as Georgie smacked the top of the roof with glee. He leaned closer to the open driver's window as he pulled the truck forward, slowly moving left to exit the parking lot. Within a few precious breaths, Moon had cleared the parking lot and was headed back west on Laurel. In his mind, he was beginning to hate that street and despise the dying city of San Diego. Georgie placed his hand inside the open window. "Give me the radio and those rifles. I'll let California know we are inbound." Moon leaned forward as Needles first climbed behind the seat and then snagged both rifles. One at a time, Moon handed them to Georgie as Needles returned to his spot. Moon then slowed the truck a bit, making sure to keep a positive grip on the radio as he handed it to Georgie. Moon smiled as the men settled into their roles, and he simply drove, keeping an eagle eye out for threats, but internally his soul was beginning to calm. The only question he had left was if it were time to go home, heading back to the hospital ship, or stay in the decaying city just one more day. Chapter 31. Exit. Mark Moon. United States Coast Guard Station. San Diego Bay. Early afternoon, 1 May 2025. Moon slid the truck into a parking space near the hangar's helipad. His shoulders slumped as his adrenaline finally left his body. Leaning his head back on the seat, he took a moment to breathe, to reflect, to let it all go. He had begged, borrowed, and stolen time, energy, equipment, and help, just on the chance he could find one of his missing men, and he heroically succeeded. Yet in his heart, the job was far from complete. Lifting his head to a new beginning, Moon stepped from the truck. His worries mostly melted away as he smiled, turning his attention to his men hopping from the bed of the old truck. Josh smiled as his boots hit the concrete. He flexed his feet within his new socks and boots, even though they weren't his size, but they were oh so close enough. His eyes scanned the warm, sunny day, the buildings, and the open hangar, seeing the happy people walking up to them. He wasn't home, but emotionally, he wasn't far from it. Moon and Josh locked eyes, each man moving closer to the other until they embraced in a warm hug. Moon pulled away, but just enough to look at Josh as his hand rubbed Josh's thick brown hair as if petting a friendly dog. "I thought you were dead. I really thought you were gone." I don't know exactly when I was ejected from the truck, but when I came to, I was in the bay and a Chinook was flying off like an angel into the sky. I just knew they had been there for us, but I was the only one in the water. I hoped you guys were on board, but I had no clue. After a quick reflection, I pulled my shoulder straps, dumped my gear, rifle, pistol, everything so I wouldn't freaking drown. I called out for you, for anyone, but no one answered. I was all alone, and I didn't know if you and Walker got the doctor out on that bird, or were all lifeless at the bottom of the bay. Moon added, "We got her out, Walker and I did, but it took its toll." "She's alive," Josh smirked. "It was all worth it then. Every sleepless night, every pound I lost, every man and woman I killed, every fucking mile my dead body had to walk, it was all worth it," Josh explained. "So is she working on a cure, or is the better question, has she found the cure yet? And what about those asshole Russians? I haven't seen one in weeks. Thank God for that A-10's gun run, it saved our asses." "Slow down," Walker jumped in. "To start with, both Moon and I nearly drowned in that truck as it sank. You were the lucky one, which sounds horrific in saying, but at least you weren't in a coma for 3 weeks like Moon was." "No shit?" Josh questioned Moon, his face saddened. "Yeah, wasn't fun, but when I awoke, I did everything I could." Walker interrupted again. We? Georgie, Moon, and I, we did everything we could to get back here to look for you and the others, but you need to understand, Moon was the driving force. If not for him, none of us would be here right now. And I'd still be behind bars, Josh replied, most likely dead, never to see another sunset again. Moon had stepped back as they all spoke, and now the group huddled around, not far off from the dock's guard shack. He listened intently, but had more on his mind. He was ecstatic to have found Josh Ullman and bring him back to the station, but his heart sank with the thought of Ryan Milliken, and Kim Chow lost with the others to the chaos of the collapsing world. Just a few feet away, Kate and California were running up, talking about what was next, but Moon wasn't sure what exactly was next for him. He had an idea, but hadn't shared it yet. Kate stopped and jumped into Josh's arms. I thought. I'm okay, but I have to tell you, I'm sorry about your mom. Kate smiled as tears slipped from her eyes. It's not your fault, but thank you for trying and for everything you did for me. Without you, I'd be lost to the chaos, dead in a building somewhere. Josh wanted to say more, but chose to enjoy the moment for everyone standing there. Yet his heart knew that his tactical failure had caused the poor girl's mother to be killed at the hands of a madman. With everyone now present, standing around listening to Josh and his story of survival, Moon decided what should happen next. He waited for Kate to let go of Josh, and then as Kate glanced over to him, he spoke up. It's been a wild day, for sure, but it's not over yet. California shifted his head to listen, as did the others. Luke, is the boat fueled? Moon asked. It's full, ready to go, boss. Then we have a decision to make. Do we stay or do we go now? That's not an easy question to answer, but I'll answer for myself and give you my 2 cents in the process, Moon explained. I need just one more day. My job isn't finished, not yet. My men are still out there in this hellscape of a city, and I cannot leave here without them. The group began to chatter, and California tried to speak over everyone, but Moon held his hand up for them all to shut up and hear him out. Luke, your dedication and skill set to this mission have been invaluable, but that skill set needs to take some of us home back to the hospital ship. I need you to deliver Kate Randall. He paused to eye down at the little man as if contemplating what to do with him, then spoke again, and Needles back offshore. They have earned that. They don't need to be here any longer. He turned his attention to Georgie, Walker, and Josh. That ride has room for you guys as well. I'm not asking anyone to stay. I'm simply saying I can't leave, not yet. Chatter again broke out, each person trying to speak over one another, attempting to plead their case of why they should all stay. Moon shook his head, refusing to listen to anyone. His smile was unbreakable as he simply waved everyone to follow him as he walked. The group complied while still chittering and begging him to listen to what they had to say, but Moon's mind was made up, except for what Georgie, Walker, and Josh had to say on the matter. Moon now stood on the dock near the helipad, yet close enough to the water. He found himself staring off into the dark waters of San Diego Bay as Georgie conferred with Walker and Josh. Then all 3 of them stepped up closer to Moon. The 3 of us will stay with you and go back into that city, Georgie explained. Moon smiled, knowing that would be the case. He had hoped as much, but given the circumstances, he would never have asked the men to stay behind with him. California nodded. I'll get them back to the ship, but I'll get supplies too and head back here tomorrow. Kate teared up. Why? She muddled. Why can't you come with us? Her eyes bounced between Moon and Josh. Moon took her by her young hand and pointed out toward the water. Your future is out there, and I'm glad it is. He pointed back toward the city as he squeezed her hand tight. I can't go because my men are out there, still lost in the dead world. But why? Kate begged, tears slipping down her cheeks. She understood but didn't like it. It's simple, dear, because they'd do it for me. Ryan, Milliken, Chow, because they'd do it for me.